The necromancy of Thay. I bet Gale could use this.
She has heart, that one. I mean, well, you know what I mean. Take good care of her, and make sure she takes care of you.
What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Ludus non factum est! Sol invictus!
Sure, but think of the stories you'll be able to tell.
You absolute shit stain. Is that... Yes! His hallucinations made real!
You're good at it. You've given me some just by being here.
Gortash is the Black Lord's thrall. A liar, a tyrant. He'd sooner have our heads than share his domain. Shit! This was your doing. All of it.
Good night, then. Me? Well, I've never been able to escape my father's name, try as I might.
Inaccessus.
So be it. You have conquered your urge. You have taken back your own soul. I'm so proud of you. I paid the price of angering the wrong devil.
As long as Orpheus is bound, we're helpless. We have to assimilate him.
By all the hounds of the hells, what is she planning? Ah, hells. I was hoping you wouldn't notice I was gone. A goblin camp must be near, which means we've not seen the last of them.
This is gonna be a rush.
And sacrifice all these people. Please, no power is worth their anguish, Astarion.
Then let it be so. Could any man have wanted a partner more ravishing?
Very well, but I'm keeping an eye on you, and no wisecracks about having us for supper.
I'll always come through.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at moonrise.
Choked to death by cursed shadows. A terrible fate.
Enchanted.
Nice. Time for Ketheric to pay for his countless crimes. I'm ready. Are you?
Oh, the blade doesn't sulk. I was just reflecting on what has happened, and not wanting to be Mr. Serious at a celebration. It's for the best. I take a tumble and splat. There goes my good eye. So it was for me. You cut him down clean, and as well you should. Korgor was a monster. Poisoned almost the whole lot.
Mine!
Vines everywhere. They did it. They really did it.
Loviatar, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers.
Here for you.
Praesis, alia, ferro!
Not now. Trouble's afoot. I used to come here and climb it when my father's eye was turned elsewhere. Daydream of the stories it might tell if I listened close enough. Mizora, I've had enough. You owe your life to me. Time to end the pact.
Another one of those.
I couldn't even fathom a guess. Though, I doubt we'll need to wait long for answers. Let's not lose sight of what matters. Astarion's gone. Hopefully for good, but let's keep an eye out. If that changes, don't be afraid to pipe up. I'll get you sorted. You're right, of course. Somewhere there must be a weak link, a loophole, an exploit. He gave me no choice. But it's true. I often wonder, what if I'd said the right words, made the right promises?
Horribilissimus!
It is. But that doesn't mean I have to discard you like a rotted carcass.
A goblin healer? She couldn't possibly know a cure. Could she?
You'd become a mind flayer, an incredible sacrifice. If you refuse, I'd understand. Of course I would.
The girl had her whole life ahead of her. Gods, such wanton cruelty. I could use company.
We should check it out, but be careful.
One more gem for the collection.
The greater good.
Fair is fair. Tonight, I lost the right to be called hero. A shipment from Cormyr. Fancy silks or Marsemba blush. It is. I promise. A painting of creatures in battle. Art imitates life, I suppose. But off with you. This is your day. Have a dance. Enjoy the music. Good thing for you, you're so God's damn charming.
We will prevail.
I can't utter the terms or circumstances of the pact. I can tell you most all else, but the pact, I'm forbidden, unless Mazora permits it.
Gnolls, and I doubt we've seen the last of them.
Damn it all! I vowed to hunt vicious monsters, not join their ranks.
What living nightmare is this?
I failed, Father. The worm is fallen.
Let's get it done!
You have many talents, but subtlety isn't one of them. All right, but not too much later. I need to clear the air between us. Faye's emblem. Magical items, then. And a little souvenir.
It's like I always sometimes say. You can't summon dead ogres no matter how hard you blow. You can't get yourself out. A word, if I may. Let my enemies fall.
And you? The city's yours too, after all. How's it feel to be back? But I can't. Not when I know deep down that you're right.
Then by all means, call me a fool.
Non fit injura. All that effort only to earn an invitation. What's the bastard up to, I wonder?
Saving the day.
Not like any mirror I've ever seen. It's like staring into the Shadowfell. I half expect to see Gorothir staring back.
Ah, you got it! Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than an adventurer with one eye.
A wolf statue too. What's the story here?
You saw her then. Advocatus Diaboli.
In a land of darkness, Soluna's faithful learn to make their own light.
Undercover.
Sphira mortis. Ve victis.
Yeah, I'm getting worse. There's got to be a way to treat this poison. No, I mean it. There's little between us we share. But you've fallen in love and stood by your lover. That is something this dreamer's heart can appreciate. I found my mark.
Maybe, but I think the right answer is much simpler than that. I suppose I'll grow used to the new me, horns and all.
And I'm off.
The blade's got you.
Eyes open, mouth shut.
Hells, almost forgot. If I don't don the debtor's attire, the house's denizens will attack on sight. I know him better than most. He's my father.
That smells rank. The remnants of a nightfall feast, I'm guessing.
Incertus, polcia, imperio.
Oof, all effort, no reward.
The devil's head. And yours. If you so much as... The Dragon Lord sparking the skies above it, the Moon Elves first plucking the strings of the weave. Try later, maybe? Do it, then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Bring my father back. The shadows are lifted. Finally, we can breathe free. I live at the mercy of fiends. A man with the horrid face of a devil, awaiting his future in hell's blistered army.
Nulla salus.
Incredible. I feel so light. I swear I might fly. There we are, burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend. Suffocating shadows, dank, musty air. This is the Underdark.
Did you now? A classic drama. A staunch father and his rebellious son. Better heard from the bard's lips than mine. Thank you. For the dance, for your understanding, and making a fantasy become reality, even if just for a moment.
Moonrise Towers looks like. Quite a beauty back in the day.
Dame Aelin needs our help. Powerful she may be, but she can't crush Lorroakan alone.
Nothing. It must be activated elsewhere.
No! Stop! My love! We can save her! We can take her to Avernus.
Shit! You saw her. Advocatus Diaboli.
Hells. Looks like the proprietor concocted those lethal bears. Beautiful depiction of a tower. Never seen the likes of it. Plucking hells. Some poor bird's lost its feathers.
Is that a button there? I wager the ring exposed it.
If I had a bottle of dragon dew, I'd open it in your honor.
Splendid. But losing that early love is still the regret foremost of forgotten sorrows. Belong to Lenore's dog, I bet. It must be magical, right?
What in the hells? Oh, shit. You're a goddamned vampire.
Just look at this place. The evidence speaks for itself.
Ut ventus! Traps within traps. There's got to be a way out.
We fight for the survival of Baldur's Gate, and we will win.
Not sure what to do with this idol. But Gale might.
Finding my way.
What was that?
Resisto accidum.
That meddling ghoul. Elton, Let's talk.
Cresciteando.
That's curious.
Ad maiorum de gloriam.
Up and at 'em.
Ah!
Gale, this isn't the end. I know just what to do.
More of these ungodly creatures.
That's a whole lot of soldiers. A dead end in every sense of the term. Me. Wonderful. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la blade. I'm glad. I want that too. I can't stop you from taking it, but I can't join you, no matter how much you might mean to me. Yours wouldn't be the first spawn skull I've severed, you know. In all honesty, I'm half inclined to sever it now.
This thing's falling apart. It can't be safe. Can it?
She fled from my reach, even climbed aboard the Mind Flayer ship as it screeched through the hells. I followed in close pursuit. Good work, kids. You're all heroes, each and every one of you. Dead. Boom. Just like that. What happened? Please. I need a moment. Not a peep.
Gods, the building's on the verge of collapse.
Can't do it without you.
Fronti nulla fides. I can't blame you for giving him up. Vampires are monsters by any account.
Come, Astarion. I know you're not really as heartless as all that.
Away, you poxed nun.
On your feet.
Gods, how many did you kill? Dozens? Hundreds?
My favorite in all of the coast. All of Faerun, even. Not even the Sea of Stars could rival its magnificence.
Hells. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
They won't see me coming. The leash has been broken, and my father left for dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss. He could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin.
Wetter than a 10-tongued tarpon.
I saw a future for us. A kingdom, even. And you shattered it for a single bite of the hells. Not the best company to be sharing. Blessedly, their gods remained quiet to us. For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey.
Well then, this jar's got a chip on whatever passes for its shoulder.
Resisto accidum.
I'll be damned. A shrine to Selûne. I heard Myconids were peaceful. I say it's time for a rethink. Can't do it without you. Something tells me it'll take more than a few twists to break that box open.
Not my first choice.
Battle favors the fearless. Down but not out.
I love surprises.
But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame I sparked was for the good of the coast. Let's leave them alone. I don't want to be invited to the wedding.
I reckoned it might look a little more githy. I'd rather not think of it, Shadowheart.
The Blade of Frontiers is dead. I will be Wyll Ravengard, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate. I doubt the Emperor will take too kindly to that. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you standing there. Lost in the steppes, truth be told.
Breathe easy.
Once the Absolute's finished, I'll be sure to propose your idea to the Council.
Time you made good on your bargain, hag.
Stultissime! Dame Aelin slipped through Roland's fingers. I wager she'll be back, and not in the best of moods. The man for the job. But her suffering is over, and so is her parents'. I hope she finds comfort in that. To think of my father laying there, lifeless.
He's down. Time to hit him with all I've got.
The fiend slain. As if I could ever have doubted you. Now rest. You've earned it.
I can feel Carrion still. Until his ties to this plane are severed, he'll never be truly banished.
And that answer is plain as the horns on a war devil's head. We get these things out.
Vita mortis cario!
Promise it will last less than half an hour?
Lest we forget, there are still graves to dig, injured to thank, warriors to exalt. Fire and death. Is this what this city is coming to? Or is this always what it's been?
Gale's glowing with magic. Mystra must be mighty happy right about now.
No luck. There's got to be a way through. Done and done. I meant to do that.
Maybe one day he'll see the truth of it.
That ritual, it's no garden variety growth spell. I'll say, being smothered by rubble is not how I'd like to spend my final moments. So much talk of this adamantine forge, and the memory shard already showed us where to find it.
I miss you, Scratch. The Emperor failed us. Its plan has all but led us to ruin. And my father? Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here.
Voices raised in song on returning day, the heady whines at the elf song. There's truly no place like Baldur's Gate.
Virtus et scientia, efferve. Ha!
Beautiful brushstrokes. I've seen the masterworks of Reuben Delgorg himself, and this portrait is far superior. You're running away from Gale's cooking.
Mizora, I've had enough. You promised my freedom. Time to end the pact.
The situation's tense, clearly. I bet these folks could use a few helping hands.
I know what you are. I know who you serve.
Never mind.
Let's come back to this later, yeah? We've got more pressing matters afoot.
But I can't get the tadpole's visions out of my mind.
Tell me we were right to strike Karlach down.
Is that a person being grown in there? Gods, that's ghastly.
Oh, my love. I wish I could understand. But I respect your wishes. If this is your time, I will stand by your side.
Looks like Astarion's up and vanished. I reckon the hunter nabbed him.
I won't let you down.
If she points a blade at one of us again, don't hesitate to strike. We can afford no more unrest among us. Not if we're to survive long enough to rid ourselves of these worms.
And they wouldn't have brought just trade goods, but song, dance, and custom, riches of the mind and the spirit.
Not a single bite mark that I can see. I smell a lie. Damn. I miss the furry fellow.
I haven't sprouted any tentacles yet, thank Baldrin. Mizora set me on fiends inside and outside the hells. She's never ordered a rescue.
Veniet juvame! Nice. She saved us the work of killing that goblin ourselves.
Veritas, credo, oculos!
Oh, he pretended to be cross. But there was no hiding the sly grin that crept on his face.
I want you to see my blade slice her wings off her back, to hear her groans as she dissolves into ash. A most vicious one, in fact.
Always a pleasure. Gaudy thing. Maybe it can be sold for something more useful.
Precis alia ferro!
Seek out the Drider, crush it like the vermin it is, and let the way to Moonrise open.
The goblin priestess bled dry, and still the blade thirsts.
As a boy, my bond with father was too deep to miss the mother I never had. I value affection over fun, a lasting memory over a passing fancy. This is our story, not theirs. How lovely. A natural tunesmith. But I can't abandon you either. Return to Avernus for now, and I'll join you once the city's been put to rights after this disaster. The blade is my best self. On my best days, I've even lived up to the name. The Blade of Frontiers, ever at your service, and ever in awe of your skill.
Ah.
You spherical git!
God damn it! I'll never be rid of her. The more I want to shake her leash, the tighter she pulls it. That tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's mother, I reckon.
This gear might still be good. It'd be a shame to let it rot here. Nice amulet. I bet Gale would like it.
That's the symbol of the Absolute, marked in blood.
Faccio voco fere!
A mind flare. God's damned abomination. Tiamat made a play for power. Zariel had other plans. That was the most Mazora's ever said. All that mattered was that she got her prize. Imagine bending the will of the citizens with a single decree, and bringing my enemies to their knees with a single threat. I've had enough, Mizora. What do you want?
Incredible. She'll make a powerful ally, all fury and light.
What?
Lae'zel, no! Stupefaccio!
I wanted you to know the blade, not the shadow he left behind. Gods! You raced from the hells only to plunge right back in, all for a damnable fling. It was worth the sacrifice. All I can give you on that is my solemn word.
He's tottering! Another drink might knock him out!
The book said I'll need to fight myself, and I don't think it meant metaphorically.
Resaccio! Voco flagella!
I can't say the same. Myself, my spirit is being leached out of me.
My father was tadpoled. Stelmane is dead. The people are frightened and the council's in disarray.
That's what I'm here for.
I burned with the fires of Avernus and oozed the rot of Dis. You will too, Karlach. I know it.
My need is greater.
Need to hold on to that.
A fiend makes for poor company, unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall. Are they all like this? They carved our course. Honor them with each and every step you take. Don't you worry. You are a joy to witness. But perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
Smell that, Karlach?
I've never been more thrilled to be wrong.
Well, well.
The coast needs the blade, and I have no intention of turning my back on it. Too dangerous, even for Mystra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than a man, including you. May he be at peace. We did not see eye to eye, but his every thought, every act was in service to his people. Among men, there was none greater.
Good bloody riddance to Mystic Carrion.
I'm knackered. Tomorrow we plan. Tonight we rest. Dissolve!
You don't want a devil at your party.
Ah!
Perhaps one day you'll change your mind. But if you won't, at least know this. Justice does not entail granting mercy to monsters. We should not have let this abomination go free.
Coming through!
A helping hand. I should retrieve the amulet. The spirit monk will want to pay his respects to Shira. It would be my pleasure, Karlak, once the Absolute's been crushed for good.
Freshened up and ready to fight.
Dead gnolls. And is that sulfur I smell?
Today you fall!
Carculus mortis.
Shut tight. There must be some way to open it. If they wanted him dead, they would have fed him to the flames at Joaquin's Rest. I love the way your nose wrinkles up when you get the scent of a lead for the first time.
Thank you, Karlak.
We obtain the final 2 nether stones and take back our minds. And the city. From the brain. It serves as headquarters for the Flaming Fist. And their commander, my father.
A hero at heart.
And now you carry doom itself with you as penance. My father would lecture you on the perils of power lust. But I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army. If anyone can overcome this tadpole, it's you.
Corpora sana!
Diore!
What in the 9 hells?
A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone. The Blade of Frontiers. A man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast.
Bloody hells! Where are they taking him?
Scab-licking vagrant!
Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm. Still, when the time comes, call for the blade. I won't be long to answer.
Bene carator.
Whoops. I think you meant purple.
I reckon the sister's in trouble. We need to pay Ethel a visit. Something poking from his pocket. Might be worth a gander.
Where's our dream guardian? Never let it be said you have no heart, Karlak. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? Absolute. True soul. What's all that about? Confiscated items. I should find a way in. Could find something useful. Have a laugh. Make some noise. I'll be my charming self before you know it.
No getting through that way, is there?
I wonder what those archives will reveal about us 100 years hence. And what a gift you've been to me. What an honor to walk alongside a true legend. Perish the thought. I have no intention of failing, and neither should you.
Demento te!
I mean, the Blade hasn't exactly lived up to his own reputation. And here you are, cheering me up when I almost tore you down. Busy times. Maybe later. I see the good in you, Karlak. I promise not to lose sight of it, even when the hells burn hottest. Well, I admit I've had thoughts about it. In my own way. I'm glad you see my very best self. In the moments I'm any less than that, I hope I'll still find you near. Relief.
Veritas, credo, oculus!
Is that the kid Korgo went after? Seems she's learned a new trick. Poor thing. A life of torture. We should let her go. Shouldn't we?
What in the... All my energy's draining away. Must be these flowers.
Gods damn it, Astarion! A lesser man would sever that well-coiffed head from your neck without a moment's hesitation.
I've got you. What I wouldn't give for a good rest about now.
7 years ago, I was exiled from Baldur's Gate, the city I call home. And 7 years of wondering if I'd ever rid myself of her, or if I even should.
Beneath the windmill, someone's in trouble.
I'm a devil. I love the people from the Grove, but I unsettle them deep down.
Ugh.
So you went through with it. You returned Shadow Heart of Iconia. I hope Karlak makes you happy. You deserve it.
What are you doing?
The 4 pillars finally rise within me. Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Bet on the blade.
I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the monsters that hunt the helpless. If the tadpole must be my curse, then let the powers it grants me be the Sword Coast's blessing. I will consume what I must to make it so.
Up and at 'em, disgusting thing.
I will give you as many kisses as you need, darling. I would like to know more about this worm.
Arredísimos!
Come, meet me inside.
Defender of the people.
Intactilisum!
Keep out of my mind. I told you, the eyes are rock, nothing more. And that's the end of it. Do you feel it too?
For real!
It would take one special hammer to shatter these rocks.
There must be an activation mechanism somewhere for this.
Putting my talents to use.
Ad lapidem.
You are the red of the sunrise, the yellow of high noon, and the orange of sundown. If you were a song, I'd never stop singing. If you were a psalm, I'd never stop praying.
Another nature metaphor. I admire your consistency, Halsin.
Frange!
Nice. Time to see what's inside. To just eat and drink, then finish it all by murdering someone for Shah. These people were monsters.
No, please. Father, let me show you. Traitor! The blade now comes for you!
A good trick. Eltergard. Should have known. We're a good ways from Baldur's Gate.
Damn it! Is this what critics mean when they call art dangerous?
Made it out. Better get a move on.
See that? Part of the Netherbrain. We'll have to climb it once we're close enough. For real!
Minsk is being tricked. By the hells, we've got to rip him away from that shapeshifter.
Tormentum!
What have we here? This must be one mighty relic.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed by your selflessness.
An icon of Shah. Shadowheart will want to see it.
Well, anything on your mind?
Flaming fist armor. And fresh blood. That's concerning. That was quick. I'm feeling better already.
A helpful hand.
But I'll say this. The moment I pacted myself to Mazora, I have not regretted for a heartbeat. It was my proudest deed.
I am the blade. I will chase my prey until death takes me.
Gods above. If any goods come of this battle, it lies in that legend. The goblins still infest the roads. As long as their leaders live, Zevlor's people are trapped. Trust us to see it through, Counselor.
To hell's with you then, and may you all forever burn.
Their prisoner left quite the mess. One of the adventurers, you think?
My father gone. I can hardly believe it.
You should be more careful. You can count on me.
What? What happened?
Buy me some protective gloves and I'm all for it. Even I can feel the magic coming off this trinket. Have a look, Gale.
Well, lucky for us, we've got a knack for miracles. Let's reunite the girl with her mother and father. She deserves that much. The shadows are cruel. It would take a miracle for Arabella's mother and father to survive them. Before the Illithid's unscheduled surgery, I'd felled hundreds of beasts and a fair few fiends.
Need a boost.
There for the taking. Rotating plates. Might as well give them a turn. Sorting you out.
You don't know what this means. You don't know what you're asking me to do.
Hells.
Older Ravengard's been taken. Don't you worry. It takes years to master the Volant. Angry at myself that it took so long for me to see the coast suffering. These poor souls seek a champion, and you turn your back.
Help! We could always return it. Or maybe...
Help's on the way.
Omnia mutantur!
It's done then.
Well, what do we have here? Have you been following me, big boy?
I'd pity the man who must bear the rage the night song brings to bear, if that man weren't Ketheric Thorm.
The air reeks of death. Not sure how long I can hold out. We need light.
I'll do it, and you'll set me free. That was the deal. By Baldur's helm, No! I will not be tricked!
7 years. 7 years of hunting the monsters of the Sword Coast, and 7 years of Mazora's tight leash.
Confusio!
A chest of transformation. This could be fun. There's only one good response to it. Shut the hell up. Yank that door open and it's kaboom. We need a plan. And seeing you've got someone to care about now, after 10 bloody years, what would you say? Good for you, mate. Just a trick, surely. We're being toyed with.
Once you're stuck to a devil, they're hard to brush off. But you make me think I still have a chance.
Mercenary they may be, but Father always demanded discipline from the Flaming Fist. Seems some grew unruly in his absence.
Maybe is better than no last I checked. I'll take it. I've been thinking a lot about forever. More so, I've been thinking about everything that comes before. I can't imagine what cruel penance Moll would pay if she were ever to resist that fell bastard.
What do you know? It works.
But Minsk would be dead. You were heard and understood, Rion. Floric. Treme!
Precis, alia, ferro. Oh, I can feel the collar vibrating. What'd you do?
Karlak!
As much love as I hold for Baldur's Gate, these frontiers delight me as much as any bustling street.
There! In the cage!
Buck up already!
Shit. Father's been taken, and Mazora started to scheme. If we must. But imagine what tales these bones might tell if they could.
Propera minimus.
Sing to me. Sing! Our tale's not over.
The brain. It's sucking the energy right out of me. Got to be close. Risas abundat.
And here I go. Kaido!
Grooves and ridges here, still fresh. The marks of a monster. Flagilo!
You weren't to know. I should have said sooner, but it's a complicated matter.
Going quiet. There's a hole there, behind the crates.
The voice of the Dark Goddess herself. I have hunted Spawn as the Blade, driven by agonizing hunger, every last one. I will keep an open mind, but I will split the Illithid's head at the first sign of danger. The Harpers have been compromised, a balancing power now unbalanced.
What's this sensation? A piece of me, lost to the wind.
No, nothing good. Please stay your hand. My father's life is at stake.
A terrible choice, for which we'll all pay a price.
My contract is very clear. I can bring Mazora no harm. She'll have to let me out of my pact willingly. The touch of life. Best to stay out of its way.
Quite a collection. Smuggler's stash, I wager. But so far down.
Glacius! I spent years swatting away my fears and doubts of my infernal fate, and I eventually made my peace. I had to.
What a mess. This all seemed rather gratuitous.
I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now, let's move.
Damned monster, back off!
Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
Toenail-tasting trout hole!
I meant it, and I still do.
Voco potentia!
Don't you dare think of giving in. If you're so keen to hunt, we'll find deserving prey.
Sphaera mortis!
Is that so? Give me one reason why I shouldn't let them rot.
Ex textura!
Easy now.
A fiend makes for poor company, unless it's been stuffed and mounted on your wall. Gortash, do you mean? Those metal hunks do not obey a man who sees reason.
Invisibilis.
I can't stop you from taking it, but I won't be joining you.
Hark! A dung golem! That's what I'm here for.
But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so. I can say only this. Karlach's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats. It senses something, doesn't it? I'll keep my guard up.
Statues. But I don't think those were made by a sculptor. And she's gone.
I'm sorry, Shadowheart. This memory will be a heavy load to carry.
Ooh! Thou latrine-loving leper.
I wonder where they were going. You owe them that much.
Possibly, but I wager there's something deeper at work here.
And what is an adventure without monsters to slay and toasts to be made after? My mother always said the wild and oak's acorns held just a touch of wishing magic. Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. We'll need all the help we can get. Let's awaken the worm and take back the city.
Esprade me.
What future, Karlach? A future without you in it is no future at all. Is there really no other way? Re-education. Forced indoctrination, more like. Her memories cleansed. Her mind a clean parchment for Viconia to write on. I don't see one.
It's always a blood sacrifice, isn't it? Why not a bit of spittle or a nose hair?
Oh, a perfect fit. That's unexpected. I can't force her. But I don't want to watch either. I can't. Devil, patron, Zariel's servant.
Worth a try. Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy.
I won't accept that. You cannot be so desperate as to believe the only answer is destruction.
You're dung pretty and scented to wit. Omnia mutantur.
Astarion was bound to be trouble. Still, I can't believe we just gave him up.
Hells. As if the targets on our backs weren't already plain enough. That chair leg might be good for smacking monsters around.
The sort of thing that might interest Wyll.
Sit with me. It's time we started our happily ever after.
It's all right. Don't tell anyone. But I was afraid too. And you know they don't give without taking.
I've seen renderings of these very jewels, the work of Saldanesselar elves. How'd they come to be here?
I expected worse. Much worse. I don't know that it was brave. I just know that it was right.
Doomed to suffer. A tragedy many times over.
We're closing in on Nier, but if we want his head, we'll need to free him first.
Halsin? No. The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the Grove.
You've made me a new man.
Hells, that's no help at all.
But let's leave those matters to the future. Right now, I've got a hankering for some gourmet grub. I won't fail you!
Oh, goodness! Is it all that bad? I'm dreadfully out of practice.
Helpless old biddy. A classic routine. I'm kicking myself for not seeing through it.
I've got an idea.
If just for a moment.
Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, trying to set Floric against me. She's a damnable inferno of chaos.
What is she capable of? And where will she strike next?
Resisto!
My boyhood texts claim bodies from this battle drifted downriver for a week.
Instead, you painted the audience hall with my father's blood.
The dragon stands watch while his friend takes to the seas. I wonder I've not heard this tale.
Yes. Unless I find a way to free myself from my devil's talons.
Palidamors! What's your father a flounder?
That's when the cult of the dragon made its move. Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua.
A vampire spawn. The sort of monster I swore on my good eye to slay.
There's gold in there. Donations, I reckon.
The leash has been broken, and my father is dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss.
Ignis!
Holy. I feel powerful. Nice chair indeed.
Yes, unless Mazora actually fulfills her promise and sets me free.
Hell's afire. What happened?
Unholy assassin. No, no. This is not the path I was meant to take. From this angle, there's nothing you can't endure.
A leg clad in colourful scraps. Oh, dribbles. No.
You are a champion. The hero who will end the greatest scourge the coast has ever known. Ah, what a relief to have you back with us. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of pomp with their circumstance? I'm half inclined to sever it now, if only for your endless insolence. Good thing for you, you're so goddamn charming.
Inficio! Moon Maiden's Grace. It's open.
Empty for good.
Coming.
Where am I needed?
A quick dip.
Be at ease.
But to know he's well and truly gone. I've got the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all.
Won't budge. Marcus could have warned me.
I have never called myself hero, but I am bound to an oath. When I left the city, my father saw only a boy carrying the stench of the hells. Now, he sees the man I made of myself.
I don't suppose this Inquisitor will have plain answers for us.
Not my place. Someone closer to Shadowheart should have the honor. We'll talk soon. You have my word. I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet.
There's something back there. I just need to find a way to it.
Hells, I should be celebrating, making toasts, roaring in victory. Let's make camp when we're able. Mazora will be waiting. She won't let me go without making a fuss. Trust me on that.
It's not your time.
I'd love nothing more than to see her grind that wretch into bone dust. You heard right. What's yours is mine.
Yikes! Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making.
Karlak. What's wrong?
Indactylism! You louse! You might!
I will not sacrifice this city just so you can die a martyr. We will find another way. Twice Mazoras held my feet to the fire, and twice was I burnt.
I don't see why not.
Gustas dulcis. Non compos mentis. None can escape me.
I understand. Zoru abandoned Wyll to the Githyanki. Damned coward.
Take my hand. Breathe. Focus. This battle's barely begun.
Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. I'm going in.
My Life, Part 12, The Boring Opponent.
Smiting evil is my middle name.
The tadpole feels like it's about to pop. Is anyone else's head squirming?
Now that you've reached the end of the line,
do you still refuse to return to Avernus? To live? Your heart's as cold as ice, Astarion. I'm just making sure no one slips and gets hurt.
Veviro!
Let me give it a try.
Looks like I'll need to find another way in.
Locked. Best find another way in. I am here for Duke Ulder Ravengard. Show me the way! With a parasite in his head, the city's guardian would be its ruin, unless we put a stop to it. Indeed. Dolor. Floric's here. Where can I find her? Doing my duty. Not just a pillar, but a vessel for infernal magic. You know what to do. Kill the goddamn thing.
Keeping pace.
More brains. Illithid nourishment, if the stories are true. And yet you served. I must have played this conversation in my head a dozen times this 10-day, and practiced how I'd say no. Father is safe, Floric. He is freed from the grip of the Absolute.
What's this thing do anyway?
Memories of my father will fade. I will be the Ravengard recorded in the histories.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
But I also know you can find the light if you know where to look. Do you mean Ansor? He's naught but bones, Floric. But his spirit has blessed me with power. So 2 halflings walk under a bar. These weapons look ancient. Who's using this stuff?
Ah! No holding back!
Holy hells! Get that thing off! Now! What was it Father said? Fear is what you feel. Courage is what you do. Our very own vampire's the missing pawn in his master's deadly game. How beautiful it must be to know you can hold a hand, caress a cheek after going so long without. Hells! Ulder Ravengard's been taken! Please, I know you have questions, but for now I need you safe. We'll talk soon enough.
X marks the spot. Destination, the base of Moonrise Towers.
Not just rot. I'd have to fight. Speak up, Chief. You can't just let the clan keep them. Too close for comfort. But thanks to some quick thinking, the Githyanki creche is still standing.
A tiefling corpse. All but gutted too.
I don't think I realized just how much you cared for me.
A death ritual, I wager. Necromancers love that sort of thing. Hero on demand.
I tried to tell him the truth, but my mouth couldn't form the words. I'd led him to the battlefield, but Mazora had swept it clean. I don't know whether to hope it was the parasite or not, but we should all be on our guard. She's leaving. Loretta will be heartbroken.
Quadico fake!
Finders keepers. But I can't. Not when I know I'm killing her out of revenge. Of course she'd stick her infernal nose where it doesn't belong. Of course she's dreamt up some risible scheme. Then I'll have your back. Isn't that what friends do?
Perhaps. But you can't tell me you didn't have fun.
Oh, and a piece of advice. Don't play with devils unless you don't mind getting burnt.
UBS!
I'm not so keen on taking a shadow nap myself. We need to free Nier and get that moon lantern.
Faccio voco fere! For you, oh horned cheek!
Hey now. What's that? Shit. Floric's a true friend and ally. We can't let them hang her. For the best. Death is too good for it. I know exactly what you are. Zariel's... I'm sorry too. I am the Blade of Frontiers. I swore to protect the coast from the monsters that prey on it.
Fiat Lux! A crypt. And Shira Clarwin's resting place, I reckon. Your body's a temple. To an idiot god. Vita mortis cario! What in the 9 hells have we done? Stronger together. These ones aren't glowing like the others. I wonder why.
I can't guarantee you a warm welcome in the city. But should you find me, you'll have a seat at my table. Together, we are mightier than even the fires of Avernus. We will overcome, Karlach. I promise you.
By Baldur's beard. Halsin spoke true. The land is swallowed by curse.
Do you, though?
This is not my sacrifice to make. A spell. Though not one I recognize. The drink! It's turned necrotic!
Baldur's Gate. If Gale's intentions are virtuous, ultimate power will sour them. And if they are not, well, I shudder to think of the chaos he could sow.
Vincit qui patitor!
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but makes some useful potions.
A third disc with those strange markings. More Githyanki tales, I hope. Hostile Monera! I'm making this quick.
My latest target is a devil, and I'm right on her tail. Once I'm through with her, she'll never escape the fires of the first hell. Fine. Let her out. In it goes. Now, to find something to forge.
Making haste. Plue.
But if assimilation is your choice, I won't stop you. I never would.
What have we here?
But you won't.
Fronti nulla fides!
By the 9th hell of Beator, what devil must have possessed us that we'd move against Gortash? I'd cling to life forever if it means I could keep Baldur's Gate safe. But time marches me to a different fate.
Pretty. Wonder what it's for.
I am the Blade. I will chase my prey until death takes me. I imagine you're fairly skilled with your form too. That would be a sight to behold.
Mortem tuum sum!
I'm sorry, Karlach. Shit. This isn't good.
No holding back!
Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
Inocte concilium. The sort of thing only a diabolist would collect. This place looks all too familiar for my tastes. Just how deep does it go?
Oh. Why am I so dizzy? I didn't have so much as a drop of ale.
I'll be. A network of tunnels beneath the open-hand temple. And Father Lorgan's name scratched next to them.
I grabbed a rapier and set out. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, yet not a single star was shining.
What in the hells? Get back!
Siege weapons like this have been out of use for 100 years. Maybe more. Certainly. Then I'll have your back. When my allies are in danger, I'm not in the habit of turning away.
Tunnels everywhere. Not sure I want to know what dug them.
I won't let her claim one more soul, slay one more victim. I'm going to make my way to the hells and tear the horns right off her damned head.
Shadowheart's life. Moment to moment, year to year. An entire existence laid bare. She's as cute as a bug. And not much bigger. A shapeshifter. Orin can take any form she pleases, including ours.
There's no time to waste.
Damn it, Astarion! You tried to bite me!
Let's hope the locals are friendly. Blacksmith's blueprints. Greatsword, dagger, and... is that a sickle?
The work of a dragon. No doubt in my mind.
What in the... Death is staring you down. And so you want these last moments to count for something.
An empty notch. Time to find what fits it.
you won't feel a thing. These saloonite words do nothing. Anger. I understand. We've been preyed on by illithids, suffered insertion of a mind-bending worm.
Faccio voco fere!
One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll face my penance. Damn. Frozen in place. My father is infected, same as us. Or have you forgotten? If we can be cured, so could he. Baldur's Gate is where I first raised a glass in toast at the tender age of 14, and got so tipsy from wine, I puked in Dillard Portier's bushes. Don't mind if I do.
That door exudes magic. Touch it at your own risk.
Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, setting Elton against me.
Help's on the way! A piece of dribbles. The hand, I think.
Take me with you. I do what I do best, answering the calls of the needful, killing the monsters that haunt them.
The Shadow's forces have come. Guard that portal.
Oh, but she seems such a delight. Let her stay, at least for the night. You're right, of course. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash. What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought she was the one looking for me. Not so enchanting as you'd think. The Portiers, the Caldwells, they were the blue bloods hosting the fancy balls and drinking from gold goblets. Please understand, I thought she was a true devil, an agent of the archdevil Zariel.
Stabilio. Voco potentia.
No luck. What am I missing?
Esto perpetua.
And I know this grove is in danger as long as you walk the coast. I hope we never have to turn to the final page. Monstrous! No slot for a key. Wonder how it opens. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I shall always apply this axiom of justice, my good wizard. This, I promise you.
Blasted temple. I was expecting the night song, not some blood sacrifice. So it goes.
Doesn't work. Karlach, the archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash. You told me! Devils only! She's a tiefling, not a monster! My good lady, I am Wyll Ravengard. My business is the city's business.
Nice symbol. What's it mean, I wonder? Ugh, this bloody curse is sapping the life right out of me.
You've got gusto, but I'm bound to another.
Minimus. In it goes.
Shit. Almost there. Keep your hips square, and I think you'll have it.
Forever petrified. A fate I'm glad to have avoided.
I've carved up goblins from here to Inner Chult. We will overcome, whatever the odds. Watch yourself. I spy a trap. For the sake of these children, I'll stay my blade. Go and enjoy your breaths while you can still take them.
A temple map. Seems there's a series of tunnels beneath. What's this name here? Father Lorgan.
To Moonrise Towers, then. May the sun and stars guide us. Between you and me, I love a good clown. And Dribbles is the best.
Crescat scientia. Venustior. Your breath had killed the dead twice over. Not sure what I expected to find. But organs and entrails were not in my top 20.
Tues nihil! Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me.
Well, I've got to push through. Unless a passing griffin offers a ride, it's the only way to Moonrise Towers. Well, it was worth a try.
You met her. so she filled you with lies. I can't use this at the moment. And yet another, hardly the warmest of welcomes.
Aha! Ever onward.
Do this, and the Queen's forces will aid us against the Netherbrain. Grand Duke, I look the part of a fiend. Come, we have a Netherbrain to tear up.
That won't do. Draw more the wicked. Straight from the storybooks.
I hope, I pray that you'll show more care in the future. Karlach showed us the truth, and I refuse to see it.
I hope my home can be yours, if you don't go back to the skies. Obedime, in accessus.
Shadowheart! Shadowheart! Where'd that girl run off to?
Making my move. This'll be mean.
Elegant bearing, saucy voice. I should have seen it. The signs were all there. That's the way of the blade.
Damn this fog. What was I thinking? I can't summon a dead ogre. Flagilo! Careful. Sure, why not? Long ride down. Is this the Underdark?
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it, but I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. One target down, but we're not done yet. Time to find this Inquisitor. Don't. You're the author of your own story. I wish I got to play a bigger role in it.
A thief walks free. Is this truly justice?
Go ahead.
Few defenses can withstand a red dragon's breath. Time to step in before those hotheads combust.
You turn a blind eye to this outrage. You're vicious as Korga. The blade slayed a death dog or six, crossed a few dwergar.
The spawn got a Starion, which means he's on his way to Khazador's palace.
I'm returning to the Grove. Zevlor's people need champions.
Evanesco! A letter from Orin. Wouldn't a dripping corpse be more her style? Relax, the both of you. It's Baldur, our city's valorant founder. Fortune favors the bold. I could use company.
Father's words. Hard to argue with them. I've been asking myself the same question. It holds our fates in its talons. Until the absolute falls, there's no getting rid of it. But your suffering is over, Shadowheart, and so is your parents'. I hope you find comfort in that.
Mors animae!
The truth isn't quite so simple. But they're right about one thing. I hunt monsters, and I always catch my prey.
Ah.
Emperor Tibi! I chased Karlach through the flames of Avernus. Her axe split the living and undead alike.
Which means that's where we'll find the missing letters. I'll pass.
In the boy's tears, I finally saw the suffering wrought by the villains of the wild. I need to think. Those brain things aren't attacking. They must think I'm one of them. Every strike needs to count. It's time to make the undead re-dead. The first time I saw you, I figured you a champion, a person of valor, integrity.
Ti absolvo.
A charming couple. I think my heart just grew 2 sizes.
Let's chew the fat.
This adamantine forge, the same that Disguised Journal mentioned, surely.
Always a pleasure. Heart of gold, eye of stone.
I think she needs a moment to herself.
I'll see what I can do. By Baldur, I've got you. Look at that. Unlikely place for a shrine.
Then you're no better than the wretches that condemn them. What's that?
I'll patch you right up. The state of this place. Why would the Githyanki build a creche here? Anything useful? Shadowheart. What in Balduran's name happened to her? Punge!
When Mizora drained my warlock powers, it was as if a blizzard froze me through. I've come to know a fair few village clerics, but none with the skill to pull these worms from our heads.
Limp-witted slick licker.
It will be done. I will seek the worm. Together we will strike down the absolute.
Allez-me. I think it's a true shame that your goddess doesn't allow for love.
He wanted one life for me. I chose another. We haven't spoken since I left the city.
The Diabolist was hoping to summon something. Hard to tell what.
Boss Ragslin, eh? Must be the goblin in charge. Indeed. Well, let's see how you fare with a more intimate style.
Come now, have a heart. She's only a child.
I haven't even managed to kill one measly devil. I'm hardly a prime catch. Got a flagon of ale?
I'm starving.
Kudo!
I can feel it. My oath, forsaken again.
Did you see something happen? You called for us.
Shadowheart, the way you paint around your eyes, they look permanently cloaked in shadow.
Oh, what in the blazes is that?
You're a vampire. I'm afraid that makes you a monster.
Happy to help. Shit. It isn't over. Ketheric Thorm still lives. You're right. But to see my father laying there, lifeless.
The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one. Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight.
You're safe another day. Really, that should be enough.
More of those wretched things. Illithid writing. Meaningless to me.
And next time you're in a killing mood, let me know. I'll point you in the right direction.
Macte virtute!
I'll be. Is lava supposed to do that?
Ugh, more blood than an abattoir. Then I live up to my repute. And you... Children!
Unfortunate scribes. They never stood a chance in the fight, did they?
Well armed for scribes, I reckon. Wonder what happened. I'm not one to ask favors, but get me out of here.
What's yours is mine.
You drive a hard bargain. But just the one. Good. No telling how many lives he might yet have taken. Tonight, the coast breathes easier.
The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Can you use it?
Rascal. Jagoda. These are pet collars. Ugh, and covered in dried blood. I hear shouting up ahead.
Amorous passions usually make people more considerate, Minthara. Kinder, sympathetic, better at cooperating. Hells, I can feel only shadows. They're clouding my thoughts, my memories.
Your truth is finally dawning, Shadowheart. You can follow its light, or you can retreat back into dusk. A nautiloid? Could it be? Bloodthirst is another matter. But perhaps not too big of one, if it's a devil or demon's flesh you're wanting to tear.
A mailed fist. Great for a paladin, not so much for a warlock.
Gods, she makes a mockery of everything the blade stands for. Such an asshole.
Mortalis!
I hope Lae'zel makes you happy.
Maya fortio!
Part of me wants to argue, to insist that I'd be killing Mizora for the good of the coast. What's this I smell? Rotted eggs, clotted blood, and the overwhelming tang of sour cabbage.
A nice cozy fire. If only I had time for a nap.
Not budging. Nothing like a locked door to pique my interest. Locked tight.
Looks like a beast came through here. A big one, too.
I had a dream last night. A vivid one. And so did you, judging from the way my tadpole is tingling. But, Gale, I can't believe he's gone. I will find you, Karlach, and you will meet my blade. I couldn't say. But think about this. No joy. Mold and metal, but it still needs something more.
The seat's empty for now, but I wager a good dozen thugs have their eyes set on it already.
I understand, truly. All I need is you. The rest is just details.
I'll take that.
I can already feel her tightening the leash. This might be my last chance to escape it. But it warms me to know you'll be near, one way or another. She'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away.
I need an edge.
Stick close. One sight of us, and they'll lash out.
Shah's domain indeed. Despair and discarded memories lurking in every shadow. I've pledged my life to protecting the meek from monsters. But tonight, I was the rampaging beast. A girl like that needs advice, not a dagger in the gut.
Thou necrotic stump.
I can't go on much longer.
Play along with the fist. We can deal with him later. The Gith Knight is as merciless as the dragon he rides. That we still have our heads is nothing short of a miracle. Karlak can tell you what evil she's capable of, what brutality she's wrought.
Magis amica veritas.
On your feet.
My eyes.
Glue and optimism are holding this thing together.
I was thinking, how about one last dance? For old time's sake. Don't act like what you did was noble.
Shadowheart! It can't be.
Leave it be. Not every glowing light is an invitation to take what's inside it.
This would be the worst time to take a nap. Barrel stalks. Threaten the myconids and boom. Poison everywhere.
This won't get me anywhere. Time to try a different approach.
The magic touch.
Virtus et scientia.
Inappropriate.
A splendid plan. We'll talk more there. Camp would be my guess. She doesn't have much time left.
Voscuro.
Ugh. Smells like I've gone down one of the gate's stormwater grates. I can recognize a troll's silhouette on a far horizon, but I wouldn't know a flirtation if you whacked me alongside the head with it. And I fear I've been less than honest.
Holy hells, that was a close one. And I'm not about to stick around.
Fine. You sound sincere. But no more of this. Next time, it'll be a stake in the heart.
Easy does it.
Ah, that little voice in the back of our minds. All is lost, it cries out. And it's all too easy to believe it.
Ad vitam aeternum.
Toning things down. The River Chiantha. I'd know those clear waters anywhere.
Risum teniatis?
Incende! Then we open the gates to the refugees, restore diplomatic ties. Baldur's Gate will again be the jewel of the coast.
Scio, didici, pecto.
I would not normally hang my fate on something so flimsy as hope. But our options are few.
Easing your burden.
Not a matter to take lightly, and not one to be decided today. Just some food for thought, and yet I can't help recall the words of my father. The best plan is the one that works.
No! What are you doing?
What's on your mind?
Video veritatum.
Thank you. Maybe it's me, but you sound almost nostalgic.
Closer. I need to get closer.
Still, it's a night to remember. You've made sure of that. Such handsome armor. A fighting force of some renown, perhaps.
Empty, vacant, unfilled, and so forth.
Ira et dolo.
Answer it then, but you'll be going without me. I'm sorry. It even comes for your people in the Astral Sea. Time may hunt slowly, but it still hunts.
Pleasant enough, but I'm partial to heroic sagas myself.
Locked shut. Look out for a lever or a switch. Men, women, children, all barred from entry. A damn travesty.
It's not stealing, it's acquiring.
Go on, read the Legend of Ansur. Then we can plan our next steps.
Ah, that damned near split my bones. It can't have gone too far. I'll find you, you little scoundrel. Resaccio.
Gods, look at that pool. So many tadpoles. But I will slay their monsters, keep them safe, and one day they will see the Blade of Frontiers again.
Lucky for us, I've found a way to stop it. Strange place for a fisher's vessel. Must have been abandoned. Te ad stringo linguum! That lock's made for picking. The pride of the gate. Now what? A pair of wings. Astarion, I just want to say, I judged you wrongly. I'm sorry. Not even a whiff of curse in here. It's nice to breathe easy. What's worse than cultists? Cursed cultists, of course. Clausus. Non movere. It's the furthest thing from my mind. Besides, Shadowheart, not all fiends are cut from the same scorched cloth.
Karlach never ceases to amaze me.
Obedi me. Resisto mortem!
You've got my attention?
Voco muras. I meant the gate. But you're always welcome for tea.
Damn it! We've got to do something! By the good God, such cruelty. Is your soul truly this sick? All these years. You'd think it's a lesson I'd have well learned. Damn gnolls are everywhere.
Aredissimos!
Yeah, she's not coming back. I'm supposed to believe you've acquired every trinket you're carrying through legal means.
I've got just the fix. I do miss the gate, though. The Elf Song Tavern, sunset over Grey Harbour, fried fish at the docks.
Refuse him no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost's always too great.
Intelligente pauca!
By all means. Was that her? The Absolute?
Parabellum!
Flumph mating rituals. Not likely. This book's masked by magic. Well, if our love must be a ghost, I won't fool myself into grasping for it.
Necrotic magic. I'm not feeling so great.
I have my father's training, I have cunning, I have my wits. If I ever manage to break this pact, they'll more than do. Damn you! My father's in danger. We cannot turn our backs.
Eyactote! There's something hiding in that deep unknown. Get behind me. I can look first.
Missing, rascal, brown puppy. Jagoda, black and white cat. Zola, and on it goes. Not a great place to be a house pet.
Feel that tingle? That chest practically oozes magic.
Ah yes, that classic tune. Ode to a Shrieking Owlbear.
It vexes me to know of you. A bruise here, a scratch there. Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't cure.
Speaking of Githyanki, what will you do now, Lae'zel? Will you join them?
Where's Lady Luck when you need her? Soldiers at rest. I bet those bones have some stories to tell.
If the fires must spread and the walls must tumble, at least we have each other to cling to.
Do you actually do anything besides meditate, counsel, fight, train, and make love?
Era!
Morbitus. We're a long way from a measure that drastic. A very long way.
Hold on. Where's Karlach?
Amerigon's mask, I wager. Hell soldiers. Ab uno disque omnes.
Time to get this thing fired up.
Looks like the mutts got here before I did.
My father taught me more lessons than I can count.
But perhaps the greatest one is this: a champion's heart's as sharp as a new blade. I hope you know what you're doing would be the trite thing to say here, but it suits the occasion.
Esto perpetua. Even a dragon's corpse doesn't spill this much blood. What happened here?
Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
Even with the aid of a cane, each step she took was a struggle. Every word she spoke took great physical effort.
Ah! He's about to belch!
Sharp as ever, getting nowhere fast. He'll never die while Nightsong's still caged.
Venenum! Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it.
And I'm back in the Underdark. A shortcut worth remembering.
You have spilled too much blood, caused us too much misery. No more. It's over. Keep pushing forward. There's no other choice.
Then again, we're talking about tadpoles inserted into our brains by rubber-skinned tentacle monsters. There's nothing usual about it.
Ah!
You Githyanki live for this very ideal, yes? To be welcomed home and live eternally in the astral?
I like your thinking. Besides, I watched you at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
I will see it done, Father. You have my word.
There's glyphs inscribed on the ring, just like the ones in that book.
And what is that plan exactly? What options do we have?
A gruesome display. I wonder if Dribble's act was as artful as his death.
I won't let you down. Gortash, as in Enver Gortash. Last I knew, he was a minor player in city affairs. Gods. So the mirror from before is used to steal memories. Horrific. Never mind.
A bottle of wine, and a rare one at that. This book's owner had excellent taste.
Gone gods. That was so foul, I think even I can taste it.
Resurges!
Now's the time, Councillor Floric!
As if it weren't obvious.
Vita mortis cario!
I have my father's training, I have cunning, I have my wits, and they'll have to do.
An earthquake, maybe. I don't remember one ever shaking the city. I know rubbish when I see it.
You'll need to make room if you want to partner up, though. If only I could be so flippant. To think of my father laying there, lifeless. The deeper we dig, the closer we get.
Perhaps I just don't understand modern art, but this painting's not entirely to my liking.
Father, they're tough kids. Smart, too. The future's in good hands.
You are not a Lithid, no matter what your reflection might tell you. You serve no hive mind. You tend to your own thoughts. You act of your own will. Maybe Githyankian humans aren't so different after all.
Something's dripping from above. I think the technical term is goo.
What in the... Did he slip something into my pocket?
Aye. Feels like something down here has them excited. Or scared.
Pulcrior!
No. I want romance, not debauchery.
Then we better get searching. Shall we?
Blocked. Just my luck. Not this. Not Zariel's victims, not innocent tieflings.
A helpful hand.
No! Karlach blazed with the fire of Avernus. I saw it. I smelled it. Infernal essence tip to toe. I am now the Blade of Avernus.
Maledictus!
The Absolute, eh? Same name that Goblin Sazza mentioned. An excellent choice, if I say so myself. Athkatla, capital of Arm. When I was young, my friends insisted its streets were paved with silver and gold.
A jar that grants immortality hidden inside a zombie. Clever? Mad? Is there even a difference?
You did the right thing. Another fiend, cast back into the hells.
So 2 halflings walk under a bar.
Tell that to the boy shivering over his mother's ravaged corpse.
A pixie. Adorable little thing, isn't she?
They screeched most horribly, yes. But I know of one even more ruthless.
Unleash the legend! He's useful, as the not-so-alive, not-quite-dead go.
Before we met, some hailed me as a savior, some as a legend. But now, I've seen the face of true heroism. Yours.
No use. Flames can't hold up to this curse. Fronti nulla fides!
No use digging with my bare hands. And this I promise, you can always look to me. Ever heard of the Blade of Frontiers, kid? If you like monster smashing, you might be a fan of his work.
Scratch was only ever meat of the lowest grade.
Something over there. I deserve that. Consider me properly shamed.
Oh, well. That is a lot more of the illithid anatomy than I'd ever hoped to see. Something just clicked into place above. She fled. The hunt is on. What are friends for? I intend to find out. But we should scout around first. See who's in need of help. Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. Or so the stories go.
Don't act like we're friends, devil. I know what you are. I know who you serve.
Chap, watch your step. What was? Never mind.
I know what you are. I know who you serve.
You wouldn't. You couldn't. Could you? The Helm of Baldur.
No blood, but no less vicious a display. To what end? Mors incerta vita cartissima!
I'm not to abide them, but to become them. Is that what you want? Ah, forget the curtsy. I'd rather a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison. You in?
Frangie!
Ah, the memories. The blushing mermaids where 15-year-old Wyll snuck his first kiss.
Let's talk with Mazora when we camp. I want answers. Those two must have history.
Time for a chat.
A strange sight indeed. And I've seen a great many. About what happened. We need to talk. No. But he named me friend. And that meant the world.
An infirmary. No doubt about it. Nice place. As dark, sinister temples go.
I won't accept it. I won't.
Death becomes you.
By the ninth hell of Beator, what devil must have possessed you that you'd move against Gortash? Who am I to deny you a little detour?
Gale! Gale! Where's he run off to?
On your guard. Goblins are coming. I can smell them.
Schio didici pecto. Ah! Damn it. My finger. Vita mortis cario.
That's what they called me. At least till I grew these pesky horns.
Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Father taught me the 4 pillars of power. Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Ugh. Brains.
Null, eat your face and shit it out?
We're not taking a boat to Baldur's Gate, surely.
So, what's on your mind? I'm sorry. The next we meet, my blade will be stained with Mazora's blood. I cannot promise that this is the last time I will ask you to fight for your future, your lives, and your city. But I can promise you this. I can't force you, Karlach. And if you'd rather go now, here. I suppose I have no choice but to respect it, though it breaks my heart in two.
The killer left a bloodied ring. This was no jewel thief's doing. Must be the town distillery. I'm getting a distinct whiff of alcohol.
If I believe you, Karlak, it'll be me who pays the price.
I admire your courage, Gale.
Worth a try?
Well met. And 1,000 sorries.
As a favor.
You can't undo what you did. But you can exalt the souls who are still living.
Veritas credo oculus!
Between the orb and the bug, you've got more than your fair share of unwelcome passengers.
There for the taking.
I'm afraid you'll have to content yourself with vagrant chickens. I mean, yes, of course. The sun only rests for so long. Yurgir, unleash the hell's fires.
Dum vita est spes est.
She lied to you, Floric. I did everything in my power to get my father to safety. Swelto is the one you should strike.
Out of sight, out of mind.
But I've only now come to see who my true enemy's been. Proud. No, angry. That ship sailed the Styx already. All I can hope for is to limit the damage.
I'd go ahead and toss that bottle. We won't be needing it. Healing you up.
More incredible than the love we might have shared. Of the kingdom we might have built.
Stay low and out of the light.
Lae'zel, have you ever done a good deed just for the sake of it? I like your conviction.
Cheers to the taxidermist. Must have taken ages to stuff. I've got one! That mark. The Zentarim are here. Thieves and murderers, the whole lot.
Karlak, by the gods! I don't want to lose you!
Signum arcanum. Incommodum. I smell elderberry and almond. This wine's been tainted with a paralytic. Corpora sana.
You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived. Karlak got lusty at the party, didn't she?
Okior.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up. No one knows better than I do the deep shadows haunting Baldur's Gate.
A Githyanki disc. More tales of the prince, I shouldn't wonder. Poor fellow. We should have left well enough alone. Their prisoner's gone. One of those adventurers, maybe. Might have fled for the grove.
Parure!
Irretio inspira.
Right. Next time a witty fop insinuates himself into our good graces, I'll check his breath for copper first.
These cultists seek a weapon. Could they mean the artifact that we carry? Let's get it done.
But my soul belongs to a far more fiendish villain now. The Archdevil Zariel.
Damn. That places me stinking worse than the wrong end of a cave troll.
But I won't miss Mazora's leash squeezing my neck. Tomorrow, I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss. Gods! What in the deepest hell is wrong with you?
Et alibi!
It isn't much of a home, but what's ours is yours. But if Karlak wants to go make these last moments count, then don't hold her back. I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
Not yet, it doesn't. Suck on the wrong necks, and we'll revisit the issue.
Bashful tonight, are we? Perhaps you will take to a more relaxed style.
Efferve! Ooh, what did you do? The collar's vibrating. Strange. Dead as a door hinge. But nary a wound. Baldur's Gate harbors many a secret. Even the longest-lived explorers have yet to uncover them all.
I get it, Lae'zel. Peril, danger, and so forth. All I can think of now is a nice fish dinner.
Nice. Someone's made quite the cozy retreat for themselves. Hells. Every corner of this city is infested with orange shifters.
A bard started calling me that after I saved him from gnolls, and the name stuck. A power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. Its value is unproven.
Breathe easy.
By Baldur's helm, I wish we could have danced forever.
No good ever came from trusting honey-tongued strangers conjured up by illithid worms. Whatever comes next, choose wisely. What's done cannot be undone.
Perhaps using Ethel's wand wasn't the best idea.
Excellent. The heart of the gate is dead.
Quite an unusual spear.
Mortem tuum sum!
I'm surprised you're so fond of swords. A battle axe would seem more suitable for a man of your stature.
By the gods, do something! Or are you going to let them blow up the poor guy?
Question for you. Have you ever heard a banshee's scream? Better that than the alternative. What's happening? Where am I?
Direct that elsewhere.
What a mess. Human or beast, the killer's a monster. Communal sleeping. I presume the Githyanki don't value privacy.
The work of the parasite, I reckon.
Glad to be out. Now, let's get a move on.
But freedom was paid in my father's blood. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. Today, I mourn my loss.
Where did the genie find this crap? Is it just my imagination, or is this bug plague spreading?
Infernal soldier! Zariel's lickspittle! I will not let you burn the Sword Coast to ash!
He's someone else's problem now anyway. Woods are full of boars. Maybe he'll learn his lesson and start hunting something that won't miss him when he goes. Too dangerous even for Mistra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than a man.
Nothing but trouble.
We can't leave her be. Who knows how many lives she might take.
Gods. I thought this was our decision. That you'd remain at my side.
Of course. That's what curiosity gets you.
What we have is resolute. I wouldn't trade that for all the material plane.
Still stuck tight.
You make a damn fun dance partner, too.
Let's keep our condition on a need-to-know basis. As in, nobody needs to know.
To conjure the Dragon Queen and lay waste to Baldur's Gate.
A mind flayer. Not a particularly good omen.
I think she will. If not, well, thank you, Karlach. But if it brings our ally here any comfort, a reckoning's coming, and I'll be the one to pay up. I'd welcome the company, but your leader should make the decision. I promise, clumsy oath is well within my repertoire.
Help's on the way.
Don't fancy getting my hands dirty. I need a shovel.
All that pain for the sake of Ketheric's enduring power. Sickening. Strike from the shadows.
It's lovely. She could kill me for one, and that's not the worst of it. You never cease to amaze me. Tarnitras!
But what with the tadpoles and towers and abductions and rescues, life had other ideas.
I love the coast. I love its people. The Blade of Avernus will toil for them. My first tour of a Githyanki creche. Memorable, to be certain, but the service left something to be desired. You are a reckoning force. Take a breather, and then we'll talk. The Elder Brain is first on the list. Everything else will need to wait. I'm not about to enlist a goblin's help, thanks very much. One horn. The stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli. You're glowing with magic. Mistra must be mighty happy right about now. I am the Blade of Frontiers. I love you. Will you be mine today and tomorrow and reaching into eternity? It was an even bloodier day and a stronger foe. Anything but. I don't fight to be flattered, Lae'zel. I fight to save lives.
We should do better than this. Be better than this for those who seek our aid.
You're the author of your own story. You get to choose which part I play. I know. But until that day comes,
I'm content just knowing you're near. This true soul near stuck behind a rockfall, is he? Forgive me if I'm in no hurry to go digging him out.
Love limb of a lecherous lich. A magic flask. I reckon Gale could use it.
It's not just a legend. It's a history.
A magic staff. I bet Gale could use it.
Making you better.
Fine time for a chat. Morstua vita mea.
My head throbs with every step. The closer the brain, the louder its call. As the blade, I've faced untold brutes and beasts. Together, we've seen illithid horrors most souls could merely fathom. But who am I fooling? I can't go back to that life. But Wyll Ravengard belongs to you. It's Karlach I want. I'll be waiting.
Fiat lux.
Really? I mean, really?
Zaris was looking for this chest. She will pay handsomely if I return it intact.
Vlaakith's a fearsome one. The sort it's hard to say no to.
So you say.
Not wise enough to avoid Sharon's sanctums, apparently. Notes on the cursed shadows. If ever they were to spread.
Unfettered slaughter, no more and no less. I thought better of you. That was my mistake. Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least. Who among us hasn't wondered what it would be like to live forever?
Nice statue. Can't place the face. So much for Ketheric's immortality. Let's move. I want to see this Angel of Doom in action.
Right you are, Lae'zel. We should at least try. The girl's as bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den.
Maya Fortio!
I used to believe the beauty of first love was unable to be surpassed.
Venenum! Let's take a look, if it can't wait.
Silence is golden. I'll be. There's a temple under here, and something monstrous hiding inside it. A terrible contraption by all estimations.
Raphael's angling for the girl's soul.
What's this now?
Whew, the heat's getting to me. This forge better be close. That, or we've just prolonged its misery.
Ha ha!
Me too, Shadowheart. Me too. Not now, perhaps. The girl was a monster hunter. Not so different from me. And we slayed him on your behalf.
Umbrai!
Scratch marks on the floor.
Ugh. That bottle smells as strange as it looks.
But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. At least not yet, thank Baldrin.
Hurry up! They won't stop until the brain is under control.
Your time is at an end.
My story is one of two men. I hope Gale makes you happy.
Invisibilis!
Damn it, Astorian! You bit me! You're a vampire?
Gods, I'm glad you got out of there.
Damn it. That didn't go like I planned. There we are. Only in magma destroyed. Whatever's protecting that forge, it'll take some fierce heat to crack it.
Plue!
Karga, a shadow druid.
How did I not see it coming?
Secreti umbrarum!
If I'm to be a Grand Duke, I've got to greet the people and gain their trust.
This should do the trick. Gala!
You gore-bellied, purulent horse-ass!
Very well. If it's mind games these parasites wish to play, we'll play. And we'll win. Through you, I've been born anew.
Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve? Zaris's chest. I bet it holds all sorts of treasures.
I'll do what I can.
Watch it, the door's been trapped. Don't just go charging through.
At first, I thought we should avoid these gifts no matter what advantage we gain.
That was on purpose. This is my time! I thought the Absolute would have use for him. A general, a figurehead, something. We had every chance to tame our rage, but we fed it, wet its claws and let it loose.
Incomodum!
It was a sacrifice we should have avoided. The shadow curse. We'll need that moon lantern from near to survive the journey to Moonrise Towers. All this time and that's still what you see. I once beat the Baldrin record for the most sarabands danced in a single evening.
I'm fading. Bloody curse. I won't let it take me. Resaccio.
It's the pride you take in it. As if you've done all 16 planes a great favor. It's a look, I'll give you that.
Morio.
The plane of shadow. My tutor called it a dark mirror held up to our own plane of existence. A perversion of all we hold dear. Thala said to free her friends, all of them. We need to bust that wall open, and those explosives will do the trick.
Kozakuran letters. Same as on that door. Nice hat, decent sword. Looks like someone's epic adventure took a turn for the worse. Ugh, poor fellow. I should have left well enough alone. Interesting. Looks like it needs something to activate it.
Dragons, overhead. Stay low. Have showed no signs of turning. No nausea, no pain. Not even a hot flash. Hero Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Wyll.
Father, hold on, I'm coming.
Forget it. I've got a quarry to catch. Damn it, Karlak. Where have you gotten to? I'll say what I can, but it won't be enough.
Miracle worker, listen. This is an atrocity. It must be avenged.
Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
That living bear just changed into a dead elf. Better take a closer look. Here we go again.
My star. The parasites have barely withered. Your heart still hurts for them.
Damn, a whole chunk of torso. Someone really had it out for that clown.
We'll have answers soon enough. Mazora's gone to camp. We should speak with her.
The size of that thing. Looks so much bigger when it's flying above you. Faccio voco fere, ex textura.
Soon we'll camp, and you'll have your answers. More than you bargained for, in fact. I'll presume that's Githyanki for yes. Now let's move.
Let's just slip out of here. The chill's getting to me.
Ira et dolo!
Keep your cool. This one's all bite, no bark. Or is it the other way around? Damnable thing almost singed my eyebrows. Time to return the favor.
Astonishing. To think such grandeur has been lurking beneath the city.
Look, you're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part.
And yet you served.
Schio didici pecto.
Let my deeds to come prove my worth. You met her, so she filled you with lies.
Of course Ethel is involved in this mess. Question is, where has she got to now? Glad to have you back, Shadowheart. What's been keeping you? Let's patch you up.
Presuming, of course, the people can stomach the sight of these God's-damned horns. As glad as I am to have the hammer, I'm not so sure a devil's deal was the way to go here.
The helm is close. This will not be where my legend ends.
Her death is no blessing. It is a calculated cruelty. Think about it. The coast is ever my priority. If you think we need this...
I won't turn my back. I'll be the other half of that ring. Some repairs are in order.
You'd become a mind flayer, but you'd lead us to a sure victory. It's what you do. A moon lantern, I reckon. There's no overstating the advantage we'll gain with that light.
E ferve!
Sounds like a fight. What's going on?
In the name of the blade, attack!
E acto te!
A masonry symbol above and one below. Must be their guild hall.
On my way. It certainly set my heart to beating. A shame we had to steal theirs.
Ugh! Enough already! We need to stop this thing!
Out in the open, though. Not likely. I smell a trap.
We need to move! Now!
Those tentacles look nasty. One hit, and it's over.
Use the tadpole! Cast the spell on the crown!
We can't and we won't. Ketheric Thorm be damned.
What are those voices?
Resentment is a poison on one's heart. The only way to avoid damage is to pour it out.
I was planning to invite you to the ceremony, but I'm having second thoughts. Inactive. Must be some trick to it. I should look around.
I hope Lae'zel makes you happy. You deserve it.
Pus-supping maggot!
Frankie!
Pizzled rancor!
Now, where'd he go?
An ox this big wouldn't go down without a fight.
Stupefaccio!
Ow! Looks like this'll take some doing.
A nip, a dance, and a song. Don't mind if I do. I think we're due an evening's reprieve. I'm afraid my feet are firmly planted to the ground this evening. Let's make camp. My muscles are stiffer than a stuffed cat.
Fulgur!
Understood. Your will is strong, and I would have it no other way.
Oh, I will safeguard my undergarments with care. The solution's plain as the high moors in midsummer. Let's chat.
Illusory bricks. That can mean only one thing. A hidden stash.
Always.
This pin resembles a harp. I'm sure I've seen this symbol before.
My father and I were close once upon a time, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. Imagine the evils I could vanquish. The alliances I could build as a Grand Duke.
Abandoned to the elements. What a shame. This was quality gear.
Take my hand. Mannequins. What are these for?
Areske!
A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited.
Well, seems the Orthon kills with substance and style. How charming. Toy bears, like that letter mentioned. Better be careful. They've been tampered with.
It's true, Floric. You can't believe her. She's a devil. Will you really trust her word over mine?
Hells! His brews turned to poison! Stuck? Is this thing broken or what?
But my father will live. We will return the Grand Duke to his people. And forever a devil's leash will choke me. We need to see my father. He should know what happened with Ansel.
Shadowheart's gone then, and I can't blame her.
Let us try to take better care of each other. I share my talents, and you reward me with this rotten tripe. I'll need to talk to your leader if you want to partner up, though. Do it. Break the pact.
Begone, pox-faced loon. What have we here?
I reckon this place is swarming with slavers. I hope you know what you're doing.
Tarnitras!
No, I won't accept this. This cannot be the path's end.
All the more reason to stick close. I think you'll agree.
And if we don't find any clear weakness?
I've explored Shah's temples before, but never one quite so funereal.
Go. Enjoy every breath while you can still take them.
Hells! The furniture's gone flying!
Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here. But have faith in me. In us. We'll cut Mazura to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
Let's not make a habit of this.
A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. More than pressing. Vital. And you're either a half-wit or a jackass for having done it.
Mephistar, the home of Mephistopheles, and the center of the coldest of the 9 hells.
How about a hand?
It's unfair. All you've done for me. For the Sword Coast, only to be forced into the dark. I'll miss you dearly.
Magis amica veritas.
If only I could be so flippant. To see my father laying there, lifeless. Not to minimize the pain of Volo's poking and prodding, but I promise, you'll be used to the prosthesis in no time. Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. My father was clear. We awaken the worm and take back the city.
As one does. Ah, the flophouse boasts a flower motif just like that key. I'd say an investigation's in order. Hope I'm never stuck in one of those again.
You should be more careful. But no use dwelling on might-have-beens. I am proud to call you ally. I hope you can say the same. I hate to admit it, but it's a good plan. Looks like the team's back together.
Diminuate! So many adventures yet to have. So many monsters yet to kill. Why not? If this adventure has taught me anything, it's that life is fragile, and we should seize joy when we can. You think I'm being rash? Gods, it's as if a giant's squeezing my head. Is this the brain's doing?
You are such a piece of shit, Missoura.
Blood everywhere. Something made a mess of this place.
They're the ones that will guide you to victory.
Resisto!
A power born of illithids might be dangerous in the wrong hands, but valuable in ours.
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Doubt is the greatest villain we face. Greater than all the hell's devils. Greater than a murderous god.
You think I don't know the truth? How your flesh blazes with Avernus's heat? How your axe splits your victim straight down the middle?
Taken from the light to be raised in darkness. Your truth is finally dawning, Shadowheart. You can follow its light, or you can retreat back into dusk. I've not grown any tentacles yet, thank Baldrin, but luck won't be on our side forever.
Okior! You need all the help you can get.
Karlak, Zariel's lapdog. Advocatus Diaboli.
A quaint little spot. Is this where Shadowheart holed herself up?
A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
Prisoners? We can't just leave them to suffer.
Just awful.
Caked in blood. This must be the instrument of Lorgan's murder.
I'm afraid I can't say more about it. But I can say this. Go, take his hand. Write your story. I know you will make it one worth hearing. Mind flayers and riders at war. How old are these scribbles? You are a powder keg, and Shadowheart was the spark.
Esprida me.
The stone's less worn here, recently uncovered.
So this is what passes as a holy relic. I expected a little more drama, honestly.
The tadpoles weakened me, suppressed greater talents, but beyond that, my father is gone. His blood paid for my freedom. What sort of man would I be if I had no remorse? Sending a child out there to die? Damn spiteful. Figured you better than that.
Still blocked, but shouldn't take much effort to clear it. This won't be quick. That hyena's run off for help.
We'll make a place for you in the Undercity. A secluded corner of your own. I'll bring you anything you need. Robes, books, sustenance. You'll be safe.
This is nothing but junk. Sarah. I think it's brine. The stuff those brain bugs are grown in.
No use.
It's locked tight.
No, you can't. I trusted you.
I'll do what I can. You wager this Absolute's going to get chatty with us? UBS. Dark. Cold. As if all the life is being sucked out of me.
Seems you're the missing pawn in your master's deadly game. Don't worry.
It's not really about the dance. It's about whose we're dancing with.
Both. Relevant words for times of strife, and for a dragon's underground trial, if we're lucky.
An anti-lantern that radiates darkness and not light. Clever idea. Unnerving, too.
Steady now.
These people are still in danger. 1,000 perils will still threaten them.
Go ahead. So much for Halcyon. Maybe I can learn something from his corpse.
It's where my father taught me to hold a rapier, to read books of lore, to know right from wrong.
Scratch is a good friend. I need to get him back.
Oh, hells.
Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a price. For the best that you haven't. An agonizing wail. Loud enough to wake the dead and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet. Loviatar. Sounds like a violent goddess.
Quadico fake.
Baldurin's bones. The Githyanki creche is naught but rubble. May the Triad have mercy.
I won't let you down.
Halcyon is such a delight. Woe to the cultist who tangles with that thick hunk of an elf.
Stoltissime!
Ugh. Careful, there are traps about.
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
We must be closing in on the brain.
Gigans!
You can just call me Wyll.
Think of the, mess they'd make. Well, better your statue's head than your own.
A devil wouldn't bargain if he thought there was no chance of success, Lae'zel.
Father. Oh, the lad's quite the tease. But he's a charming sort of cad. Well, most of the time.
Non movere. Odd. I didn't know a spectator could petrify its victims.
Inquisitor. Do I bow? Shake his hand? What's the protocol?
The circus is gone. Poof. Vanished. Not bad, as final performances go.
We will knock him out if we need to. Or restrain.
What in the... Holy hells! Are you a vampire?
Ah, that smile. It could light up a room. Hells, it could light up the entire Bay of Baldurin.
A religion, or a cult, all influenced by their absolute. That's not mine to open.
But I still keep faith in the old tales of love, the once upon a times and the happily ever afters.
Forget it.
I shouldn't be surprised. You are a great talent. When darkness falls, you make your own light.
I saw you pressing a bunch of flowers the other day in a book.
I can only hope you won't have to find out.
Is that a scrying eye floating about?
No telling who's looking through it.
Come now, have a heart. Gale is one of us, and we should stand by his side.
No signs of magic. Not even a sickly spark.
Ugh. They're victims, Astarion, just like you. They deserve freedom too. Let it be done. The jewel of the coast will shine ever bright, welcoming the weak and the weary from wherever they hail.
A life worth saving. Mors incerta vita certissima. Not so fond of the sewers, then.
No.
A stroke of fortune.
I see now it was naught but a fantasy. I will fight at your side, but I can give no more than that.
And then require more still.
If it can't wait.
I'm glad to see you're not one to give up. I'd love nothing more than to smash Orpheus free with that hammer and cut out the illithid middleman.
Ugh. The tadpole must be messing with my head.
Era! No time to waste.
The only thing the wind's carrying is the smell of trout, Lae'zel. We're near the fish market.
Enough is enough, Astarion. I know you're a vampire. I mean, it's as plain as the nose on an ogre's face. But the greatest villains I faced as the Blade, they look more like you and me than they do the beasts of my fantasies.
So we are. Friends, even. if I might say so. But time caught up with me. Father is dead. Baldur's Gate nears its ruin. My one and only duty must be to the city.
You can count on me!
Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers.
Shira, that's the spirit in the amulet's granddaughter. I need to break the bad news to him.
Expelote!
But I'm not proud of it. Not after all this. Countless souls walk these plains, countless ways to find pleasure, and out of all of them, you chose her.
It's broken, and I'm not sure I want to brave the cursed land without it.
I'd know that symbol on the collar anywhere. Does this flying cat belong to you?
Sod this for a game of soldiers!
Baal's chosen has been bled. May her torment be tenfold of that which she inflicted. Let's see what those harpies were hoarding.
What have we here?
I appreciate a wandering hand now and again, but maybe control your urges for now.
Amicus animales.
Imprisoned in Worm's Rock. A cold homecoming for a Grand Duke's son.
Parabellum!
This isn't coin. It's paper.
I was such a godsdamned fool. I believed in you. I believed in us.
Getting it done.
And it's nice to meet someone of your talents. Instead, we painted the audience hall with my father's blood. Yes, a hero in all senses. A courageous explorer and a just spirit. Would that we all aspired to his greatness.
Silentium! Manos potentis paro!
Myconids. Just as I thought.
What's the point? The ogre's making new deals now. Good craftsmanship wasted on Saluna. Maybe it can be repurposed somehow. When I was very young, Father told me the dear ones we lose are quiet, but ever watchful.
You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Schio, didici, pecto!
Could do for a brew.
I failed. Look for an escape route. Unless you'd rather wallow in a dank prison cell.
Pulso!
The Mind Flayer's onto us. Get to the transponder. Go on, have your fun. You won't regret it.
A fickle one, aren't you? I hope you know what you're doing.
All that trouble and for what? A handful of baubles.
How utterly charming.
Our great adventure nears its climax. If I should fall, I want you all to know it's been an honor to fight beside you.
Maybe Gale should avoid items laced with dark magic. You are what you eat, as the old adage goes.
As for infection, I fear you might be right.
To me, it all sounds like nonsense.
This really can't wait.
Gods. I think that's Hulsin, the druid. One horn, the stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Some kind of magic circle. I'll leave Gale to figure this out.
I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. You should have stayed in the hells, devil.
Tempestus!
Why infect and imprison him, only to kill him? I don't understand.
God spare me, why did I think eating a second one was a good idea? Quiet as a moonbeam.
A veritable angel, chained and tortured for centuries. To think she was so close to freedom.
Might will prevail!
Yes, I will walk the same halls as my father and command the same soldiers. I will raise the city to new glory.
Delicate brushstrokes, exquisite use of color. This is no amateur work.
Caution to the wind.
I have seen the ravages visited on Tyrell by the gods, even the ones we so naively call good. I will mourn the person you were, but I will not accept the one you've become.
Here for you!
The legend of Ansur. I should give this a read.
Gods! The horror of being forever locked away. The grave would have been a more merciful fate.
Dolo!
Awake and alert. Grand Duke, I look the part of a fiend. A half-devil possesses my very soul. That'll have to wait till later.
Here it comes.
Anything for you, my love. Together, we'll cut the hells in two, and Zariel will never lay a hand on you. I swear it.
Immortality. And all it took was a betrayal of the highest order.
The devil is fallen.
And we stopped it. For now, that's all that matters.
Little too busy for that. For now, let's enjoy this piece of eternity.
Odd. Wonder what it's for.
First, we kill Ketheric Thorm. Then, I'll tell you everything you want to know.
Healing you up.
I'll bring you anything you need. Robes, books, sustenance. You'll be safe.
Esto perpetua!
Configo!
And a magnificent ball, I presume, for dancing the night away. You dressed to the nines, me in the finest uniform I can convince father to lend me.
City watch. Shake the ground. Yeah!
I reckon there wasn't much merrymaking in the hells.
Halsin, you mean? I've seen the longing in your eyes. You've looked at me like that before, too.
Secco!
Hells! I need to get to the helm before this ship falls apart.
A scrying eye, just like the goblins had. No telling who's looking through it. Are those prisoners? I can't imagine the torment Shah's inflicted on them.
One horn! The stink of Avernus! Advocatus Diaboli!
Excellent. All I need now is to place a dagger, sickle, or greatsword inside. The Blade of Frontiers is no more. I will be Wyll Ravengard, son of Baldur, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate. My heart aches to think of it.
Ha! You've already thought about a little Ravengard running around, have you?
Threadbare chimp lackey. Tremors, and nothing natural about them, I'd wager.
This one was young. Doubt it put up much of a fight.
Okior! Nice vault. I wager something even nicer is hidden behind it.
Damn it, the cage! Gotta put out that fire!
Everyone's gone, which means Nir's rotting back there. Might as well grab his head. This better be good.
No matter. The deal is done, and the sacrifice was made.
Hells. Arabella's father met a most unpleasant end. Anything more we should discuss? Damn knots.
On the victor's path!
Poor man. That's no way to treat a stranger in need. No. I'm deeply proud of you. A touch less so of myself.
I'll always come through. This place is spookier than a scarecrow's ghost.
Detono!
Hope for the leaders that won't turn their backs to suffering. So be it. They'd lose nothing but power they hadn't yet gained. I'm not worried for them. Something's not right. It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead. The adamantine forge. Our dead drow friend was searching for it.
Mouthier than an arse, twice as full of shite.
Hells! Only a monster would inflict misery and call it medicine.
A ritual circle. I wonder, is this how moon lanterns are made?
Floric, I am my father's son. You know me. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine? Are you serious? Surely you won't hand Dame Aelin over to him. And showing them they won't be abandoned. I see the good in you, Karlach. I promise not to lose sight of it, even when the hells burn hottest.
Dark magic, I can feel it. It wasn't used just for reflection, but for collection. Well, isn't that handy? Thank you, magical book. Rite of the Timeless Body. Does Jaheira know about this?
That might be worth a look. No question. The people will sing psalms praising your name, and my voice will be the loudest among them.
Githyanki text. Information on the astral prism, I wager. The Sharans must have risked life and limb for it.
This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it. Not that I'd necessarily object. Mysterious, that shadow heart. And mysteriously endearing. Behind those eyes lurk uncountable secrets. I suppose the acorn didn't fall far from the tree. The sins of the father live with the son, eh? I deserve that. And I'm sorry. I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as a plaything for the Blade of Frontiers. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer. That rodent's got the spirit of a centaur. I've got to respect it.
May you be united in death and find peace together.
No, no, no! By the 9 circles, what are you doing? I'll show you everything I know and then some, I promise. He returned to an unsuspecting city and a wayward son with a smirking devil at his side.
A monster masquerading as furniture. Clever.
Yeah! These flowers are surviving the curse. This is the sign Halsin said to look out for.
Sol invictus.
Spotted something.
Manos potentis paro.
And to think how much time I've spent wishing I could rip them off.
Parabellum. Delivered to the jaws of oblivion by the sisters who revered him.
You're right. I won't target Mizora. But should she cross my path in Avernus, I'll cut her to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
Kaikote.
And Grand Duke Ravengard suffers neither. Why should this time be any different? My prey has fallen. Hail the blade! That's getting me nowhere. And that's not the end of it. The suckers are wily. And no offense. If only half the world had half the heart you do. Oh, what's that smell? It's enough to cripple a kraken. You just have to buy enough time to...
I'll help myself, shall I? Kaido!
Nice view. Damn it all. The spawn got exactly what they came for. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to fight back.
Aredissimos. Interesting. These horns look almost real. Well, let's pry it open and have a look.
No use digging here.
Out of sight.
Keep calm. I'm coming.
Ha! And another mask. How many are there? That dead bird must be laden with cursed shadow. I wouldn't touch it.
I'm not surprised. My target is well known for her brutality in service of her evil mistress.
Thou bandy-legged brindle-hole! Tape your bottom mouth shut. What a grand sight. Baldur and his dragon friend looking over the city.
Shadowheart! Aid us!
The Blade of Frontiers is fueled by more than Avernus's flames.
Oculus tempestatis!
Hells, it won't give. I think that was... a bullet? Never faced one. Not yet, anyway.
Better hurry. Palidamors! Enough is enough, Astarion. I know you're a vampire. Someone hid a note under the canvas. It'd be rude not to read it.
Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. The blighter's worked up. Wonder what's got under its skin.
This won't be the last of them. Tempora mutantur. Hit 'em hard!
Pride of the coast, in the flesh. And you've got...
Treme!
What is this? Damn it all. Halsin's gone.
Whoever holds my father is my target. I'll head west and find them. Trust me to see it through. I like your thinking. Besides, I watched you fight at the gate. I could use an ally like you.
I'll take that.
Some pep for your step.
Go! Get to the crown and cast the spell. Dominate the Netherbrain. Let me take care of this. Hot, hot, hot! Sorge!
And who I want at my side as it passes.
I've seen markings like this before, but I can't quite place where.
Forget these minions. I need to take control of the brain. They erupted right out of there. Never saw the likes of it. Treme! Tuebor!
I am way too big for a hole that tiny.
Diminuate! Damn! You showed that egg who's boss. A real hero.
We're being honest, are we? Then let me respond in kind. I briefly considered severing that admittedly well-coiffed head from your neck.
Behold! Elminster's ball bag. My last 7 years have been defined by the secrets I carried. I feel light as a feather now that I've shed them. Ah! Nothing. Amicus animalis.
You saw her then? Advocatus diaboli.
Sending a child out there to die. Damned spiteful. Even for you.
But I'm not convinced the Githyanki prince wouldn't smash us to pieces given the chance.
Take a moment. Savor our victory. Long may the coast winds carry our names.
If we can find such pleasures in each other, our time together is well spent.
Yes, you have my blade.
Not to mention 1,000 sorries.
When our allies fail us, we must turn to our enemies. My father's words. Where the Emperor's concerned, I fear we've no choice but to trust. Incertus pulcher imperio! Incertus pulcher imperio! Keep strong! Yes and no. Ravengard. He's here.
Don't act like what we did was noble.
Yes. But not here. For the sake of these people, I'll stay my blade.
Ugh. Plopped right down from the tower.
Teo cludo oculus! He's right, and we both know it. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash. If it brings you any comfort, my reckoning's coming. I'll take a crack. To make this city a safe haven, we'll need to bathe Gortash and his allies in their own blood. Holy hells. By the looks of it, we're stuck with the damn thing. Hells, Lazel! Stupefaccio! This darkness, it hurts. You must feel it too.
Watch it. The students are as fanatical as their teacher.
Gale, he did it. He really did it. The Netherbrain is defeated.
I've seen these symbols before, but where? Ah, the necromancy of day.
But no use dwelling on might-have-beens. I am proud to call you ally. Prouder still to call you friend. The blade always strikes true. There will be no circle glut. No. OBS!
An icon of Shah. This might fetch a few coins.
Maybe later.
Not just dead, eviscerated.
He made a name for himself among the Flaming Fist. Brave as Baldur and stubborn as a deep Rothe. Daring, outspoken, but hardly posh. It's not your time. Ab uno disce omnes. The people will see a curiosity. Maybe even a beast hungry for their souls.
To the rescue, of course.
Would you look at that? Someone's come to say hello. Yeah. But you seem intent on proving me wrong. We need a way out. Now.
Perhaps your talent lies in dancing instead. Hells, I feel the cold closing in. Something's coming. Something bad.
In my name. So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with the blade of Avernus at your side. Zariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlak. Keeping quiet. Quadico fake! No use. It's blocked.
Ah, I remember this wine. A paralysis agent, and a poor vintage besides.
Yet I see no other options. Deceitful he may be, but our best hopes lie with him.
You hunt the meat, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la blade. Rise up, meet its gaze, show it no fear and grant it no mercy.
Resisto frigos!
Should this inner fiend seek battle again, I'll give it one. Let it taste the edge of the blade. Oh, and a piece of advice. Don't play with devils unless you don't mind getting burnt. I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet.
Ah!
That reminds me. How in the nine hells could goblins capture a chap as well-muscled as you?
Poor Scratch is tired. I should let him rest.
How was I to know what went on behind its closed doors?
Not even close. I find them comforting, even. What I'm thinking of is far more malicious.
I found my mark.
Another mask.
The Triad help us.
All I can ask then is, wait for me. If you can't, if you won't, then know this.
Some healing, if you please.
You're not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to your throat, Karlak. Did I hear right? They keep gnomes as slaves. Not for much longer, if the blade has a say.
I love surprises.
Gods, what's the matter? You look like you've seen a gravehound's ghost.
Tempora mutantur! A genie trick. Where in the hells did I end up? Timask and Torchstalks. Hell of a combination.
Watch it! The acid's altered his brew!
Outrageous! If Baal demands blood, you must not be the one to spill it for him. Weapon blueprints. They call for Sousa bark. And what about Gale?
The poor fellow was poking around the House of Healing. He must have found something. Going on the sly.
Veniet juvame!
I don't envy you. But for what it's worth, I'm still at your side. And for now, I'm not going anywhere. Well, whatever you're into.
A mimic. Damn. Should have seen it coming.
Must be the Masons' Guild, judging from that symbol at our feet. There's something about that thing. I can't take my eyes off it. Me too. And once we've cured these infections of ours, I hope we'll share more nights just like it.
Hostium monera. Esorio. Silentium.
And it means everything to me. And how terrible to know your time to enjoy it is so short. Something divine lingers here, but I don't recognize this presence.
I'll spot my father too with any luck. Punge!
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me. We made our choice. There's no going back. Onward. The nether brain awaits. Damn. Not everyone made it out alive.
Gorgeous jewels fit for a royal. How did they find their way here? On the prowl.
Sensational tales, aren't they? Almost unbelievable. With a narrator so unreliable, how do we tell fact from fiction? Keep out of my mind. I told you, the eyes are rock. Nothing more.
We'll prove him wrong. I'm sure of it.
Macte virtute!
Dead. So this is Marcus's secret.
Yes, well, if you'd ever actually heard one, you'd not hear a whimper, but a wail.
Here goes nothing.
It's the least we could do. Your faith in this city should inspire us all.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice and... Wait, how's it go again? This is no aimless horde. The Absolute's forces are organized. What do you make of it, Gale?
I've seen that sparkle in your eye, that extra, I don't know what. Even a blind Duero couldn't miss it. Come now. Did you think I couldn't tell? I don't care what she did. No one has the right to steal a child's future.
Voco Arvina!
The tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's father, I reckon. What, though?
I couldn't say. No offense meant, of course. I can never forget what you did for us. For the city. Monster. Death is too good for it.
Ex nihilo!
Could do for a brew. Making you better.
When I was a child, Father sent me to Shares's caress to deliver messages.
For as long as demons and devils imperil the Sword Coast, they will be my prey. No better time to brush upon my skills, then. It would do me no good to fail my new partner.
Try not to catch its eye, unless you fancy an inside view of its gullet.
I'd sooner end my own life than let Mazora guide Baldur's Gate to ruin. It's a flurry of emotion. I'm not sure how to make sense of it. Tread carefully now. One of those mindless blobs clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War. My. Flump mating rituals. The drow had peculiar taste.
We leave this land as we found it, lost to the shadows. What a shame. Extende!
Is this a dog collar? There are runes all over it.
Voconubes!
I'm the blade of Avernus. I swore to cleanse the hells of the devils that threaten the coast. And I know my first target. I've rarely had to venture this far below the surface. Rare is the underbeast that takes to the sun. I will return to Avernus, and I'll cut Mazora to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name.
The statuary in here is so triumphal. Even the worst of us can see ourselves as heroes.
Won't budge.
They say not to go poking bears. They never said anything about oxen.
Music from the heavens! Shouldn't be long now. Hold the line. Karlach will too. Just give her time.
Hero's work. On my way.
This is the same Kerwin from the Courier's Note. Something about 9 fingers and a debt. She runs the guild, which itself runs every criminal enterprise in the city. For once. No. Just no.
Non mavere!
A helping hand.
Oh, no. Indeed. You are a source of light among shadows. Still are, for that matter.
Did Zariel know you'd be unable to touch anyone when she crammed that awful thing into your chest?
Go on, read the Legend of Ansur. Unless you're too busy dreaming up new insults. In which case, let me save you some time.
I'm reminded of a book Father kept hidden in a drawer. The Salty Mermaid. Do you know of it, Shadowheart? Father, you're still alive. Hold on, I'm coming for you.
Slow up. I've spotted a trap. We aren't just friends. We are friends. No qualifications and no apologies needed.
Something's there, buried in the rubble.
Gnolls are everywhere. And I do mean everywhere.
Vita mortis cario!
I am the defender of the weak. I am the stalker of devils.
Horrible slaughter made into a crude gallery. Can't do it without you.
We have never been true allies. Just toys in its game.
Incerto spulcher imperio!
Gods, I'm not sure who to pity more for that display. You or the goblin?
Come, rest with me tonight. And next I see you, may that flame be raging even stronger. It's only a horrific machine of unspeakable form. What's the worst that could happen? Blow the horn! The trap has been set! Today, we write our own legends!
Gods, they must have been hiding here. May their souls be at rest.
Eltan, I am my father's son. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine?
Vincit qui patitor!
This is it. It's too much.
Hells. I prepared myself. I thought I was ready.
Voco spicai!
Can there be no better way?
The Mind Flayer may have manipulated us, but let's not let it rob us of each other.
The people aren't stupid, Astarion. They're scared. Gortash provoked a damned war, and then promised them safety.
My father's fallen, all because you lost every lick of good sense.
I'd like that. So would father, I bet. A nipper to bear his name, learn the pillars, courage, insight, strategy, justice.
Thou art saucy as gruel. There went the torch. The curse is mighty strong here.
And don't you worry, we'll get you fixed up. There's always a way. There has to be.
Faccio voco fere.
I'm tempted. Trust me. I thought my heart might burst with every step. Hold your tongue. It's not you I want, it's Karlak. Send her over.
A rift. A way in. Go. 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 Well then, hail to our champion, and let there be no substitute for victory.
You can't undo the past, Astarion, but you can craft a better future, if you so choose.
He's gone, and we need to follow. He'll feel the safest where the shadows are deepest. Faerun doesn't need just one hero. It needs two. Say you'll fight with me.
Those mushrooms are arranged in a circle. Is that normal?
You don't have to be. Just follow my lead.
Let's get this over with.
Better move. The transponder's waiting.
But that's not a lesson that needs repeating, I wager.
Some thoughts aren't meant to be said aloud. That was one of them.
No, it can't be. You mean they've taken my...
The honor is mine.
Consider my blade yours, till death makes me lay it down.
Too bad. Maybe you'll go changing your mind once I've hunted some deer and scrounged up the ale.
That could have been worse.
I've got you.
A calculated risk.
Just do me a favor. Make it a story worth telling. A life worth living. You deserve nothing less.
An army has marched through here, traveling west to Baldur's Gate. By the gods, the torment this one must have endured.
Now, how about we go and reverse Khazador's fortunes? An axe-bearing mountain of fur she was. Gave me a nasty scar.
We leave this place better than we found it. Well done. Some pep for your step.
What did that illithid do to me?
But Thorm, he is made of pure hate. The Sword Coast will rejoice when the bastard's fallen.
Vivat Crescat Floriat!
Nobody's been here in an elf's age. You have my might. I owe you that much. But don't owe you more. There is, but my pact forbids me from telling it. I'm sorry.
Go then! Quickly!
An adamantine forge. Seems that Dwagar was onto something after all.
But you got out. You did the unimaginable, you brilliant, impossible woman.
Perfect.
Gain their trust now and prime their souls for the reaping. I know the tricks. Hold close to the light and keep the shadows at bay.
Watch and learn!
Arcadum!
Diminue! Ha!
Is this really the best time?
But this is your decision to make. Wherever you lead, I will follow.
Proper inspiration.
Doesn't open from here.
A reasonable person would say no. I still want you to say yes.
Secreti umbrarum.
That's one strange mushroom. I think I'll stay clear.
A perfect fit for those pod controls.
Sorting you out. Buck up already.
I trust you and stand by you. However you choose, the blade is at the ready.
She could try, but I'd sooner end my own life than lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. The blacksmith's blueprints. Great sword, dagger, and a sickle, I think.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
Well then, sometimes it's nice to catch a lucky break.
Oh, I know that corpse. Arabella's mother met a most unpleasant end. I can't let it go.
A warm room, a cozy bed. I should check with the innkeep.
Too close a call, and for what? A handful of baubles. Hook horrors. There, on the cliff. Volo non fugia.
Strength in silence.
This protector sounds weak to extreme heat. Something to keep in mind.
I won't fail you.
Those webs are huge. Tread lightly, or become dinner.
Thou goblin goo gobbler.
I feel it. We're close.
Vita mortis cario.
I know this is my doing, my choice, my burden. But the thought of him laying there, lifeless. I hope the Queen values the treasure she has in you. Gods, you've made me the happiest soul in all the realms. The better question is, did he ever miss me? If he did, he missed the Wyll Ravengard he once knew, not the hell-touched warlock he returned to. Orin's game is abduction, is it? Well, we can't stand idly by. We've got an ally to rescue. For old time's sake, I hope that's the end of this silly quarrel. They'll have no energy for battling our enemies if Lae'zel and Shadowheart are too busy squabbling among themselves.
No signs of life. But the spirits of the past still linger here.
All the tumble-down opulence of a withering upper city manor. Power. Is that not what it is always about? Ketheric, Gortash, and now Viconia.
Et alibi! Resisto ignum.
You cut quite a fine figure. I can just imagine leading you with an entire ballroom watching.
No. No.
Well, well. The secrets this place must be hiding.
Fine, as long as he keeps his fangs off our necks. Forget the bowing. I'd rather share a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison. You in? That thing's killing her! Do something, damn it! An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally.
Another shapeshifter. Not to state the obvious, but this circus is no place for children.
And we must find this captured devil. 2 missions, 1 destination. Perhaps. Good try. But don't just swing all pell-mell. This crown seems too powerful and dangerous an object for mere mortals to possess.
Reckon here's where that Dryder convoy came from.
That tiefling's seen better days. Arabella's father, I reckon.
Also!
Strange. Is this disc marked with Githyanki glyphs? Time for a word with Lae'zel.
Yeah. Sights I've never known. Joined by smells I could never have imagined. Ner'll die if we leave. Is that a chance you want to take? By Balduran's helm, No! I will not be tricked! That face. The one from my dreams. When I look into a mirror, I see two faces.
Calculus mortis! Orin's bloody headquarters. Even worse than I expected. Moons and stars, like in the dwarf's poem. And these plates can move.
I don't see why not.
Nice. A spear of this caliber's got plenty of gutting potential.
On my way!
I'd like to say I respect Lae'zel's choice, but her faith has turned to fanaticism.
More scerta.
Karlach, advocatus diaboli, the stink of Avernus.
A bit of a bind. An ode for you? Odar, mayhaps.
How does this thing work? Raw metal won't forge itself.
Then some masons were more blessed still, if they could put their talents to use elsewhere. Here goes nothing.
Volo Thamp Gadam! By the gods, do something! Ah, the disc rises when the altar is made lighter. Good to know.
On your feet!
Be on your guard, but do not let up once the first blow has landed. Father's the son of a blacksmith, born with barely a coin in the coffers. As bloodsuckers go, he wasn't the worst. Handy in a fight, if nothing else. As long as you didn't turn your back on him.
Can't hear myself think!
Is someone singing? The hammer can't do much without a little heat to move things along. The lava. We'll need a cover story.
Let's hope he keeps his fangs to himself. I enjoy a good meal, unless I'm the main course.
Back again. Let's do this.
I'm my own man, Shadowheart. In this sense, at least.
What'd I tell you? I can't bear to think of it. But I can't tell her no. Loyalty is one thing. Willful ignorance is another. I want you to join me. A reasonable person would say no. I still want you to say yes. Grand Duke. My soul lies with the city. But
Imps? I'm not feeling so good. Is this Nettie's doing?
proof, clear as summer sky. It's over, Karlach. It's time you feel the sting of the blade. But you, Shadowheart, your darkness is gilded in silver. Keep your trust in me, and I'll keep mine in you. I'd ask what's become of you, but perhaps this is who you've been all along.
You can't die. Not like this.
Still, I've entertained the idea. Imagine the evils I could vanquish, the alliances I could build.
More importantly, the land west of here suffers under a terrible curse. Pulcrior! Barrel sharp, the wit on you.
Luskan, city of sails, split by the river Mirrah. The waters are clearer than even the Chiontars, if you can believe it. Angry at the monsters preying on innocents. Angry at the so-called good gods for tolerating the cruelty of the evil. Come here, please. Swing, counterbeat, and swing again.
Finally, we're approaching Moonrise Towers. A delight, surely.
Maleos! Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived. Damn it all to the hells. You left Joaquin's Rest to burn, and Grand Duke Ravengard to burn along with it.
Incertus pulcher imperio! Open up!
But pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and blood. How can we help?
Speaking of, what were you getting up to all those years?
How about I let the cult infect you instead? I bet you'd make a loyal thrall.
Ketheric Thorm grieving his daughter. He'd have been devastated.
An accident. She may not have sprung the trap, but she still set it. Gale, what about you? Where do you go from here? A shining star, beckoning them to a brilliant future.
I better hurry.
Yes, yes. Sing to me.
I don't remember much beyond that. But where these chosen are concerned, I have a suspicion we're about to know more than we'd like.
Damnable roach! Provoke the blade!
But I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. I can feel Mazora scheming, plotting.
Wouldn't even touch that water with Duke Portier's fingers.
Our order of business. You need to stay out of Baldur's Gate's affairs. I bear the image of one at least, but my heart is the same.
To the wetlands, is it? Why couldn't it have been in an inn? Or a winery? A red dragon? Here! What a thrill!
It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway.
Karlach, you are all fire and fury. I pray to the Triad it doesn't consume you. A waste of... You have interesting priorities. Well, whatever happened in there, you don't look any worse for wear.
My father. He's here.
Ah,
I think Shadowheart wants to have a word with you.
victory, of course. Better grab the lantern from the corpse.
Precis alia ferro.
Come on, Roland. Show off that magic of yours. The coast's chief militia, led by none other than Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard himself.
That jar gives me shivers. It's brimming with death magic.
Here goes nothing.
It'll be back. Be on your guard, or risk getting a peck. Shit! That can't be good. End her now, or she'll be cursing new victims by sundown. Ignore her, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
Verviro. Voco Galakias.
A warhammer like this cracks your skull, and you won't ever be the same after.
I love feeling you close. But are you sure?
Meaningless.
You are my yesterday, my today, and my tomorrow.
Well, hello.
I think we should have tamed our rage, not fed it, wet its claws and set it loose.
Inveniam viam.
Poor fellow. This shield was no match for a red dragon's breath.
The girl's in a fix. It's a hero's duty to step in. Ah, there it is. That shiver. Our little brainworms have made fast friends, it would seem.
So it goes. I can't figure out this symbol.
No telling what this bloated bastard's capable of.
Baldurin! No, I don't believe it.
A key. It might open the Tollhouse vault.
A method.
This isn't a decision to take lightly. We should talk first. Ugh. What is that? Rotting flesh. Those goblins don't stand a chance.
Oculus tempestatis.
They're victims, Astarion. Just like you. They deserve freedom too.
Poor souls. Suppose they never found their sister.
Don't group me with the likes of them. Hate you. The coast would sooner be swallowed whole by the Sea of Swords.
Sol invictus.
This is no curio. It's an honest-to-goodness infernal object.
First a parasite prods at our heads, then the shadows close in. More than ever, we need each other's trust.
Muddy footprints. Someone needs a lesson in manners.
Why smell thou of placenta musk? You festering boobo!
Hells. It explains so much. I have to believe that. I'm not the Hell's puppet in life, nor its warrior in death. The blade will be guiding his own hand.
By the gods, all these bones. No dignity for the dead here.
If so, I'm afraid I must remain a passing fancy. If not, well, it wouldn't be my first misjudgment. I'm not surprised. My target is well known for her brutality, in service of her evil mistress. You're right. I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the monsters that hunt the helpless.
As a favor.
Mutatis mutandis!
There's a schism growing among your people, Azel. And you just took one step towards choosing a side.
Fetch isn't much of a solo game. The woman with the artifact. At least she's at peace.
Manos potentis paro! Impero mortus!
Wish I could say the same.
After my exile, I was hunting near the Cloakwood. I heard a child crying out from a lone farmstead. Still, I am the frontier's avowed protector. New dangers require new skills to vanquish them.
Video veritatum!
How could I forget? One of Baldur's Gate's most distinguished figures, a Mind Flayer's ally.
Amerigon's mask, I wager. Hell soldiers. When they die, their bodies just melt away.
Well, well, what have we here?
Easy enough?
Gustas talkis!
Too ominous for my taste.
I better hurry. Listen, you!
Hells, the skull's teeth are starting to chatter.
He won't last long in the shadows. What in the 9 hells was he thinking?
I'd been letting my mind wander, wondering what it would be like to...
Hells, Torchflame has no chance against these cursed shadows.
It transformed. Nice trick.
Worthless, a dragon and an elf. Fast friends, it seems.
More!
A dead drow. I wonder what happened. Something's moved. I felt it. Now to figure out what and where.
Oof, I bet he broke that tiefling's nose. Friendly place.
Must have been a drow supply cache. Nothing left but some empty boxes.
Moscarta!
Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live. If we find it, we can turn it against him. It turned into mist. They can do that. What in the hells? That's Mizora in that pod. These notes offer good advice. I should keep it in mind.
Vita excolatur!
But as ambitious as she is, Mole's no fool. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away. Hells, he may have made me an exile, but my heart aches to think we abandoned him to the flames. I can't blame Halsin for leaving. We should have done more for him and for the cursed lands. I had years of lessons, but in truth, it's all about your partner. You know exactly what's on my mind. A few moonrises back, I thought the answer was complicated, but it's quite simple, really. But nowhere was it stated that I can't help one.
Vincere est vivere!
I'll visit as often as I can. We can still dance. We can still write a story. We can still be us. I'd be hunting devils and demons, Mizora said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not...
Kaikote!
Meanlocks. Damnable things.
Manos potentis paro!
I would have thought the Githyanki prefer fresh meat to fruit. That could come in handy.
There's nothing to forgive. You wanted to protect the city. I only ever wanted the same.
Makes sense.
The demand for ominous statues seems fairly high in these parts.
As I feared, there is no place in your company for heroes. We want no part of this. Or of you. If their killer's still around, it's not Shah's name I'm most interested in saving.
Something's back there. Shouldn't take much to break down this wall.
The eternal burden of my pact. I certainly couldn't expect you to shoulder it too.
The beloved Ranger. I can't believe it. I grew up hearing all about your brave deeds. And booze, of course.
Indeed. We've not always seen eye to eye, but his every thought, every act was in service to his people. Among men, there is none greater.
Frankie! What in the blazes happened to this girl? It's horrible.
I should have said sooner, I know, but it's a complicated matter. I hope Shadowheart makes you happy. You deserve it. His anger is inevitable. I didn't sign this pact just to let my father rot in Gortash's prison.
Give it a good whack. Tibi do penas, corpora sana.
Mizora replaced it with a sending stone. She uses it to track my location and speak from a distance.
Raphael's house may be posh, but it's seen better days.
Ex nihilo, voco spicae, demento te.
These infernal talents are useful, I admit. And once they're gone, I'll have to rely on my wits and my training. They'll have to do. Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard will be avenged. Umi, I don't need you to be like me. Shit.
Finally. I've got to hurry and get that kid out.
Ve victis.
Best not to touch the chest of offerings other mortals have left to their gods. But I can use the altar to pray.
The age of the absolute has begun.
Gather your wits, tend to your weapons. It's time to leave this damnable prison behind, once and for all. And just when things were warming up.
Sikot katos.
My favorite subject. I was certain you'd fallen for Karlak. And why wouldn't you? She's got grit, that one. Astarion, if I wanted your well-coiffed head, I'd have already taken it. Yours wouldn't be the first spawned skull I've severed. Cross the bridge when we come to its approach. We could conjecture all night. I suppose the why doesn't matter so much as the what next. Punished? Gods, what has he done?
It took a veritable army to run him from the Wood of Sharp Teeth. Who in the hell's brought him here?
Agilios!
Oh, ye gods. Never change, Minsk. Never change. Dwegar killed their children. They should pay the price for the cruelty.
Laying low.
From what I understand, there's a healer called Nettie in the Grove. Perhaps she's got the talent. I've seen her myself, tearing through the hells on behalf of her mistress Zariel. Hells no, father! I'm so sorry.
What's this? Something slashed up that rock. They didn't stand a chance. The shield is still glowing from the heat.
At your service!
Let's see what you've got.
Do you mean Ansel? The dragon is dead.
To the rescue, of course. A replica devil skull. Enormous, too. It must have taken months to make it.
I couldn't want for a better answer. From murk to muck. Not sure it's an improvement. A good trick. Back to camp. The sooner the better.
The Legend of Ansel. An epic poem from the looks of it.
You'd have been right not so long ago. But things have changed. A different time, a different blade. Lae'zel,
You've the most exquisite eyes, golden as the sands of the Kalim.
Hey, you!
But that second time, her gaze never left me. It was steel, sharp and unyielding. Elegant bearing, saucy voice. I should have seen it. The signs were all there. Then we'd do well to walk around it. Use these powers sparingly, if you must use them at all.
Ah. Piss-addled pontificator.
I should be telling you to find your mettle. Have a little faith, push against the raging winds, that sort of thing. A hearty meal would do the trick. A few hunks of fresh venison, a round of brown ale. What do you say?
Those corpses. Looks like there was a Dwergar attack. Gone gods. What hole did this thing crawl out of?
Keep your distance. We don't want more trouble than we can handle.
I won't let you down.
Simple enough. On to the next.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt. You will too, Karlak. I know it. Until then, I'm here every step of the way. So, we're going up there without the lantern. I hope you know what you're doing.
Watch it!
In truth, I always enjoyed a bit of pomp. A shame that Gortash would abandon the spirit of hospitality that made it so special.
Well, isn't that something? Shapeshifters. As if life's threads weren't knotted enough.
Ignore him, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
I'm really not that kind of man.
I was close to my father once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. You're not wrong, but maybe let's try to take fewer of those risks in future.
It said, they're coming. But who?
So Astarion's gone for good. I'll miss his, well, let's call it charisma.
Not even the blade can hack through that mess.
You said devils only. She was a tiefling, not a monster. Diminuate!
Well, if you must indulge, might I suggest some place more secluded next time?
Saving the day.
Now that's a pact I can get fully behind. I reckon I should start a fire.
Loque si tibi placet. The clown's head. Sorry, Dribbles. The spell is cast. What's done is done.
Her face still haunts me. If I could make the sun rise in the west, reverse the Chionthar's waters, I'd spare her my folly.
Happy? Now is a weird time for happy, but I am joyous. Broken, fake. Broken, fake.
A Shah worshipper. Not my usual quarry, nor my usual ally.
Astarion, bring in your undead. Look here!
But that story is reserved for lifetime friends and calmer days. Wonderful, isn't it? Torill's history is written within our city's walls.
Easy enough.
Better friends than the ones hitching a ride in our skulls, at least. My soul was bound, and my lips were sealed. You drank of the goblet of godhood. Not even a dwarf could distill a liquor more addictive.
Whatever fiends got hold of you, it's made a battlefield of your mind.
You did what was right, knowing you stood to suffer for it. In so doing, you proved what it means to be a hero. After all, Mistra's not about to welcome him to the Pantheon with open arms. We can't and we won't. The shadows be damned. There's dark magic in this blade. The glaive from the Druid's notebook, no doubt. After your little sundown antics, I'm not sure I'm buying what you're selling.
We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today.
Was someone keeping organs in these vials? Creepy doesn't begin to describe it.
Whatever you believe about Stelmane, she's not the only one to suffer the killer's blow.
6 months? Gods damn you!
As I feared, there is no place in your company for a hero. I want no part of this, or of you.
As the leg, you'll end in defeat.
And came to resent your tutor, I bet. I taught them to fight, not to hate. I'm feeling a bit parched and peckish.
Should it be any wonder? The Chianthar's waters carry merchant vessels from as far east as Burdusk.
Viconia! To battle! Makeske!
If the blood of Lathander was so important, maybe an altar display wasn't the best storage solution.
Ade!
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Yuck. What is this stuff?
Now's not the time. I need a breather.
No holding back! They're lost to the curse!
I wager it won't stop at one either.
Father did the Sword Coast a favor. When he cast out his son, the coast gained a champion.
This was a hospital. Feels more like a prison.
We best find him. He'll know how to cure us of this damned infection. Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot. Only a patriarch's loss can open this door.
Sharp as ever.
And Wyll Ravengard, a memory of a memory. A man who belongs to the past. That's true, but he never got kidnapped by a devil either. Don't you dare lead them to the grove. End her. Now.
Broken. Don't worry, it's safe.
I'll be. Flumph mating rituals was more than it appeared. Time for some light reading.
I've got you! Get down here already. It's time we started our happily ever after.
Quadico fake.
And I've got you to thank for it. Are you sure? I've been rehearsing, you know. I'd hate to put all that effort to waste.
For someone who heard we're all beasties in waiting, she reacted well.
They just keep coming. Push past them. Get to the Netherbrain.
Hells! What are you? No!
Good and stuck.
We'll die, but life's still worth the living. Otherwise, what's the point of it?
Hells. Whatever you do, don't set her off.
Perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit.
You promise? You murdered Alfira in cold blood.
Forgive me if I'm not confident in your word.
Be my mirror.
What do you see?
You're sorry. Shit, you didn't spill a jug of milk. You killed my father. We honor Gale. A plaque, perhaps. Or better yet, a statue.
What could that mean? Money, perhaps? Or power?
Giant mushrooms. They're like nothing I've ever seen.
I was close to him once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate. I was hoping you would. It's been on my mind. Courage, insight, strategy, justice. The 4 pillars of power. Not an eldritch blast to be found.
On that matter, you'll hear no argument from me.
Perry! Venenum!
Cave curculum.
I'm not about to make such a sacrifice. Not now. Not ever.
Let's see.
Gods! I wager the dead elf is Holsin. He won't be helping us now. Zevlor. I hope Astarion makes you happy. You deserve it.
An ogre and a bugbear. An untraditional pairing, I reckon.
And there is. I would tell you more, but I can't. That must be the end of it. Trust me, Gith. I know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. And they say there's no coming back.
Good and dead. The Sword Coast is better off for it.
Wise indeed. Though I can't take credit. It was my father who taught me the ways of the just. I
I don't know what to say. I was sure we'd be carving out a future together.
Minsk, the Great Ranger. He's alive and infected. Hells, we need to act.
Disposed of like rubbish. Like scraps. Are there no limits to people's cruelty? I've never met anyone like you, Lae'zel.
Certainly not. But she's as inevitable as Torril's path around the sun.
Nice. A free ring. Maybe wash it a few thousand times before trying it on.
I won't let you down. Gladly. Bad time for an itch.
Never seen a lantern like this. Just a sprinkling of dust at the bottom.
In Baal's name. I'd be a fool if it didn't. I know the stories. Doomed to shed my skin, become a lithid, and there's no coming back.
Rotten luck. One moment they're fishing. The next, murdered by monsters.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Who better than Grand Duke Ravengard to surrender it? And lest we forget, we've a devil to rescue. 2 missions, 1 destination.
Gone gods! What hole did this thing crawl out of?
It takes talent.
Animating spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
Quite an explosive secret to keep to yourself, Gale. This place is astonishing. A bard's legend made real.
Manos potentis paro!
Time is so goddamned greedy. It can never give, only take. My eternal soul is at its mercy.
Well then, let the search begin.
This better be good.
Mors tua vita mea.
But do me one favor.
Ah!
Monsters I can fight, but I can no more sever these shadows than I could the wind or the sun.
We should drop in for a quick sip. For research, of course.
Thousands were sacrificed and the servant become lord. I am sure Astarian's quite pleased with himself. It's natural to suffer a touch of worry, but an illithid worm should be causing more than mild anxiety. Holy hells. Each one a mind flayer in waiting. What in the... Everything's changed. Digging their graves.
Why not pass out daggers to stick themselves with while you're at it?
Just a peek.
It's complicated. There's the joy of reconciliation, the relief of forgiveness, and the anxiety of new expectation.
Not quite the outcome we were expecting, is it?
Do you understand what she did? What you did?
God damn it! What have you done?
Ah!
Coming.
By the Triad. Why would you do that?
Gala!
So you're a vampire. One who thinks of his friends as food, apparently.
More mention of the adamantine forge. Now to find out if it lives up to the legends.
Almost there. Keep your hips square, and I think you'll have it.
The glass feels... warm.
There's a schism growing among the Githyanki people, and Lae'zel just took one step towards choosing a side. The place is remarkably well kept, as underground layers go.
Cupio vertus laicet!
Better save any rescue attempts until dawn. Darkness is no ally in the pursuit of such an enemy. Boo would be proud to join such a warrior in battle.
Not happening.
My father once said, "One does not pursue a champion's life. One merely answers its call." You're on the right path, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned. I should have said sooner, but our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him.
Locked. From the inside.
Plucking hells. Some poor pigeon's lost its feathers. Carculus mortis! Ugh.
Once all this is ended, once we've crushed the brain and freed the people,
The seed of tyranny begins with the want for power. Nurture it, let it grow, and we become the very despots we once despised.
I can feel it. Looking. Deep inside. We should pursue this great worm of legend. What ally could prove more fearsome than a raging dragon?
No use fighting. We need to make tracks.
Well, hello.
Here for you. Nothing but blackness, deep as the shadow fell. Talk about staring into the abyss. I've got your back!
Now's not a good time. My hands are full. Gods! Any moment now, that orb is going to explode!
Interlego.
Karlach, Zariel's lapdog, Advocatus Diaboli. Well, it's getting late. We can't face the morrow if we don't bid farewell to the now.
We'd be fools to go after Cazador before sunrise. For now, let's get some rest.
We'll work it out. We always do.
Ex nihilo!
Lae'zel! Lae'zel! Where's she run off to? Seems the Sousa bark was a later addition. If only faith was enough to ward off every bully of the wilds. As I seem to unsettle everyone nowadays.
That presumes, of course, the people would welcome a duke with the face of a devil.
Thanks. It's good to know someone's looking out.
That's the ship docked at Moonrise. What in the hells is it doing here? A map of the Sword Coast. The Githyanki are planning something.
You spoke with my father. Really? I'm honored. Don't get ahead of yourself. You can't even hold a real sword yet.
Oi! Ah, did someone pet you a bit too hard, pup? I thought you liked it. I've got you.
Karlach's fires raged in Baldur's Gate before she escaped to Avernus, as my source told it, and she was planning to return.
I think Scratch is up north, playing in a goat farm in Icewind Dale, of course. One who thinks of his friends as food, apparently. No, nothing like that at all. We'll see. Suck on the wrong necks, and I'll slice yours clean open.
A great battle was fought here. I can practically hear the din of blade against blade, axe against shield.
The way to Baldur's Gate lies to the west of town. Come, the city beckons.
Prime spot for an ambush.
I can barely see. The forge is ready to go. I just need to start it. I thought it the most terrible noise in all 16 planes. But there's one even more fearsome than that. Damn it all, we've got to get Lae'zel back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure. We're not just fighting for our cure, we're fighting for my father. We're fighting for the gate. We're fighting for all of Faerun. A worm? Do you mean there's a dragon living under the city?
Poison's not my style. Nor's becoming a mind flayer. We'll have to make sure to steer clear of both eventualities.
Congratulations, I think.
Mortalis!
Now you see me. It's been 7 years since I left. It's no paradise, but it's home, and it's worth saving. Yes, there is.
The blood of Lathander.
Sounds precious. It can't be far from here.
Willing and able.
I don't know what to say. My blade's found its prey. Zariel's chosen. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god.
I've got it covered. A dead end by the looks of it. But what of you? Gale will want that blade. I can feel its magic from here. Stabilio!
To make Baldur's Gate a safe haven, we'll first need to bathe Gortash and Orin in their own blood.
I'll get you fit as a fox. Gods, something tells me I won't be sleeping well tonight.
Understandable. Every tale was more sensational than the last.
With a narrator so unreliable, how do we tell fact from fiction? I suppose you didn't mean to keep this blood-sucking habit a secret either. Just slipped your mind, I suppose.
Tuebor! They just keep coming. Halsin, would you hurry up in there?
Curious little thing. I respect its pluck. And there is. I want to tell you, but I can't. The pact forbids it.
That's not my chest.
Up and at 'em!
There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, and there will be no Blade of Frontiers. Mystic Carrion. Sounds like a jolly fellow. Still, worth looking into. No, this is one offer I won't be taking. You've got nerve to come here, Karlach. Mizora, spare me your fake sympathy. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I shall always apply this axiom of justice. This I promise you.
Voco Glacius!
Step on a plate, trigger a light, solve the code. Do I have that right?
So Zariel's asset was none other than Mizora herself. Of course. Tricks on top of tricks on top of tricks. And I went and proved him right. And I will rip apart your own flesh if you refuse me, and find a way to let Orpheus go free.
Just the bare minimum.
What are you? No, no! You have to fight it!
Talk about cutting it close. The entire place could have come crashing down.
You shine brighter than diamond and strike harder than steel. A rare treasure. Don't you ever forget it. You can do it. Just have to believe.
From the looks of it, I haven't left Avernus.
Ah!
A merciful end. To lock them away forever would have been an unbearable agony. She lied to you, Eltan. I did everything in my power to get my father to safety.
Lolth's blood? What is in that? Morbidos.
Whoever did it left quite some claw marks. Maybe the missing druid.
You cyst! You misshapen flesh lump!
A scrying eye, just like the goblins had. Who's watching, I wonder?
Let's get it done. This is it, Gale. Today, we annihilate the heart of the Absolute's power. The bards will sing of our victory here.
Nothing can take the you from you. Not even a goddess.
2 steps at a time.
Baldur's beard. What's that about? Gods, poor Zevlor. Even good intentions can lead us down deadly paths.
Ramazith, Elminster, Silverhand, Carsus. Each door bears the name of a famed wizard.
I love you. But I can't be with you. Not the way I wanted. You pull them off far more finely than I do.
Aha! The symbol of the rising moon. A Saloonite must have dropped it.
Clearly Mole has put you up to stealing my breeches so you can turn them into a flag for her gang.
A dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent. Magic. But not magic I recognize. Who would make a metal mask like this? Or wear it?
The Hag's Lair. It's a bit brighter than the Underdark anyway.
Roland? What's he up to out here?
Time to finish her off. Canto te!
But there's no use lingering on maybes. My mind is on the stories of today and tomorrow, not those of yesterday.
Ketheric's power must stem from the Night Song.
Almost in the clear.
Let's hurry.
Could just be good luck. But sooner or later, it's bound to run out. She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
Vincit qui patitor!
Never saw a coin quite like this. Fancy.
And I see Wyll Ravengard. A memory of a memory. A man who belongs to the past. What have we here?
Still won't open.
All I have to do is stay alive. That should be easy enough, with someone of your skill at my side. A shame that man must forever wear a devil's face. We should pay Gortash a visit. Let's see if he keeps his word.
Gortash means to be Archduke. It's time I paid a visit to Worm's Rock.
Astarion? Astarion? Where'd that boy run off to?
All right. Far be it from me not to take you at your word.
Damn. Burnt to a crisp.
Please, we need to speak with him. Maybe he can see reason.
Maul's eye patch. We should find her before she can come to harm.
The good news, we've got the Orphic Hammer. The bad news, we have to get into the astral prism to use it.
Damn. She's quite something. Duly noted. If I ever make it to the Blade Kingdoms, I'll fetch you some singing fish. Simmered in wine, served with orange rind. You'd think you'd reached an 8th heaven.
By the Triad! Why would you do that?
Lae'zel, do you believe in love at first sight?
Which warg upchucked you? I'm so glad to hear it. If I had a bottle of dragon dew, I'd open it in your honor. I'm more than game. Let's do it.
Dead for good. Wow, the chosen of Merkel. What a fight!
It's surprisingly heavy. How would you secure it?
It won't budge. What a gift you've been to me. What an honor to know a true legend. Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard. An imposter in our camp. We must identify them. And quickly. Without trust, our fellowship is doomed to wither and die. Is that a compliment? By the gone gods. It isn't the blood you've spilled or the lives you've snuffed out that horrify me most.
There, in the undergrowth. Unfriendly faces. Be ready.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
Only in magma destroyed. Whatever's protecting it, it'll take some fierce heat to crack it.
My father will die. His blood will pay for my freedom. What sort of man would I be if I had no remorse?
Dragon-born cadavers. No, not just cadavers, but effigies. This isn't just spectacle, it's storytelling.
Unhappy doesn't begin to describe it.
Yeah.
Those who draw breath embrace death. Not just a pithy aphorism, as it turns out.
Dolo!
Mizora, is that you?
Shah called you nothing, but I know better than that. You gave up so much so that others could walk free. I know sacrifice, and I must honor yours.
A continual flame. Eternal light, unquenchable as a thirsty dragon. This treasure is a pile of junk.
I've got you.
I've the plans and the Susabark. Now I just need a forge. Time's been stilled in this place. Peaceful. And disquieting, too. We should return to the creche when we're able.
Let's give it a go.
Better!
Ugh. I'll never get used to the stench of death.
Hells. My time's running out.
I will make Gortash pay. I will make Orin pay. And I will make that godforsaken Elderbrain pay. Mind Flayers buried tadpoles in our brains, and then we crashed to the ground on the banks of the Chionthar. You met her, then you were subject to her lies.
How many brains do they need?
If Floric says he lives, then he lives, and we need to free him from his captors. You see, Grand Duke Ravengard is my father.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
I'll let you go if I must, without crying or complaint, but with the gratitude that I could know the happiness of us. Below the mount, I saw 5 totems with dragon heads carved on top. Each head held a massive orb in its jaws. If I'm wrong about you, prove it. Lay down your weapon, and I will too.
Precisali afero.
If your intentions are virtuous, ultimate power will sour them. And if they are not, well, I shudder to think of the chaos you could sow.
The corpse there, Arabella's father. Damned unlucky.
Ah, the collar buzzed and the food came down. What a clever system. Though, I suppose that's not what you wanted to talk about. Keep to the light. Ketheric may be dead, but the curse did not fall with him. Hells, the very sort I vowed on my good eye to slay. Not like you to keep something forever. You want to fight all of them. Time to live up to my legend.
Dead. By her own kin's hand.
The first time I saw you, I figured you were champion. A woman of valor, integrity.
Ira et dolo!
Ah, is that the one with the, bawdy lyrics?
Maybe next time let's not wander into a mass of armed soldiers. Yeah?
But it warms me to know I can always find you. Dance with you in the years to come. Seems we've pegged all 3 marks. Let the boss hunt begin. Then we share a similar affliction. For I've grown fond of you too. What is it they say? Ah, yes. Curiosity killed the kobold.
Got it.
Nice. Time to see what's lurking back there. Ethel again. I was hoping she'd found some remote bog to rot in. I want you to join me. Warriors, lovers, guardians, 2 champions as one. I've slayed myriad devils, each one a threat to Faerun. I've torn the horns from their heads without a second thought. Karlach is fallen.
Come, Voss! I need you!
Weapon at the ready, Chief. Now's the time. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right. It might seem a bit ramshackle, but this place is a boast-worthy bar.
It won't go out. Must be some trick to it.
I like to think I did anyway. I'll have to let you be the judge.
Umbrai!
Arrows, shackles, and gnome-sized tracks. Someone left this place in a hurry.
It's not your time.
Configo!
I could even claim my father's own ducal title and carry his banner after this. Ah, by Baldrin's elbow, I can't stay feeling gloomy with you looking at me like that. Mizora. Let's give it a go. I did, but also to see something else.
Corruptus! Volo non fugia!
Give it time. It's a city of many colors. Let them wash over you. And yet your bed pillow bears barely a smudge. You are a woman of many talents.
Minimus!
Here we go. Hells! Father's been taken to Moonrise. If it's a story worth telling, then it's a life worth living.
I might not recognize the language, but I know a dictionary when I see one.
Hells! How sick must a soul be to take slaves, let alone lash them?
Cupio vertus laicet!
Always good to talk, my friend.
Karlach's fallen at last. Tonight, the people of the coast can breathe easier.
I left him with his uncles. 5 years on, and he's flourishing. If only every child was so lucky.
The brew's been chilled! Inocte concilium!
It's Baldurin, our city's valorant founder, and now the illithid we carry in that god's forsaken prism. With you as my ally, the future looks a little less daunting. No, this is no drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction. This next spell should be interesting, but that doesn't mean that the leash never chafed, that I was content to lap up whatever nonsense Mizora fed me. I'll take that. Yes, and at a great cost, partial ceremorphosis. No, thank you. Pigeon remains. Who knew a single bird could make such a mess? Willing and able. Go on, tell the bastard. All the better for us if he keeps Raphael busy.
Damn. I hope I don't end up like this one.
The curse has wrecked this man. This is no life. This is torture. Fate didn't kill this child. Korga did.
So father said.
I won't soon forget. The Absolute's end would be the guarantee. Devilish visage be damned.
Let's see.
It's Miri. It's got to be.
Glowing eyes. I know a trap when I see one.
And I don't get the sense that my father was being literal.
Night Song. A tender name for a cultist artifact.
Cave Carculum!
Gore everywhere. This tiefling met a vicious end.
Enormous for a toll house. Must have teemed with merchants back in the day.
Tormentum.
Baldur's Gate. Home sweet home. Adorable. Vicious, but adorable.
No trouble at all.
Hells, you are Baal spawn. It explains so much. She attacked you. I wouldn't have thought she had it in her. I thought for certain. These powers could be enough to edge us towards victory. Only a little taken? Perhaps. But we will still smite the brain, and still be hailed as champions. I trust that's the end of this silly quarrel. We'll have no energy for battling our enemies if we're too busy squabbling among ourselves.
Mutatis mutandis.
We surely shouldn't leave such a threat out, where anyone could stumble across it. I accept your invitation.
Nothing. The transformation was done.
Well, tragedy averted, I suppose.
They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they mean that odd artifact.
Nice flask. Could you use this thing, Gale?
Behold! Elminster's ball bag.
Shit. Why? I've seen a lot in my day. Some good, some bad. And I know when I'm being led down a dark path. Why else? There couldn't be another reason.
Crescite hondo! Propera!
The Stone Lord's got the counting house in his sights, and Nine Fingers knows it.
Rotten luck. One moment they're fishing, the next, murdered by monsters. I should get these wounds taken care of.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
My good lady, I am Wyll Ravengard. I will not pay to enter my own city.
Maybe another time, yeah?
More sea devils. I can't imagine why they ventured so close to the city. These boots are magical. I bet Gale would like a look.
There are spikes in places there really shouldn't be. I tracked her through the hells to the Mind Flayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her.
Well, well, infernal gems, straight out of Minoris. A rare sight outside of the hells.
You are the company you keep, and you have chosen poor company.
Veritas credo oculus!
It's planting spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead. You know me. You understand me. And for that, I'm forever grateful. Some time back, I'd planned a special evening. Just the two of us.
Sicut gatus!
Then we die proud, knowing we braved the hells to slay the fiend who held my leash.
Oh, it stopped. Good news for my delicate figure.
All filled up. Even if I might look like one.
I've got just the fix.
I better hurry, before those dragons bring the ship down, and me with it.
That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. Walked right out of a legend.
Yes, you have my blade. Your leader willing, of course.
I'll be. My old fishing spot. Spent more than a few summer-tide days here.
I seem to have forgotten myself there. Someone's diary. Might explain what happened here. You're not mistaken. Ravengard is an important figure to the city. Should he die?
I'll breathe easier knowing my neck is safe from his fangs.
Gods, have we really cut down the Great Range of Minsk?
A nightmare that can never be erased from my memory.
I'm with the Harper, Chief. We should take every advantage in reach.
What? A cave-in? No, that wouldn't explain the bodies.
Caveat incantator!
Someone's lost their eye patch, which means someone's lost an eye. I can relate.
Do it then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Keep my father safe. The counselor's loyalty to my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains. We should hurry to this mystery prison and retrieve my father, before Mazora tries pulling more tricks. Well, when a creepy voice says, "Something's coming," it's never good, is it?
She's at camp, waiting for us. I don't think she'll be able to hang on much longer.
There will be another time for us.
Let me help!
You met her. Then you were subject to her lies.
It's the River Chionta. I'd know these waters anywhere.
Glad you're all right. Get some rest, and may only the sweetest spirits haunt your dreams. Shut it, devil! I know your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You cut a child's throat just to taste the blood.
Blood everywhere. Something made a mess of this camp. Better pick my next target wisely. We should catch up. Goblins are close. I'd know that stench anywhere.
Hell, Shadowheart. You just handed her over.
We'll talk later. And you think deceit was the best way to keep your admittedly well-coiffed skull intact?
One move ahead.
What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it.
I never thought we'd bargain with an illithid. Let's hope this ring proves invaluable.
I want to talk about what happened. About your affliction.
Forget it. It's blocked.
Necromancy. Figures.
Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder?
Damn it, Astarion!
How could anyone be fooled by this junk?
So much death and destruction, and for what? A mace? A dusty artifact?
Why is this made of paper?
Yes. But not here. For the sake of these children, I'll stay my blade. Take your time. Get a feel for it.
Ah! Ah!
An army of Sharans with an elf at the helm. But who? Check out those boots. Magical, maybe?
Is this a casting mold? Looks like that forge might get some use after all. It's true, Eltan. You can't believe her. She's a devil. Will you really trust her word over mine?
No need. The platform's here. Nice. These markings match the ones on that key.
Moonrise. We're closing in on the towers. And the curse. You're right. I need to forget Mazora. The people of the coast call to the blade. I can't let myself stray from them.
Just a peek.
But I gained his virtues too. Courage, insight, a just heart, a strategic mind. I'm glad to hear that, Karlak. Who would have thought my prey might become a good partner instead? Another pet added to her warlock menagerie. I'll paint the clearest picture I can.
Hero's work. Fare thee well, Pale One.
Vampire spawn. One's proven enough, let alone a horde of them.
Let us be mindful in the future, at least. There are few fair bargains.
Vita mortis cario.
So you're a vampire? Hells.
Friends it is. When your storms gather and lightning strikes, I'll come calling. A bit of talking, a bit of dancing, nothing too fancy. Just an oasis of normalcy and a world turned on its head.
Now that's what I call a chest. More than just a few trinkets in there, I wager.
This is the big boss. Strike him down. Shit.
Well then, I'm not about to say no.
Grounded again. I prefer merriment when it is earned anyway.
Baldur's Gate is my home, and I am its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good.
Not yet, Mazura. It's a seller's market now. Time we struck up a new deal.
Torchstalk. Best watch my step. They like to explode.
What did that do? I don't resent you for closing the door, but I'm sad I'll never know what's on the other side of it.
More forge talk. I figured it for a tall tale. Now I'm not so sure.
Whatever the reason, they've seized not just a Grand Duke, but the very future of Baldur's Gate.
Breathe easy. A ritual circle. Seems to be infernal in nature.
I was hoping you'd think so.
Besides, there's no time to wallow in self-pity. More than anything, I'm elated that there's hope yet for my father.
Harsh. Remind me to stay on your good side.
Torre! A bright idea.
Quite empty.
Please, out of the dark, before it claims me.
Someone's moving around in there.
Only kisses, but sweet as honeymead, every last one.
A necessary step for my city's future. The hell's fires ran red hot that day. I don't remember it fondly. But perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
Attack! Attack!
Where did he go?
Ah!
Thaniel. I know the name. Orson spoke of him. Something about the spirit of the land.
Head up high, kid. To fight your enemy, you need to see 'em. I knew the many Sharans to be cruel, but to see these implements of torture in person is enough to turn my stomach.
Obedi-me.
I know better than to be disappointed in you. That ship has long sailed the Sea of Swords. Gods, I'm alive. I thought that mind flayer would kill me.
No. Annihilation is the only option. Mizora, you asshole! It's not just a tale. It's a history.
I've got it covered.
Indestructible. We'll see about that.
Your father too, if our fortunes are so kind.
Well, I mourned him the day I ended the pact. There's no sense in mourning again.
Do I detect loot?
Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, trying to set Eltan against me. She's a damnable inferno of chaos.
Incredible. To hear his voice speak those words, like a stranger wrapped in his flesh.
Kai Kote! That did something all right, just not sure what. Every little bit helps. Thine eyes, pools of tepid piss.
Our city, father. Today, I fight in your honor.
And you'll have them. But I can't promise you'll like them.
A book on Nethery's magic. The sort of thing Gale would be into.
There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from.
They say good art has depth and meaning. This painter really took the lesson to heart.
I would never.
Warg-rutting wrong-wrinkler!
I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as an underground plaything for a duke. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
A tidy slot, but no rune.
That kobold smells like it's been swimming in wine. One spark and things could get heated.
Because our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him. Come on already. We've got a roadblock to clear.
Hells!
The Absolute's forces have taken father to Moonrise Towers.
Empty tomb. Either cleaned out by the thieves or... well, I'd rather not think about it. Shah must be thrilled. Congratulations.
Keep your steps light. They could be the nasty sort of drunks.
Friend, be my mirror. What do you see?
A portal to Neverwinter. How I love the chill of the northern lands.
May you be granted every wish you ask for. You deserve each and every one.
Dum vita est, spes est.
We've saved the grove and everyone hails us as heroes.
Dissolve!
We should give it a read.
I can't activate this here. No need to be modest. You were a delight to behold.
Helm Almighty!
Fleet of foot.
Tues nihil!
And it seems Mistress offered him an equally explosive solution. A shame our first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
Githyanki must be near. The psionic detector's gone off.
Some time alone beneath the stars, and I'll be back to my old self. Promise.
The Githyanki are leaving us. An unlikely place to find ourselves, fighting on the same side as them.
Let's get this over with.
What beautiful music!
Nasty blighters. They smell like a fish barrel left to rot in the sun.
We'll have our chance. I'm sure of it.
Tuebor!
Forever could only be a dream. Listen, Gale. I might invoke the Triad from time to time, appeal to Helm, but I'm no man of faith. Not like you. And one day, I might even call you consort to Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard of Baldur's Gate. My pride, my joy.
Think it through. Angakorga and the whole grove could suffer.
Surgay!
Ugh, I know that corpse. Arabella's father met a most unpleasant end.
Yenna, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
Well met. And call on me if you find a fix for this affliction of ours. Might even join you once that devil's met my blade. You have a vow from the blade. He will show you a wonderful time. Another night.
I've seen this sort of thing. Red caps, sure as sunshine.
Worth a try, and without the pact, I'm just a man. What good is my blade then when it's too dull to split monsters? What good is a flame when a mere breath snuffs it out? Big Bomb be damned. Gale's got everything he needs to defeat the Absolute already. Talent, nerve, and powerful allies at his side.
Te video!
Seems unusual to me.
You were exploited. You were bound. I was not.
Thou fetid fish! Thou rancid shark! Into the fray!
But my heart still aches to think he's been taken by these cultists.
Always another evil to correct. Always another monster to slay.
Precis alia ferro! The shadows deepen. Uncursed, but no less grim for it.
Maybe it's true. Maybe Stelmane allied with a mind flayer and subjected the city to their political will.
Huzzah! Carrion's gone. I can't feel a single trace of his spirit.
The great dragon lies beyond. He must be freed.
May the brightest sun always face you, and the pouring rains fall behind.
Strange, given how you plunged those pointed canines right into my neck.
Listen, I might invoke the Triad from time to time, appeal to Helm, but I'm no man of faith. Not like Gale.
What? That... I can hardly believe it. He had so much life left in him.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Inficio!
Come on, they'll know we've broken out by now.
Father is dead. God's damned devil! Why are you here?
There's a cleft in that tree. Squirrels, I suppose.
Why? That's right. We can't let the absolute taint my father's mind. Karlach, the archdevil Zariel's gladiator, come to burn the Sword Coast to ash.
Pipe down!
Hunt the monsters of the Sword Coast. Protect the people. That was my promise.
Father.
Morsin certa vita certissima. A diabolist's prize. Who else would keep such a collection? I don't recognize the names on this list. Not the ones that aren't crossed off, anyway.
And it seems Mistra's offered you an equally explosive solution. A shame my first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
Godspeed, and may your journey be true.
Keep calm. I'm coming.
She won't touch you unless there's something there for her to take. Don't give her so much as an inkling there might be. Baldur's Gate is my home, and I am its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good.
It's the mask. Get that thing off. Thou quivering plague rat.
We'll have answers soon enough. Let's talk to Mazora. Hell's great fires. You were on the ship. The helpless, though. They need the light of others. They're the ones who seek out the blade.
Poor thing. The place must have teemed with wildlife once.
By the dead gods! Are all Giths so brutal?
Yes, Baldur's Gate will rise ever stronger. Let us be the ones to lay the first bricks.
Schio di dici petto! Look there, on the wall. Something's not right with that sigil. Get thee gone, custodus discharge! Apostle's final form. Either Ketheric's got a flair for poetry, or he's planning some ghastly ritual. Timento te!
These people are still in danger. Gone gods. Watching you consume that tadpole was more disgusting than the tadpole itself.
Need some healing!
Bloated as a pufferfish. He takes a few drinks and I bet he'll pop. Hells. They deserved better. They deserved a chance. Tell me, Astarion, was the power worth their sacrifice? Why infect and imprison him only to kill him? I don't understand. It makes me angry to think about it still. But shouldn't the shadow have crept closer? Gone darker by now?
Parure!
Killer Hellbeast unveiled the truth. Raphael may be a scoundrel, but it's too good a deal to refuse. I must confess there's a certain dignity to it. The Grand Champion wearing an unholy skin. To exert control, you must first sow chaos. A tyrant's strategy, as Father would say. You're positively brimming with confidence. Mind if I borrow a handful?
Voco araniae!
I even had a special night planned, just you and me. But priorities tend to drift in times as tough as these.
Well, I'm not getting through here. Not just yet, anyway.
I'll be. Seems we found the town toll house. Too much honey wine can do that. You should watch yourself. What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought they were the one looking for me. After that, well, it's up to us to decide. Any ideas?
Don't worry, I've got this!
Fast asleep. That's what hard drinking will get you. The stories I could tell. Go on, my good man. You can't exactly deny a goddess now, can you?
Next blow's gonna hurt.
She might still be alive if we'd spoken up.
No. I mean, I don't think so. Would you count a light spritz from a vial of jasmine dust as a pheromone?
Disturbing, you mean? And what about Shadowheart? The last death of the day, I hope. Your duty is fulfilled.
What could go wrong? Dead at last. All hail the Emperor.
Incredible. To think how many worlds exist beyond this tiny speck within a speck I call home.
Their eyes are accustomed to darkness. A bit of light or fire will sort them right out.
When the brain dies, so too will the tadpoles it calls to, ours among them. The people will hail us as champions.
But just imagine the isles and adventures lying just beyond your view, Astarion.
You slurp that thing up like a horse with a carrot.
Gods, to think what's become of this place. A mere shadow of its glory days.
Vis medicatrix!
The farmer's dearest fruit, naturally, was no apple nor peach, but his beloved daughter.
Heading out.
We know he keeps it in the House of Hope. If we can find a diabolist, they could help us make our way in.
Horribilissimos!
Looks like that's going to bruise.
Lathander, god of dawn and renewal. And fertility, wouldn't you know?
What would Minsk say? Ah, yes. Go for the eyes, boo!
Death is staring her down, and she wants these last moments to count for something.
When our allies fail us, we must turn to our enemies. My father's words. Where the Emperor's concerned, I fear we've no choice but to trust. But I think she's clever enough to flee before the jaws close around her neck.
Gigans! An invitation from Gortash. What's the bastard up to, I wonder?
Too dangerous even for Mistra. But I would sooner trust it with a god than with Gale.
I can't even see a lock to pick.
Damned slavers. Just the sight of them turns my stomach.
It's no use. I'm worried for every desperate soul Mazora will recruit to the Blood War. Every life she snuffs out on Zariel's whims.
How flaccid is my foolish foe?
I deserve that. And I wish I could give more than sorries in return. It's been a badger's age since I've twinkled my toes. A drunk ogre could put on a better show. I know you have questions. Please go to our camp. You'll be safe there. We'll talk soon enough.
That doll. There must be some way to dispel its curse. Nice key. It's just like the one that corpse in the tunnels held.
Wait. This looks familiar.
He wants mercy. I say show it to him. Decisively.
Lux in tenebra.
Something's off about this pillar. Can't quite put my finger on it.
A clear necessity. A third disc with Githyanki writing. Looks right up Lae'zel's alley.
No, scratch that. Thanks be to you. Adamantine. That forge must be within spitting distance. A sending stone. Nothing so special, I assure you. You seem like a good crew. If only last night could have lasted forever. But if I'm to be a Grand Duke, I've got to greet the people and gain their trust. I'm the Blade of Avernus. I swore to cleanse the hells of the devils that threaten the coast. I wouldn't reject it outright. Why refuse an advantage when so much is at stake? Standing here, I feel like I can see into forever.
Pigeon remains. The blood pattern points to the temple.
Hells. Only a broken mind could create such a sick scene as this.
The password is Sicarius. Let's beat feet to Candlehallow. Moons and stars, just like that poem said.
Safe travels, chum. See you at camp. I need them to be just right. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner. I don't need a party on top of that. That was a phase spider. Better watch out. It might come back.
Shit. Raphael snuffed her out just like that.
A crescent and harp emblem. The drow was a harper. Why was she here of all places? The very same. You seem nice and all, but I've teamed up with someone else.
I'd parade you through the streets if I could. The Illithid who saved Baldur's Gate, the bards would cry, and you would take your rightful place at the side of Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard. I will destroy the Elder Brain. Grand Duke Ulder Ravengard will be avenged.
Looks simple enough. High risk, high reward. This relic must be something special.
Yet we live, and we have the Emperor to thank for it. Gifts burned into my memories. I wouldn't give them up for the world. I know I haven't said. Our relation was no matter of pride, not least for him.
These chests are empty.
Getting it done.
If we're meant to die, then let's do it together. Doing something worth dying for. Hunting devils.
Nice punch. I bet that'll go over well.
Nice. The mask lets me blend right in.
Vita mortis cario! Dialano!
Dead goblins, dead travelers. You fought and you prevailed. Your future will be what you make of it.
I can't see any way to disarm it.
By the hounds of the hells, what is she planning? I'd like to say I respect your choice, but your faith has turned to fanaticism. Grand Duke Ravengard abducted to Moonrise Towers. Hells, we need to talk. Grind your feet into the ground. Really lock 'em in.
Father, please. There's something I must show you.
One, we've been carrying a mind flayer around with us this whole time.
A quick word.
Majesty of manure, sovereign of shit. Mors tua, vita mea.
Trust me, he'll take what you're least ready to part with. So be it. The next we meet, my blade will be stained with Mazora's blood.
Volo non fugia.
The moon lantern. It must be. The pooch won't be fetching balls until I fetch him from that kennel.
God's damn it, Halsin! We can't hold out forever!
There's something underneath here. Hells. I see your scars in full view. One last dance, for old time's sake.
Indactylisum!
We haven't freed Zariel's infernal asset, the one Mazora sent us to find. If we enter now, I'm as good as dead. Ah, well, I guess that's my cue to change the subject.
You're closer than you know.
Maybe she was evil. That's how you're justifying this.
Father's words.
I know you have questions, but for now, I need you safe. Go to my camp. We'll talk soon enough.
A lake of blood. Gods, think of all the poor souls who perished to fill it.
Vocomoros!
These statues should move, if that book's to be believed.
I don't want to die!
All that blood. Gods, it's even more sickening than I first reckoned.
Ah! Yeah!
Gods. You left Last Light for the shadows to feed on. You should be shamed for your villainy, not extolled for it. Time. It seems you found peace with yourself. I'm glad. Just as long as your intentions remain as pure as they are now.
Do what he asks. My father's life is in his hands.
Quick! Get behind cover before it can blast us!
To the top. Strike down anything standing between you and the brain.
Stay with me!
I'm probably going to regret this, but Gale, if I'm to be wed, would you like to make a speech?
Yes, my father is a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate, and I am his only son. You know something. Fiercely loyal to your people. Then you'll understand that I did what had to be done.
Yes! Now we're talking. Risas abundat!
There'll be no great tempest roaring through the skies, no dragon redeemer to save us. They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate.
Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West Baldur's Gate, East Elturel.
Karlach's her name. An archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. Listen to me. I knew another like you, Gorion's ward, one of Baldur's Gate's great heroes. Baal's blood ran through their veins too.
Best foot forward.
It pains me to know you must live this half-life, hidden in shadows when you deserve to bask in the Sword Coast sun.
Oh, hells. Why not? All hail McClumper!
Dissera! Damn. Looks like they were hiding out in the tunnels. What's plain to you wasn't so plain to Minnie, Wyll.
Looks like you're back to your old self. Poor Alfira. If only she'd been so lucky.
Precisali afero.
We've a lot in common, it seems. An aversion of devils for one. A parasite stuck in our brains for another.
I'm making this quick. I can't. I'm sorry.
No ogres. Good thing, too. They'd rip the camp to shreds.
So, curious little Wyll tried to slip in. The guard spotted me straight away and dragged me by the collar back to my father. Unleash the legend.
Why shouldn't I? It must be more than a myth, given who carried it.
A tight scrape.
Words of the cold-hearted. I beg you, do not let him suffer.
I've made beds out of moss, twigs, even mud and bark. But even I have my limits.
Not to mention a few bumps and prongs in unmentionable places.
They aren't ready to get on the road on their own.
A painter's easel, with a little something extra. Collars caked with blood. A brutal fate for those missing pets. Ad vitam aeternum!
Baldur's Gate is my home, and I'm its servant. I will be relentless in my pursuit of the greatest good. I will never let Mazora's hand endanger the city. I'd sooner die.
Something's off about that wall. Go on, give it a smack.
Shit! You saw her! Advocatus Diaboli.
That tree. Something's off. I can't say what.
Choose Holsin, and our story may still be an epic, but it won't be a romance.
Intellego!
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember the lessons well. Father made me recite them every morning.
Where to next? Venerable Baldurin, pride of the three seas, I am worthy. The circumstance of my birth is no matter of pride for neither me nor my father.
I'll need to talk to your leader if you want to partner up, though.
Her mind gone in an instant. The Elder Brain holds phenomenal power. There's no telling what it's capable of.
There is, but I can't tell you more.
The pact forbids it. Expeditions to the continent of Mastika gather in the harbor. The Church of Gon displays its most priceless treasures in the High House of Wonders.
Broken bones. Must have fallen. Prick thy face, villainous prick!
Just can't resist.
You had your chance and you wasted it.
As luck would have it, she just arrived.
Voss was headed to Sharess's caress in the city. We should pay it a visit.
I'm more than a bit wary, I admit.
Something's wrong. Talk to me.
Resisto venenum!
I've attended my share of fancy balls and masquerades. A few elegant moves can turn all the right heads.
Ha! Ade! The Raven Guard name now lives solely with me. I will make it count for something.
It says there's a cellar here somewhere.
Damn, this place is impressive. And impressively hot.
The dead gods only know where these roaches stowed Halcyon.
This thing's massive. Would hate to have it pointed at me.
Incertus Polcia Imperio. The key's ours now. Now, what's this engraving? Ah, this opens the counting house.
Now, no prodding. You don't want to spoil the surprise. But I'll say this. Assimilate Orpheus for yourself and you become a Illithid. The Emperor does it, and it claims the prince's power for himself. I'll guide the city to a better future. Baldur's Gate will again be the jewel of the coast.
A lone cub isn't much of a threat. I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army.
Ut ventus!
In Baal's name. Go on, keep up your charade. Just don't expect that every bloody mess you make can be cleaned up with a cocksure grin and a cheeky quip.
Stoltissime! Whatever made those scratches, it's big. Very big. Hells, they've been torn to shreds. Halcyon's mess, I reckon. Must have left for the grove. Enough to make me thirsty, even. I've always preferred wine to whiskey and ale, but I certainly wouldn't turn away a full flagon right about now. Well, I'm hardly going to say, oh, come here, have a hug in the arms of Hadar.
I suppose you did what you had to. God's help me. I'd have done the same.
All these years as the Blade, I've been called a champion, a hero, a legend. Names I never asked for, praise I never sought. Not just a boy, a Raven Guard, schooled in the 4 pillars: courage, insight, strategy, justice. Well, let the silent winds carry word of our conquest. Scratch is cooped up at the post house. Can't wait to have him back. Expectation.
There she goes, and we're just going to let her walk into the wizard's trap.
Can a squiddy go solo, Lae'zel? You know, break free of their master. I hope you can come to terms with your choice. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to. Hold on. If we want to defeat the brain, we'll need all 3 stones. Do you mean Ansel? He's naught but bones, Elton. But his spirit has blessed me with power.
I'll get you fit as a fox.
Oh, seems I've stumbled ahead of myself. Wouldn't be the first time. The way you looked at Shadowheart, I was so sure you'd fallen. Smoke. Something's burning. Why? A great uncle's name, my father said. But I just figured he couldn't spell. Well, I'll cross this place off our list of possible holiday destinations.
Let's not overlook the tadpole in a jar.
Not exactly. But you answered my question. If Father were here, he'd be so proud of you. Proud of us.
Sea devils, this close to the shore. What could have drawn them here?
Really? Oh dear. I can feel my horns flashing.
A red dragon. That can only mean trouble.
I think a firm no thank you is in order. Very firm. By the hell's fires, has your heart shrunk so small?
A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide.
I don't think she made it.
If she wants to go make these last moments count, then don't hold her back.
That's one sharp blade. Made for a quick kill, at least.
Come on. There's nothing left for us here.
Is it just me, or are the rats here surprisingly eloquent? Seems to be stuck.
This script is familiar somehow. If only I could make sense of it.
I've drunk wines from Daggerford to Cormyr, but I've never known a taste as rich as yours.
You stood by an ally. Can't fault you for that. But a vampire among us. It doesn't sit right.
By Balduran's beard, the land is swallowed in shadow. I'm not sure I want to step in there.
Te execro.
What? What was that?
Obedi me.
I can't feel the tadpole. By the Triad, I am cleansed. I will never be a mind flayer.
No more dances, no more touches. But I'm glad, all things considered, I can still call you friend.
Much to the exhaustion of the good ladies and gentlemen of the gate. A grim sight indeed. My lungs already grow heavy with shadow.
Karlach, I'm so sorry.
What a joy! This life we're about to make. This story we're about to write. Every chapter more thrilling than the last. Hells! The brain can seize infected minds. What other powers will it manifest? Hells! Have I fallen so far from your favor?
I want nothing more. Unique as your heart might be, I still feel it tugging at mine.
What's yours is mine.
A mug of nutty dandar and a plate of cured meats. It's no Mount Celestia, but it's close. Good riddance. No good could come of its reign. I mourn the ones I could never save, whose cries I never heard.
Horribilissimus! The night song sounds like the source of Ketheric's immortality. I wager it would be used against him. Odd. I'd expect a flaming fist or four to be stationed nearby.
I won't begrudge you your choice. As for me, though, I'm not ready. I might never be. Since we don't have forever, I wager the memory will have to do.
Shadow druids. A bad sign indeed. Watch out for this Karga. Mundus volti cipi. What in the... Is that noise coming from the gadget the gift knight carried? Copio vertus laicet.
The legend of Ansur isn't just a poem. It's a history.
Ah!
Damn her to every hell, feeding a precious child to a serpent.
What was that watchword? Lux Splendor.
They will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
Blink, and you'll miss me.
Hardly dented the thing. Think, damn it, think!
I give it a push, it gives me a click. There's a puzzle afoot.
But these parasites are quite literally illithid weapons of war, and I'm not so certain they won't be turned against us upon consuming them.
We'll make a place for you. Somewhere secluded. Somewhere you can call home. There is no negotiating with the dead gods is chosen. They know only the language of punishment and pain.
By the gods. Arthur was the one who built those explosive bears. Eviscerated, no less. A seasoned killer's work.
I'm no hero, but I've dedicated my life to keeping the Sword Coast safe from the monsters that roam it. Then we need to seek him out and get him to safety. You see, Grand Duke Ravengard is my father. Then we better be sure the Githyanki Prince will stand with us.
The greater good.
My oath forbids me from uttering her very name. Not unless she's revealed herself to you. Nice. Now for the mold.
Ugh, fungal spores. And they're everywhere.
What matters now is that Floric saw sense, and we know our path forward.
A stiff drink's in order.
No offense meant, of course. I can never forget your sacrifice for us. For the city.
If that's true, then so must be the opposite. There are people out there celebrating their lives' best moments. What a blade, full of magic. Gale might want this.
Let's say I succeed. free his mind. Then what?
Ugh. Can't believe one of those things lives in my brain.
This was the path I chose, thinking I knew all the terms. I thought wrong. Mizora. Then Raphael collects another trophy, and Mole sells her independence to the hells.
This should burn going down. So much for the detour. Moons and stars. Must be the seal mentioned in that journal.
There they were, gathered at the foot of the hill.
My mind feels so still. I can't sense the Emperor's presence. Gods! I wasn't prepared.
A talking statue. Now, was that a warning or a command? And we'll have plenty if I have my way. So it's like that, is it? So be it. The blade does not yield. Ah, yes, that old refrain. If only she'd obeyed. Terrible to think of the atrocities these walls have been witness to. Welcome. If you've need of a bunk or a bath, you'll find them upstairs. The hells will take my soul. I'll make my peace with it. I have once already, after all. When the light shone through, I hoped she'd follow it.
A friendly face.
It is. You are my greatest adventure.
Extende!
Good thing for you, I'm not such a man. Let's see. There's the pallid skin, the stealthy tendencies, the long canines.
Such cruelty among druids. I've never seen the likes of it.
Flagra! Ostende secreturum tuorum.
I'll take a crack.
Checking it out. You damned wretch. Fail. And I made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front lines of the Blood War. Ah, it was a great scrap. A hungry minotaur with a hankering for human flesh.
Just a few rocks. It won't budge.
A life worth saving. By the living gods! No more visions, no more lies. I expect answers. Now!
I know a magical ward when I see one. I should keep my hands to myself. Proper inspiration.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. I remember them well. Father made me recite them every morning.
Tombstones. I'd half expect to get a glimpse of Withers here.
Ease your worries. Warm your hands. We owe you that much.
By Baldur's breath. What is that thing up to?
The truth is finally dawning. Shadowheart can follow its light, or she can retreat back into dusk.
You need all the help you can get.
It was you. You killed my father.
A tome of necromancy. Best keep that thing shut. Dead as a door hinge.
Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the Blood War. I feel the weight of these horns on my head, curling upwards like a mammoth's tusks. I feel these ridges snaking down my neck.
We'll have to see. Suck on the wrong necks, and we'll revisit the issue.
Damihi facta. The city can be pungent, but it's more than that. Tyrill's history is written within Baldur's Gate's walls.
I'm betting on all of us. A bone. Somewhere out there, a skeleton's missing a piece.
Resisto venenum! My powers. They're draining. Just like Mizora said they would. A small price to pay in the grand scheme of things.
Well, I've got to dispel these shadows before I fall to this damned curse. Golden gods. This place is horrific.
Ha! No.
Unless my mind's gone a muddle, I think you mean bottom right.
Nocturnus.
Ouch! Get it together, Chief.
What in the... Oh,
There's script etched on the ring. Can't read a word of it, though.
To think, this creche was nestled in the valley, a day's trot away.
I don't have to ask for permission, if that's what you mean.
Voss! I call on your might!
You slapped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope you got what you needed from it. Should the child take even a small step towards independence, she'll be punished.
Won't open without a key. Nothing left.
I always figured him for a clever one. By falling for you, he proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Another one? These gems must have some special purpose.
My father.
Assuming the goblins haven't killed him by now.
Can't say I understand this bit about a hot hammer, though.
Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright. But I won't deny this infection is bothersome.
Peruri!
But if I'm right, they will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
Don't stop singing.
Not working.
That can't be food, can it?
Gods, I want you. But I can't take your body without taking your heart. This is what happened with Alfira, isn't it? By Baldran's helm, if only I'd known.
Karlak, I know I say this every day, but I'm so glad you're here.
There's a schism growing among your people, and Lae'zel just took one step towards choosing a side.
Voss! To battle!
That fellow was infected like us. Is this the mark of a true soul?
Es pride I may!
Shit. All that's left of the Great Worm is bone and ash.
Not every threat to Faerun resides there. Better to prevent a catastrophe than to face it, even if it means a hell hunt.
Hear that? The psionic detector. There are Githyanki close by.
Incredible. To hear my father's voice speak those words, like a stranger wrapped in his flesh. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have little use for my father.
I'm in big trouble if that story goes to print. The Night Song will tear Ketheric to shreds. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Uh-oh. What is it they say about curiosity in cats?
Raphael thought he could outsmart us, but there are other ways to get the Orphic Hammer. Guaranteed. The smell getting to you, Lae'zel.
This place is darker than dark. As if the shadows could cast shadows.
But freedom will be paid in my father's blood. Tomorrow, I celebrate my gain. Today, I mourn my loss.
Like a summer's day, thou art sweaty.
Well, that's a sight I can never unsee.
Manos potentis paro.
Stronger together. Rest in peace, Astarion. You may have been a bloodthirsty murderer, but I liked you all the same.
In the Gate especially, it's uncommon to marry your first love nowadays. Incredible. Do the Githyanki know of this place?
O Baldurin, founder due veneration. His guardian dragon Ansur tremendous in worth. A savior below, our eternal elation.
If so, they'll hunt us to the far ends of this cursed land.
Slippery little blighter. Come on, we need to talk to Floric. Arabella.
Vis medicatrix! Voco flagella! Gigans!
That's one outlandish blade. Githyanki, I reckon.
You can count on me, and none of it shall go to waste. You have my solemn promise. But, truth be told, it's not just Baldur's Gate I'm protecting. A duke's son is forever blessed and cursed to carry his banner. I'm starting to feel less a protector of the people and more an errand boy. Is that? Hells! The shadows have taken Lae'zel.
Gods damn it, Karlak! You'd sacrifice my father just to have vengeance.
Nothing but dirt. I see. Well,
Voko Arvina!
I'm sure it'll come to pass. Find me when it's done. I'll want to hear your story. A trap. So much for a warm welcome. Go on then.
Morbidos!
But I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a godsdamned army. If anyone can overcome this tadpole, it's you.
Shit.
Lae'zel is a powder keg, and Shadowheart was the spark.
Good idea. Eltergard. Should have known. Still a good ways from Baldur's Gate.
The cultists choked on our poisons and burned from our flames. And when we were done, all that remained were 5 greyed orbs atop a pile of ash.
Ad vitam aeternum.
Corpses on top of corpses, left for the rats to devour.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt if I poked around a little.
No lock, no handle. How does it open? This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
A lava elemental. That thing could melt armor and flesh alike.
We'll get Karlach fixed up, right? There's always a way. There has to be.
We'd make better strangers.
And what about Astarion?
Vita excolatur.
This must be where Isabel was interred before Ketheric brought her back.
What's that there?
A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
I really didn't expect the affair to last between the two of you, Lae'zel. Is it getting to be something more?
Mistra wants to meet Gale. Impressive. The only thing a god's ever offered me is a cold shoulder. I'd venture into the wilds with you at my side if I could. The Illithid who saved Baldur's Gate, I would cry. And the people would greet you as the hero I know you to be. Fortune willing, as the seasons of life pass into winter and my hair goes to grey, you'll still be within my quivering arm's reach.
It seems a rather vain notion to me, but I can't say I haven't thought about it. How about you?
Oh, there's a hag pit stench about you.
That skull is massive. A gargantula, maybe. Horrendous beasts, as tall as they are ferocious.
Ad maiorum de gloriam.
I reckon they've infested the entire coast.
The voice doesn't know we didn't conquer its trials. But, after that last battle, I declare us conquerors nonetheless.
Obedime.
Canto te!
What's your gripe with Selûne anyway, Shadowheart?
Forever dauntless.
I'm not sure if you meant to be funny or mean.
Hells, I'm not even sure it matters. You're still good for a laugh. Yes, hail to us. An alliance as true as the sun's march across the sky.
A magical staff. Will this be of use, Gale?
You've barely brain to feed a louse.
Skull smashed, but the corpse is warm. A terrible fate.
The only thing worse than a pool for tadpoles is an empty pool for tadpoles.
Someday, I might forgive this, but I won't forget.
I think I'm not the right person to be asking. We know the man. We know our mission. Let's move out.
Tuus nihil!
Well, this makes one down. Only a few thousand more to go.
Ah, that's hot!
Good thing for you, you're so goddamn charming. Besides, once I've made an ally, I'm not so quick to abandon him.
I've heard enough.
Lux. A light spell should disarm the chest.
Watch and learn. It's the least we can give them. A future worth looking forward to.
The city must remember him, not just for his triumph, but for his courage.
What's all this? Something shady was going on here.
Bravo! Bravo! There he is, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows. Oh, Karlach! No news could have made me happier in this house of horrors.
Baldur's breath, a lava elemental. It stirred up the lake something fierce.
I'm trying to decide on a title for this chapter of the Blade's adventures.
Truce? You should have stayed in the hells, devil. I was hunting near the cloakwood when I heard it. A child crying out from a lone farmstead. That was close. No doubt there'll be others. Yes. Liar!
I'll be. Looks just like the key from the flophouse.
If you think you can put your hand in mine without singeing it off, I'm willing to try.
The touch of life.
Pulso!
Ansur is dead. A crate from the Dale Lands. Whoa, smells like old cheese. No, this isn't right. And why not name myself Archduke while I'm at it? Maybe build some steel automatons to watch over the gates.
No one left behind!
I tracked her through the hells to the Mindflayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her.
Every step counts.
There she is, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows.
Maybe you should avoid items laced with dark magic. You are what you eat, as the old adage goes.
Scorch marks. Watch your step. Caution, tread lightly, and so forth.
Not a secret so much as an omission.
An infirmary. Too bad the current locals are beyond saving.
Put plainly, I'm not about to let these drow go unpunished for taking my father.
A few more stitches, and this bear'll be as cute as a space hamster's tail.
Oh, another Githyanki disc. I should see Lae'zel. It's story time.
Voco potentia!
Hells. He may have made me an exile, but he didn't deserve to be abandoned to the flames. Father will be waiting in camp. It's about time we talked. I had another dream last night. The visitor came to me and ordered me to penetrate the heart of the very cult that's spreading the infection.
Faccio, voco, fere, teocludo oculos, viviro!
Minsk! Then the great hero is here.
Da mihi facta!
No hope of clearing this without a shovel. Who better than the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its defenses?
A brine pool. Still intact.
Pulcrior!
Whatever did this, the blade stands ready.
Think of love as a strong ale or a warm fire. Is the clang of steel on steel not made more satisfying by the pleasures that come after?
And not a mere stroke, as it turns out, but the scars of her possession. I can't bear to think of it. But I can't tell you no. Dust everywhere, and not a prayer to be heard.
Subtlety isn't exactly your forte, given how you've strolled about wearing a circlet inset with Shah's symbol.
What we saw was an atrocity. There's blood on Korga's hands, enough to dye the Keonthar red. I might share a bowl of venison stew with Hulsin, but never a partner in dance.
You listening?
That'll have to do. And should that come to pass, death is the most pleasant outcome that fell bastard would give her. Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled.
That's what I'm here for.
We can break him free. He might give us options we hadn't thought of. Open doors that we thought were closed.
To the hells with you, then, and may you all forever burn!
By the Triad, there is only one correct answer. Refuse him, and we sentence these people to die.
Oribus teneo lupum. A continual flame, if memory serves me right.
Parchment pallid villain.
Is that so? Maybe that's fear of false accusation I hear in your voice. Or maybe it's guilt.
Do not trust a devil. Is that plain enough?
She could raise me as a war devil and loose me on the coast. She could name me a patron and bid me collect souls for her cause.
I'd like that. Someone to carry our name. Learn the 4 pillars. If only Father.
A splendid plan. We'll talk more there.
No idea. The man was always a mystery.
Healthy. And troubled by that fact.
I didn't, and I couldn't. My soul was a necessary price to pay for... I'm not Gortash. I don't want to instill fear. I want to instill hope. Hope for a bountiful future. Hope for a life free of tyranny and torment. I think that unknowable powers come with unknowable consequences.
As a favor.
I'd say you broke the poor fellow, but I reckon he came that way.
Yes, the brain will fall, and the people will hail us as champions.
The Wilden Oak. Legend has it it stood since the Age of Dawn.
They're after a weapon. Surely they don't mean that strange artifact of ours.
A frightful message, written in blood and garnished with corpses.
Karlak. The stink of Avernus.
Karlak! No, no, no!
What are you?
Spill it! Mayrina deserves the truth.
Inexpugnabilis!
Let's make a bargain. A pact, if you will.
What did you expect? You laid a half-devil. She does not give without taking.
Voco nubes! I'd be a fool to go after Cazador before sunrise. For now, I should rest.
Then talk to it, and I will keep an open mind. But I'm splitting open the Illithid's head at the first sign of danger.
He may be dead, but his tyranny still suffocates Balduran's grand city. The truth is, I'd rather be friends than lovers. Romance is all peaks and valleys, big gains and bigger losses.
Gala!
Tenebra!
I thought she was exaggerating, and I was wrong.
Loved these things as a kid. I imagined so many stories in the spaces between stars. Propera!
I can only leave the rest to your imagination. Suffice to say, I hunt monsters, devils included, and I will do what I can to quench the coast of their flames.
My name is Wyll, but the people of the Sword Coast call me the Blade of Frontiers, champion of the meek, defender of the innocent. A lesser man would sever that well-coiffed head from your neck for the insolence, without a moment's thought. But I'm ready to live 1,000 more, if you can bear me. The people I'm sworn to protect will see only an Illithid. They would cower in fear. Or worse yet, try to fill you with arrows and daggers. You're already halfway there, kid.
Veritas, credo, oculus!
That's no mere disc. It's a lift. We found our way forward.
How about a pick-me-up?
As luck would have it, he just arrived.
A trap. Watch it.
I'll be in the hollow. Don't you dare make trouble.
The source of Gortash's watchers. If I could get over my disgust, I might be impressed.
A letter from Orin. Might as well open it up.
A toll of the bell. It's all I ask. Our problems can wait that long.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
Imperote! Dead already. Nothing to be done. A real fiend skull. And by the size, I'm guessing a gargantula.
Oh.
A suggestion, if I may. A celebration. I know I could use a few sips of good ale. Shit. Every choice an impossible one. Every consequence unknown.
So much shadow around us. To think I almost missed the light.
More than worried in truth.
I feel refreshed.
Teo cludo oculus!
A devil of a proposal. By the hounds of the hells, what is she planning?
More goblins on the horizon. Sounds like this place needs a savior.
Dead. They're only good for kindling now.
Shadowheart did what was right, knowing she stood to suffer for it. In so doing, she proved what it means to be a hero.
Taste the blade!
But not tonight. Tonight is about you.
Because their lives were cut brutally short, you mean?
We should catch up.
Older Ravengard is here. He must be. Raphael's good and gone. Feels damn good, too. Now, if only I could get rid of the other devil in my life. I'll leave you to your thoughts. I hope somewhere in them you find peace. Something's always gnawed at me. Character, you say? Well, who couldn't use a bit more of that?
Ah, fancy. A wedding to their betrothed, a new baby, a windfall, the taste of an exquisite pudding.
Astarion has a certain swagger, don't you find? An interesting fellow. Nice hair to boot.
You gave up so much so that others could walk free. I know sacrifice, and I must honor yours.
Indeed. Perhaps the worm's vat was poisoned. Perhaps we're uncommonly fit. There is, and you know why I can't tell you. My lips are quite literally sealed. 3. The Mind Flayer's been siphoning a Githyanki prisoner's powers to shield us from the Absolute's voice.
I don't think so, but I appreciate the offer.
Glad I escaped.
It's over. He will perform no more surgeries, inflict no more pain.
The seat of the Iron Throne was razed a century ago. Or so it was said.
A terrible contraption by all estimations. All that pain for the sake of Ketheric's enduring power.
Baldur's Gate's savior lies beyond this door. For all our sakes, don't turn your back. I've seen your people in battle. I reckon you are no mere warrior, but a god's damned army.
I know it was. I gave my soul so that the people of Baldur's Gate might live. Baldur's Gate lies ahead. If we've any lingering business to attend to, now's the time.
She'll tear me in two for touching her egg.
This is unlocked elsewhere, apparently.
I prepared myself. I thought I was ready.
The Mind Flayer's up and gone. Not sure I like that turn of events. That must be all of him. We should chat with the Ringmaster.
Oh, goodness. My cheeks have gone warm. Am I blushing? I must be blushing.
Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower me. It was fun. And a ruthless killer. The two are not mutually exclusive.
Can't avoid him forever.
Risas abundat!
Shit. You don't remember slaughtering the girl you welcomed to our camp?
Shall I compare thee to a sow's fart? Te execro! Kitius!
An old fairy tale my father read to me. The kind with a hero, a villain, and a moral. I love the coast. I love its people. The Blade of Frontiers belongs to them.
Yeah, but you're Minsk.
How generous. Do you charge by the bell or the spell?
You could have walked away, strategized, considered your options. You could have lied.
You must be Volo in disguise, out here to harangue me for some tales of the frontiers. Guardian of Faith. That's one powerful spell.
But I can't resist you. I'd sooner know one unforgettable night than a lifetime of what-ifs. Really?
Although it's a shame about the book. No amount of wine is merrier than a roaring tale.
May I have this dance? Was there ever any doubt? You are a champion. You overcome.
Consume all the magic artifacts you need to keep that bomb of yours from exploding. Make a meal of anyone I call friend, Astarion, and they will be your last. That is my solemn promise.
In my name. All that's left of this Githyanki are bones and armor. One of the temple's raiders from long ago?
Ah, the devil's way, isn't it? So casually cruel.
Its light holds off every shadow. Keep close to the creature, lest the shadows devour us.
Damned stubborn fool! We can stop this thing! You don't have to...
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
A turnip. That's, something, all right.
Incende!
Lucky for you, I'm not such a man.
A bronze dragon and an elf sailor. Could this be Baldurin? They changed color. That's got to mean something.
Are you sure? The blade stands at the ready.
Pernicious, putrefying pissant.
2 chosen down, 1 still to go. Shall we pay a visit to Gortash? The fiend strikes. Punish it, warrior. It's come for the slaughter.
We've chipped away a piece of the Absolute. It will take all our might, all our will to fully shatter it.
We'll finish what my father couldn't. We'll awaken Ansur, the heart of the gate.
Precisali afero! Crusty rogue!
We've made a connection. Please don't sacrifice that for the sake of cold-blooded thrills.
Wouldn't you know? The barrier's already down.
Goblins ahead.
Evanesco!
Not at all. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Raven Guard.
I'd watch yourself, my friend. I don't know if our pale rogue has anything good in his heart, or even a scrap of it left for you.
That's where I stand. But whatever you do, I trust you to the last.
This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Oh, he's alive. And we're going to find him.
Blade at the ready.
You end it. No more pact, no more debt. Then I set you free, and you flit back to Zariel and leave me for good.
Jahira's support has been invaluable. We should return it in kind.
Voco araniai.
It's delicious, don't get me wrong. But that man wouldn't eat a vegetable unless Mistra herself commanded it.
Expelote!
The Wizard Wonder. Or, how about, the Master of the Weave?
Tell her. But if she pulls out a pot of oil, run. Now, let's kill ourselves a nether brain. You think I don't know the truth? How your flesh blazes with Avernus's heat? How your axe splits your victim straight down the middle?
Impero mortus.
A friend indeed.
Voco spicai. A key. Wonder what it opens.
I'd like to do this the proper way. The way of the old romances sung by the bards. But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Nor have you. Could just be good luck. I'm not so... You are a warlock. You know about bound souls and frozen tongues. Dead! God's damn wretches! Gods know why. You'd be well within your rights to burn me alive.
Love Shadowheart's new look. Softer, less severe. It suits her.
Faccio voco fere!
An old name for certain, but a new man to bear it. What a cruel disguise. My nerves started hammering the second I thought he was the one looking for me.
Why is it always a Mephit?
But if I can't call you partner, I'm glad I can still call you friend.
I could really use an instruction book.
Balduran's beard, what a performance! You'd put the 5 flagons to shame. I can't pretend I have the answer, but I know the Illithids right about one thing.
The marks will fade soon enough, if not the memories they contain.
Goblins and gnolls are marked on here too. There'll be no match for the blade.
Now, let's rest. I wager tomorrow'll be a big day. Father, come! Mazora's here, we need to get moving! You disavowed me of that notion soon enough. You may as well scrawl a red V on your forehead. Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror. An uneasy life awaits you. But know this. I think it's the one ending in Osh? Easy mistake. Looks like I'm swearing off mushroom soup. Not that I'm one to question someone's meal preferences, but something tells me this is more than a dietary quirk. Maybe I'd be living in the city. Maybe I'd never have been forced into this cursed pact. So it's the Dark Lady who shadowed your heart, is it? I might have guessed. I trust you and stand by you. However you choose, I am at the ready.
I won't let you down! Cupio vertus laicet, invoco te!
The man I call my father. More precisely, Grand Duke Ravengard of Baldur's Gate. We should pay her a visit. Once Gale tasted of godhood, he was always bound to fill himself full. May he be wiser than he is cocksure, for his own sake. Soldier's pet, Papa's prince, and Duke's little rich boy, the babe of frontiers. I know this is my doing. My choice, my burden, but to see him laying there, lifeless.
Crescat scientia!
I mean, the blade hasn't exactly lived up to his own reputation.
Ludus non factum est!
But you said it anyway, to your immense credit. You're choosing truth. You're choosing freedom. For you, for Orpheus, for your people. We should rest these weary bones of ours.
You're not in your right mind. There's got to be more to it.
Trust the Emperor or annihilate the Sword Coast. A vexing choice, but an easy one. At the banquet, Stelmane didn't seem to look at us, but through us.
Ludus non factum est!
Floric,
The blade provides. Well, I'll be. So even the ferocious Lae'zel has a soft side.
deep shadows have long haunted Baldur's Gate, and few loom so large as Cazador's. An ambitious enterprise, one I doubt Mistra will stand for.
There's no expelling the dark aura. Not while that thing still stands.
Then I hope the road rises to meet you wherever it leads.
Well, that was quite the security system.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
Horrifying. So many damned corpses.
Gale's Tressim flew the coop. Wonder what she's up to.
She hides behind a projection. It's time we find the Mother Superior in flesh. One night soon, when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
Dolo!
Nice punch. Maybe next time try a simple hello?
Who would take in these souls, if not the Jewel of Balduran? The Blade of Frontiers at your calling. What was it that changed your mind?
I've turned goblins into corpses, but never into comrades. If it's got your hackles rising, then I reckon we should steer clear.
Let's go. Shit! This was your doing. All of it.
Even hell'd gag on your bedeviled stench.
Baldur's Gate, born and raised, the only son of a single father.
Hells! What did that mind flayer do to me?
Listen up, inexpugnabilis.
You won't feel a thing.
I do, and so did my father.
One of the archdevil Zariel's own. Chaos incarnate, a devil with pure fire for a heart. I made my way to Avernus to stop her.
Congratulations. The amulet is yours. But don't think Valyria was the only soul you sacrificed to retrieve it.
A cave beneath the tavern. I wonder how deep it runs.
No, this can't be his end. Father's vanquished dragon cultists and assassins alike with his own bastard sword. A Raven Guard is not ruined by fire nor blood.
We can't let them find the grove. End her. Now.
Healing you up.
Sounds like a cult, and the Absolute is bending their ears.
Shut it, devil! I know your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You'd cut a child's throat just to taste the blood.
I thought our connection meant something to you. Certainly it did to me. What manner of misfit curates a collection like this?
We can't leave her be. Who knows how many lives she might take.
Whoever built it, they've let it rot for ages. Suffering and hate can never prevail for as long as we wield them. The magic nearly oozes from this flask. Gale might be interested.
And poof, the power's gone.
Something's hidden in that hay.
Tenebra.
Gods damn it all! To the grove, quickly! We can't let it fall to these vicious bastards. Don't bother answering. I already know.
Maybe another time. Now, you've got a party to get back to. Don't forget tonight is about you. Goblins got to her by the looks of it, but she stood her ground proudly. Hells, I thought I'd left this place behind. That's what I'm here for.
This makes no sense. Why here? And why now?
Quiet.
All those fires. An army camp, I wager. But an army of what? That did something all right. The tower's defenses are shutting down.
Good thing for you, I'm not such a man. Besides, not even the Blade of Frontiers is immune to your not inconsiderable charms.
Curious. I shouldn't wonder if that was the voice of Shah herself. I'd be a fool to wish otherwise.
What in the hells was she thinking? To go spewing such treacherous drivel?
What in the...
We could have walked away, strategized, considered our options. We could have lied.
Forget it. We won't make so much as a dent.
Dum vita est spes est.
Don't push it, kid. If you see trouble, then run. Only fight if you have to.
Let's all keep our heads, eh? You, us, near.
By the gone gods, what have we done?
Please, we need to see to my father.
You don't?
Let the tale be told. We are victorious.
Feel that? Magic. A spell sealed that chest tight.
It was on a whim that I smelled an orchard's sweetest flowers and plucked its sweetest fruit.
Flagilo!
Ah, how how to answer a question with so many layers as that.
Good riddance, Glut. No good could have come from your reign.
A powerful friend with a keen interest in
Privacy.
I'm sworn to say no more.
Diminue!
Hey. Hey, stay with me!
Blow the horn. The trap has been set. Trust me, I won't be far behind. It's done, Karlach. By my living soul, you will forever burn.
No! Devils cannot be trusted. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I shall always apply this axiom of justice, my good ranger. And Boo, of course.
I can't hold it any longer. My head's beating like a war drum. I swear to the gods.
An infant could make better trinkets than this.
I'll get you free.
Are you so heartless that you'd ask the oppressed to suffer? Are you so mindless that you don't see through the blatant political scheming?
A cult from the looks of it, and word spreading fast.
There's worse ways to travel, I guess.
That was most of them. Time to press on.
A throne fit for a tyrant, but most certainly not for you.
Why shouldn't I? I have no reason to doubt Floric's word, and neither do you. That should cover it.
Really? Oh dear. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing.
The undead smashed to bone. Lathander's sun does not rise on the soulless.
Mortem tuum sum!
Thank you. For the dance, I mean. I won't forget it.
Tempting as these powers sound, we should recognize this dream for what it is, the tadpole's little trick.
Not people like you. I swear I didn't know.
So, what's all this?
How could I ever refuse you?
Didst thou mother sex a plague rat?
Keep calm. Even the Blade of Frontiers knows when he's outmatched.
Oh, Astarion. I bet I'd find a touch of sweet under all that sour if I dig deep enough.
I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. They say there's no coming back.
Though I'll have to take your word for it. I've been avoiding my own reflection.
Spill the magic beans, Shadowheart. Who are you talking to?
What's this? Looks like it should be plugged in somewhere. The torch is no help, damn it. The shadows here are too strong.
I spent more time dueling with Father than I did rubbing elbows with lords.
I feel a presence here, a power, the patron god of this place.
They would never see you as the hero I know you to be. They would only see a mind flayer.
But I still feel his presence. Something about that helm.
Blasted fog is everywhere. Tenebra!
So, why am I frozen in doubt? Tell me it was right to strike her down.
A war devil's horns. You'd have to suffer a grueling battle to take these.
I won't fall for this devilish trickery.
The druids, dead. A damn shame to see.
Courage, insight, strategy, justice.
I remember them well. You made me recite them every morning.
Finally, a pact I can get fully behind.
The fact one of your first dates is going to be one of your last. It's just not fair, Karlach.
Dialano!
So cheaply made. Even I'm embarrassed.
Maybe we still can. There's yet to be a storm we couldn't weather. Diore! Ah!
He was a fine man. He would have made a finer ally.
I could listen to this forever.
Hells! Better a shrieking banshee than that racket. Holy hells!
I can't. I'm responsible for Baldur's Gate. She needs me desperately, now more than ever. I can't abandon her.
Now, perhaps we might try a more intimate style. I'll be fine. Seeing you has cheered me more than you can know.
Tormentum. Loquesi tibi placet.
I could once more call Baldur's Gate home. Whether I return there, well,
Only time will tell.
You've a visage fit for letter writing. Strange little artifact. Question is, what does it do?
I haven't sprouted a tentacle just yet, but I'm thinking it's only a matter of time.
Resisto ignum.
At least the cub has a fighting chance now. Extraordinary. Like a waking dream. Where have we gotten to? Yes, it's a good thing we were here. Karlach is an archdevil's soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
Cave carculum.
Deal?
I'm not getting back in there.
Shit. Astarion, you need to get out of the light!
I was barely 8 years of age when I heard the counting house held mythical treasure.
She didn't. She came on order of her mistress, Zariel.
Even more rules than a flaming fist outpost. Who could keep track?
A farmer made a deal with the devil, so the story goes. In exchange for the farmer's dearest fruit, the devil granted him a bottomless coin purse.
Oh.
The gaping abyss. You don't intend to jump, or do you?
Pretty enough to paint. Too bad I don't have a canvas. Or paints. Or the skills.
Coming for you!
Now, let's move.
I doubt a few iron bars are sufficient to hold one of Zariel's.
I'm still missing the Susa bark. I thought we were weaving our own tale, you and me. Don't turn your back on it. But last night, I swear to you, your touch healed every one of my bruises and wiped away every scar.
Taste me, Alora pleaded. Fabian smashed his lips against hers, and their tongues twisted together like two eels in the Sword Sea.
What's our leader have to say? To camp. Father should know of Ansur's fate. I don't need to tell you what evil she's capable of, what brutality she's wrought.
We've got the matter well in hand, and if we make too big a splash, well, goblins are used to a ruckus or two.
Dead. Thank the gods. Could be me next if I don't jump ship.
Well chosen. An accursed advantage, but an advantage all the same. The Absolute's end would be the guarantee. I made a mistake. This is your chance to learn from it. Evidence! Proof that you're a devil! A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army!
Te ad stringo linguam.
Footprints, and whomever left them went straight into that cave.
Tempting. Give it some time. Develop a bond, and maybe I'll show you a move or two.
Corruptus!
A bit player with dreams of a leading role, the way Father told it. He had no use for Gortash, and even less for his advice. The Prince of the Comet has fallen. He sacrificed everything to stop the grand design. Does that mean nothing to you, Lae'zel? Korga's a piece of work. Let's see if your wit surpasses your might.
Whoever made these footprints came from the sewers.
I'm not ready to turn my back. Not yet, anyway. But I need answers. The sooner the better.
Looks like an ambush.
You are something. You are worthy. You are strong. You are Shadowheart.
His suffering's at an end. Truth be told, I'll miss that mad bastard.
No manner of duke should save a city, only to open a gate to the hells. You're not in any danger, I promise. I can't say the same about me. The most peaceful rest I had in ages. Why not? Could be good for a laugh.
Ad maiorum Dei gloriam.
Till next time. Good night, and dream sweetly.
Hells. That thing'll blow this place sky high. Fake, fake, fake.
Ah, there you are. I was thinking. I'm not a Grand Duke just yet, but I'm still of a mind to celebrate.
Maleos!
Turn around and walk away, while you still got legs to walk on. Let's not lose sight of what matters. Astarion's dead. We're safe.
From vampires, at least.
For such a small thing, she's got one big mouth.
Ah, a familiar face. Didn't think I'd see you again. Think carefully. Do not give yourself to the Dreadlord, no matter how strong your cravings.
There, a mind flayer, and it's hurt.
Ah! Perry!
The army of the Absolute marches west to the gate. The city is strong, but it will not hold forever.
Clearly to practice your forest tracking. That was not what I expected to see today.
I've known only a few Sharans. Callous souls, every one of them. Never.
Quite a sight. A terrible, sweltering, agonizing sight.
Another time, then. I'll hold nothing back. Ghastly thing. Yet loyal to the Absolute.
I wonder where she's gone off to.
That's because you still have hope. But when he becomes your last hope, remember this.
Oh.
Not exactly the words of solace I'd hoped for. I wouldn't let his skilled hand anywhere near me.
Ah.
The brain will fall, and the people will hail us as champions.
Hag-shouldered scum vestige.
A kiss? Well, I can't say I'm not tempted, but not here. Not now. Just checking in. Is there anything you need?
That smells rank. The remnants of a Shah ritual, I'm guessing. To eat and drink your fill before killing another.
A worm? Are you saying there's a dragon living under the city? Quite the welcome. You are a champion. If this foe demands blood, then tear off its limbs and let it drink its own.
Wyvern whiskey. Aged in Nimbrel, exported to Waterdeep. This is the good stuff. There's magic nearby. I can feel it.
First they took Minsk. Now they take Jaheira's face. Does their malice have no limit?
Death, destruction. And for what? A mace. A dusty artifact.
No worse than having mind flayers bury a tadpole in your brain, or crashing to the ground on the banks of the Chionthar.
Stabilio!
I live at the mercy of fiends. A devil's plaything awaiting a future in the hells.
Watch your step. Someone's laid out the unwelcome mat.
I won't pretend I'm not hurt. But I also won't deny that your friendship alone is a magnificent gift.
The Absolute's army's on the march. Gods forbid a tadpoled Grand Duke throw open the gates for them.
You can count on me.
Spurious prune tart.
But it does raise a question. What if its contents are more valuable than the reward?
The frontiers demanded a blade. And so I heeded. Astarion, please. No power is worth these prisoners' torment.
You can say that again. He was the first and last undead to get that close to the blade.
Tempestus! Gods, they won't let up.
Detono! Father, come! I'm getting you out of here.
Omnia mutantur.
There's an opening here. Looks like I found a home for that mold. You're free, Mazora. I held up my end. Now you hold up yours. Sever the pact.
Viam sapientiae.
Did I miss anything? I hope Gale makes you happy. You deserve it.
Mushrooms and swamp vines. Not the most inviting decor.
How do you feel?
Ah.
Hells, I don't like the look of that. Run, damn it, run! Gods damn it. You almost make me forget myself. You don't know what this means. You don't know what you're asking me to do. Come on, Boo! Give it everything you've got! At last, a cure is in reach. To the towers, then, where the moonlight will lend way to a new dawn. Our hearts can keep time. We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Don't you think? They burned away their own darkness with their own inner light. They chose courage. They chose honor. And so can you.
The Hag's Lair. Glad I don't have to deal with her again.
Tim asks,
Known to cause confusion. Best not get too close.
She might still be alive if we'd struck Korga first.
No thumbs on a hoof to hold a dagger.
Have you really?
Same language as the one inscribed on Tsar's ring. Not that I can read a word of it.
The Spawn have their freedom. But what of the city? What of the lives they take? Gods, I can't imagine.
More of the Mind Flayer's pets. Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers.
Someone's defaced this Shah statue. Not sure what this is, though. This doesn't sit right with me. I hope I've chosen wisely.
Aggression.
Let's get moving then. Once we fill our packs with what we can carry, of course. Why would you do that?
The cure for what ails you.
Swelto's ethic of war would lead to endless conflict. No city could survive it.
Ignis! I've known goblin raiders to slaughter entire villages and strip them for loot, but I've never seen one ravaged like this. Ah! It's trapped!
Your words cheer me more than any party could. People up ahead. Something's wrong.
A Saloonite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good.
I smell adventure. And rainwater. Ignore them, Umi. Go on now. Practice what you've learned.
I'm afraid you'd find my own stories rather tight-laced, Shadowheart. I was never one to sow my wild oats. Intellego. The woman's a menace. I say it's time for a chat.
Well, that's a sight I can never unsee.
Why shouldn't I? I've no reason to doubt my father's word, and neither do you.
A toll house, and a huge one at that. Must have teemed with merchants back in its day.
Remarkable crossbow. Sharon made, if I'm not mistaken.
Ouch! And one of Tiamat's 5 heads appeared from within it. I almost feel bad for the runt. Almost.
I've spent years hunting monsters, Astarion. Do you think the Blade of Frontiers is ignorant to vampire spawn? The Undercity. Father always warned me not to go poking around here. And for very good reason.
Vis Medicatrix!
I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear. Plants? Not what I expected.
Here, a bottle is judged more by its ability to crack heads than the quality of its contents.
That orb, a scrying eye. No telling who's watching through it. I see it in your eyes. The time is near.
The blade will not bend!
There's still life left in this old thing.
Yahoo! Hello? Guess he can't hear me.
Mind flayers are like devils. They just sport tentacles rather than wings.
Yeah. Looks like an old prayer. Good question. Dolor.
She seeks a safe haven. What sort of ears gang would refuse it?
To the hells with you, devil, and may you forever burn.
Otherwise, I'd bet my last coin that the open-hand temple in Baldur's Gate could help. Though a fat lot of good that does to us now. Good night. And thank you. For the dance, I mean. I won't forget it.
Please. You can't liberate Aelin from one master only to chain her to another. Get your gear in order and rest up. We've got an undead elf to go rescue. Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than a man with one eye.
I saw our future in my dreams. Grand adventures, tender moments, and all the wonders in between them. No lover of wolves, I see. Either that was a hook horror, or I ate too much pea soup last night.
What's that?
Noble creature. She should be proud of the fight she put up.
I know how to have fun. I have lots of fun every day.
Minthara, no!
What a horror. Caked in blood.
Oh,
I'd love to know the full story. An adamantine forge hidden deep in the Underdark. The stuff of legends.
Hells, we've got a vampire among us.
Veniet Juvame!
His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, gods be damned. With that parasite in his brain, Father could wreak untold havoc in the Absolute's name.
Aqua pura.
Come. The next page in our saga begins.
Wonder what's down there. Guess there's only one way to find out.
I'd like to think not. The answer is much simpler than that.
Gale's one of us, and we should stand by his side. Well, if you insist.
You need to understand. Duke Ravengard is my father.
I won't entertain the notion. We must save him. It's as simple as that.
Is that a pelvis? Oh, poor dribbles.
But what's this about a hot hammer? Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Grooves and ridges here. Still fresh, too. If so, they might have returned to the grove.
Gale, is something the matter?
Creepy chanting in the back. And a harmless choir, it is not.
Hardy stock, perhaps. But Father was born to a labourer, not an aristocrat. You don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Of course, but we need nourishment, don't we? And we can't go beating up brains on empty stomachs. Be careful. Let's get this poor man down alive.
Wyll Ravengard. The Blade of Frontiers.
Thou art a hairy-hearted whoreson.
Gods, I wasn't prepared.
This thing runs on magic. There must be a way to get it working.
Ut ventus!
I had my reasons to hope I was right, but I can't deny the truth.
Time is so goddamned greedy. It can never give, only take.
How about a hand?
And yet you served!
Da mihi facta, non compos mentis.
The tadpole is tainted.
That can't be good.
Or can it? I will blaze a path before me and behind me. Justice will prevail in the Sword Coast.
They say not to go poking bears. Perhaps we should apply that to oxen.
Blah. I'd rather drink the Baldur's Gate sewers dry. Consider my blade yours, till death makes me lay it down.
Ouch! A hungry little device, this.
Ugh.
I propose an alliance. We search for a cure. I pledge you my talents. You pledge me yours. Big Bomb be damned. You've got everything you need to defeat the Absolute already. Talent, nerve, and powerful allies at your side.
Our winding paths lead to one certain end. Victory. Thousands were sacrificed and the servant become lord. I'm sure you're quite pleased with yourself.
Souls like mine.
Pallida mors. Aleme.
I trust you. Gods only know if I should. But I do.
Gods, what are these wretched things?
Shit! Shit.
Obedi me.
Yours wouldn't be the first spawn skull I've severed, you know. Hells, I'm half inclined to sever it now, if only for your endless insolence.
As good a guess as any.
You're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part.
Invocote.
Besides, I find it gives one an air of mystique. No one's more intriguing than a woman with one eye.
Menzoberranzan, not the sort of place you can just stroll into. That didn't work out the way you imagined, I reckon.
I was certain you'd fallen for Astarion, the charming rapscallion that he is.
Ha ha! By the gods, Jaheira!
No, never. The eye's scrying days are over.
You're greasier than a warg roast. Dead goblins, empty cage. Looks like their captive had the last laugh. I know that symbol on the collar. This wing cap thing must be Gale's. Oh, that potion's near wrecked my innards. Oribus tenio lupum. Seems we've got a vampire among us.
A lie as obvious as those cursed fangs of yours. A lesser man might sever that well-coiffed head from your neck for the insolence. They came from below. We could destroy them. Or perhaps...
Dime.
But I haven't seen my reflection just yet.
The two of you are the unholiest union I can bloody imagine. Canto te!
Let's dash for the exit, lest we suffer the full extent of Vlaakith's fury.
Sounds good to me.
But you did, and just like that, it's gone. There lies our answer. Use the netherstones on the crown, and we can bring an end to this.
When I see a creature as sweet as that, I hardly miss the gate at all.
If that's the case, we've got more problems than just the worms in our heads.
Something bothering you, Astarion?
Inveniam viam!
It is. And I did. Nonsense! The girl was timid as a mouse, and hardly more dangerous. Weapon blueprints that use Susabark. Rare find. My pact ends at death, and Zariel may want more than just fodder for her front line.
Well chosen. Never dive into unknown waters without dipping a toe.
Jaheira would do anything to see her family safe. They're lucky to have her, and she's lucky to have them. Those are knife wounds, and you know it. A terrifying number of them. Make some room, and I'm all yours. Stand back. The first strike is mine. This Korg's barbaric. The blade's got your back.
The ghosts of the past have long haunted Baldur's Gate, Shadowheart. No one knows this better than you.
Hellsfire. She's coming.
Lux in tenebra! The blade provides. Veni et juvame!
It would be an honor. Hells, our time is short. My father is here, and by the living gods, I will free him.
Out! Foul deformity!
I think I can feel my tadpole kicking. Sheltered? Not at all. I was exposed to all manner of riot and revelry. Hells, my father even urged me on once or twice.
So much for that.
Dark justiciars. Deader than the dead. It's a long shot, but maybe you've grown fond of me. Hells, it's her, Karlach, the archdevil's servant. We must rest in camp. It's time she had her due.
This isn't right. Time to find the owner of this home and put his feet to the fire.
You don't know the half of it. But to see him like that, forever gone.
As I expected, the druid Halcyon is key to our cure.
Checking things out.
No signs of life. This camp's long been abandoned.
Father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him.
Empty for good.
Kudo!
Finders keepers.
Hell's Astarion. The sun's already begun to scorch you.
Ground shaking again. Can't say I like it.
It's a long shot, but maybe you've grown fond of me. Gods know I've grown fond of you.
Mind flayer training dummy. Makes sense. The Githyanki despise all things illithid.
Gnolls. I reckon they've infested the entire coast. But if assimilation is your choice, I won't stop you.
I never would.
Vivat crescat floriat!
Karlak, advocatus diaboli. I won't be lectured on monsters by Zariel's servant. Aye, your reign of horror is over, Karlak. What happened in the grove was a horror, one I won't ignore. But nor will I let a devil roam the coast unchallenged. Let's have a chat, Astarion. Just you and me.
Not my first choice. Blade at the ready.
Make peace with the Absolute. The blade comes for your head.
A worm? Do you mean there's a dragon living under the city?
A dragon and elf. Apparently befriended. One day I'll share such a bond with a dragon of my own.
Nor could it rival yours.
You aren't actually insufferably randy. You're just insufferable.
For you, it's as clear as cool water. You have that heroism within you.
He brings to mind a story.
The devil with the silver tongue. But Lae'zel said it anyway, to her immense credit. She's choosing truth. She's choosing freedom. For her, for Orpheus, for the Githyanki people. Elbows high. Now pull back and swing. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
Nothing but trouble.
Do you mean Ansor? The dragon is dead.
All my time roaming the frontiers, and I'd seen neither hair nor hide of a Githyanki. I would think twice before trusting the Illithid. It is loyal for only as long as we're useful.
Te video!
You're right. But to think of my father laying there, lifeless.
It's where they kept Halsin. Scrappy fellow, judging by this mess.
Rough dug graves. These dead were buried in a hurry.
Everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
This must be the forge. Damn impressive. And impressively hot.
Nautiloid, don't get caught in its fire!
Invocote!
I hope that was an honest mistake.
Well, give it some time. Develop a bond and maybe I'll show you a move or two.
I can't work without a blueprint. You shared your body with the fiend who holds my soul. I can forgive it. I can't forget it.
Gortash hasn't made Baldur's Gate safe. He's made it a prison. And when his army breaks through, the people will have nowhere to run.
Hells, I can smell it. This wine's been poisoned.
I know how it goes with vampires and their spawn, Astarion. You can no more deny your hunger than a cat can deny its curiosity.
The great worm is dead by my hand. This isn't a moment to be celebrated.
Go and enjoy every breath while you can still take them. Just the one. Yours truly.
Where am I needed?
And to me.
But, given who carried it, I think it's more than just a myth.
Impressive gems. They can't be real, can they?
Shit. Come. It's time to paint the place red.
I bet that sword's loaded with magic, Gale.
Let's get some rest. Dawn comes sooner than we think.
Ah, the blushing mermaid. I stole a few kisses or 3 here before my exile.
Use that too. Your entire body is a weapon.
Precisali ferro!
Glacius!
She came on orders of her mistress, Zariel.
Father, please. Come back to me.
There could well be. She has the blighted thing. What I know of it is simply what has engraved itself upon my memory.
Stay calm. I'm coming.
You know I can't say more. But I can say this.
Damn shade. Looks like I need to give this another go. Whatever killed them, looks like they put up a fight. How about we start talking to them, What in the 9 hells have I done?
Gods, What I wouldn't give to drive a dagger through the Emperor's bulging head.
Baldur left his city in good hands, or so he thought. Odd that the histories make no mention of this dragon.
Consider this. To Wormway 'neath prison's deepest level. That must mean Worm's Rot Prison. That's where we'll find the entrance to this Wormway.
Gods! Such a vicious attack. And I slept through her cries.
You must have stumbled out here by complete accident. But I'm sure you didn't come by to bask in shameless flattery. To what do I owe the pleasure? The only way out is if I can out-bargain her. We're standing here with nothing but the clothes on our backs and the worms in our heads. You had your chance and unleashed a wildfire. Nothing left but dust.
But I think Jaheira's got the right idea. Better I live fully and meaningfully than to pine for an always and forever I could never achieve.
Resisto ignem!
A powerful asset. Just what are their intentions, I wonder? Ugh, it's stuck. It can never be easy, can it? Scratch needs a snooze. The games can wait.
It's when you use words like agog that I remember you're actually 2 centuries old.
Father? Gods, no. I'm so sorry.
There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark.
One of those exploding toys half-stitched. Handle with care, I'd say.
And miss what happens next. I wouldn't dream of it.
Look there! A shimmer of light, keeping the shadows at bay.
Indeed. These creatures are mightier than they look. This must be where the gnolls attacked.
Morzanimai!
Should Baldur's Gate fall to the Absolute, every one of the coast cities will be ripe for the plucking.
My first visit to the Undercity. A haven for undead, or so my tutors said. I'll be damned. The portal worked. Here's hoping he makes it back in one piece.
The Hells have had their vengeance, and I doubt they are done with me. It's beautiful.
Listen here.
Sure.
Ad lapidem. This thing's not going anywhere in this condition.
Holy hells! Will you look at that?
That's it! Gather your might! Slaughter the fiend that stalks you! I'll be there soon, my lady.
Oh! Hells! Is the curse so powerful that it can rip apart the earth beneath it?
Loud enough to wake the dead, and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet. We felled our truest ally in the city, but it's Mazora's hands that are stained with the blood. Dip a toe in the waters. Perhaps. But don't dive straight in.
Burgeoning bog botherer.
He is the force that holds the city together. Without him, the winds alone might be enough to raise it. Don't you dare take the offer. No power is worth such a cruel price.
That did the trick.
You still deserve to know. There is more to me than infernal power and pacts.
You act a fighter, but a fool's a fool.
Incredible when I think of it. So many legendary tales lost to deep time. I spent 7 years choked by Mazora's leash. And I spent 7 years hoping to break free. Pandemonium. There must be a way through.
Hells! We've got a vampire among us.
Zariel's asset was none other than Mazora herself. Of course. Tricks on top of tricks on top of tricks. I know who you are, and I know who you serve. Zariel's lickspittle, gladiator in the Archdevil's army. That song.
Frustrating, that. So the demonic figures we saw were Githyanki all along.
Only a half-wit or a jackass would even suggest it. Monster. Too kind.
A demon, more like.
Detono!
Can already feel her scheming. She won't let me go without a fuss. Trust me on this. The name sounds familiar. A Harper leader, if I recall. Hold your tongue. It's not you I want. It's Karlak. Send her over.
No! We have to stop this!
Looks simple enough.
Steel Watcher, into service.
A brain. Whose was it, I wonder? Tempestus, veritas credo oculus, incertus, polcia, imperio.
A sharp blade with sharper magic. Best be careful with this one.
Get the hammer ready. We need to break the Githyanki prince free.
Yes, my choice. But the thought of him laying there, lifeless. Wherever we are, it's falling apart.
That's me, all right.
No need to thank me. You assume too much, my good ranger. A 10-day after father left, I heard a whisper as I slept. Duskhawk Hill, the queen of chaos awakens. Go alone.
Breaking my silence.
We can, I'm sure of it. How glad I am that you see me as more than my patron's pet.
Exactly. Not that I'm one to refuse the scenic route, but I think we need to hike it.
These melodies. As I always have. You have more control than you give yourself credit for. So she is a Thorm. As in Ketheric Thorm. I'm not so sure.
And there she goes. And is that sulfur?
I'm sure we will. And when the time comes, I've got something in mind.
That tentacle came from below. We should follow. I'm not about to let Ketheric walk free.
An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune.
Beheaded. Whatever secrets this Githyanki knew, the Sharons made sure its corpse couldn't reveal them.
The forge at the blacksmith's house should do. All right, Lady Keen. Send them in. Father, Ansor is fallen. Why shouldn't I? I have no reason to doubt Eltan's word, and neither do you.
Ah, how sweet. I used to sneak out to play this with the lower city kids.
Aha! The jig is up, kid. Eyactote! Nice.
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat. It's all right. I promise. But I hope when the sun sets and the stars rise, your dreams always lead to me.
Mm-hmm.
Since the party, I've had a spring in my step. And I've got you to thank.
Arthur's hardly the philanthropist he pretends to be. Those toys should be destroyed.
Next, we heal the city. We restore our broken buildings stone by stone. We restore faith in each other, one good turn at a time. Unforgettable, I'd say. The right time, the right place, and the right person. You may as well scrawl a red V on your forehead. Why didn't you tell me? You might think you'd give up anything for a cure. But desperate times call for desperate alliances. Not even the Blade of Frontiers is immune to your not inconsiderable charms. 12 impossible deeds every day before the sun reaches its apex. Well, isn't this a cheery place? Hero, Blade, names strangers gave me. My friends call me Wyll. I've entertained the idea. I'd sooner end my own life than let Mazura guide Baldur's gate to ruin.
Even if you and our friend ended up having werewolf cubs, they'd be so adorable. Spent a lot of time in this park as a boy, battling imaginary monsters.
Yes, but first, a question. If your home were under siege, what would you sacrifice to save it? Was it? 1,000 apologies. You are a legend, and no accusation or aspersion can diminish you.
We've got to be close.
Ah, day!
Doing my duty.
It worries me too.
Holy hells. Drow corpses laid out to dry. Message received loud and clear.
No manner of duke should save a city, only to open a gate to the hells. Shit. Where did Gortash send my father? How do I save him?
Damn it. It can never be easy, can it? Do you regret it?
Freedom from Mizora.
Ah! Imperote!
Her sort of evil is more terrible than most. She worships sheer cruelty and dares to call it justice.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua. Resisto mortem. If only I knew where to find some.
A little too eager for my liking. Well, but the devil won't take just anything. He'll take everything.
What a blade, full of magic. What do you think, Gale?
You lent an ear when I most needed one. And when I shared my fears, you didn't judge me.
Try to keep up.
You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind.
Look, the hag's staff. Perfect for Gale.
Then this. With the shock of a true hero's spark flickers, the torches are light, and Worm's eye shall awake a glitter. To open the way, we'll need to spark torches.
I could use some healing.
What are those? That's when I felt Mizora's lips against my ear, and heard that same canny whisper. I have seen the ravages visited on Teril by the gods, Gale. Even the ones we so naively call good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Father, I'm sorry. But this fight's not over. Baldur's Gate won't fall. Not while I still draw breath. You can't kill her, Jaheira. She'll escape to Avernus sooner than you can snatch a blade.
The crown! It must be dominated. I will cast the spell.
Stay out of my head! What in the hells? Oh, shit. You're a god's damned vampire. So your heart belongs eternally to the shadows after all, and incur the wrath of the hells. I might as well just leap straight into the fires. Hold your tongue. Those Rothe are ready to blow, and you'll be lighting the fuse.
Merkel's holy symbol. He must have had a follower come to this place. Voco nubes!
No point in that. Good old Scratch is snoozing away.
They were fighting to protect something dear to them. I can always tell. Tadpoles ready for insertion. Gods, there are so many. Even I can feel the magic on this amulet. Gale should see this.
2, it's been appearing as someone else in our dreams, cajoling us to embrace our new illithid talents.
Regard this spontaneous flatulator.
Death and devastation. Blood and battle. So, our path is set, and we've no choice but to follow.
A gift for a loathsome neighbor.
Yes, my choice. But to see him laying there, lifeless, a brave and noble prince. May the stories of his sacrifice travel far and wide.
Curious. I could never quite tell if she was proud of them or not. An old prayer. Curious symbol inscribed here too. This Halcyon fellow was studying the parasite.
I don't want to say it, but I must. Did you do this? A very bad sign. The work of the parasite, I reckon.
This weapon is massive. Is this what obliterated those Gith? Sinemetu.
Yes, a hero in all senses, a courageous explorer and a just spirit. A pity to see what's become of him.
Are you mad? That artifact's the only thing shielding us from the Absolute's voice.
That ship sailed the Styx already. All I can hope for is to limit the damage. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot. I shouldn't be celebrated tonight. That's why I left. I'm sure you know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. And they say there's no coming back.
Vincere est vivere. Cages, shackles. The place was a prison in and of itself.
But he'd rather not toil alone.
Intactile sum. I don't hear any voices.
Forget Mazora. The people of the coast call to the blade and his star. Are you ready to be their hero?
By the gory gods, what's all that shaking about?
Works for me. First we get to the killing, then we get to the planning. Then you reignited my fires. When I'm at your side, I want for nothing.
Flowers sprouting right into the darkness. How's that possible?
Mazora's still in that pod. If we open this door, the hells will swallow me on the spot.
Gods. Stelmane is dead. Easy, the danger's past. Let's just be more careful about which strays we bring home. All right?
Confusio!
Keep calm, I beg you. If we do battle, my father will perish at our own hands.
Your ally's a fraud, a soldier in the Archdevil Zariel's army. Either I cut her down, or she burns the Sword Coast to ash.
Whose boat is this, I wonder?
In my years as the Blade, I've witnessed countless cruelties, faced unimaginable evil.
Irretio in Sphira!
Illithid symbols. My brain bug must be literate, as I can read them too.
Makeske! Don't falter now. Blades high, arrows knocked. By sickle and sword, strike them down!
A Saluna idol? Really? Are you in need of a paperweight?
A crisis created by the same man who shut them out. Now, real heroes don't argue. They cooperate.
That's one intricate door for such an out-of-the-way place.
You're right. He did the only thing he could. In his eyes, I invited a devil into our midst. I was a fool at best, a traitor at worst.
Tibidopenas!
Her name is Karlak, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill.
You damned wretch!
Father.
Tibidopenas!
Watching and waiting.
Incredible to be back. My home. My city. You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one.
Away! Eye-watering stench!
That's the way. It's done, Karlak. By my living soul, you will forever burn! A Grand Duke's duty is to his city, first and foremost. There would only ever be one outcome.
Shadow beings! Strike them down!
Liar!
The hells threatened to swallow the city. I made the only choice I could.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship. Onward! We cannot let the Night Song do battle alone. This isn't good. I've got to find a way out.
A scrying eye. Best to keep out of that little snitch's view or it'll spoil the fun.
I disappointed him once. I won't do it again. Well, not when I can avoid it. Some call me the Blade of Frontiers. Others the Pride of the Coast, or the Protector.
Your head's empty as a debtor's purse.
But I don't have a clue where to start, other than play her games and play by the rules. That's the only language devils listen to.
Nice illusion. Time to see what it was hiding.
Watching gods. There is no boot big enough. A hero is not just. He is justice. He is not courageous. He is courage.
Labor is the lifeblood of every city. Baldur's Gate would perish without its workers.
It's done, Karlach. By my living soul, you will forever burn. Hero, blade, name strangers gave me. My friends call me Wyll.
It's settled then. I must make my way to Moonrise.
The better question is, does he miss me? If he does, he misses the Wyll Ravengard he once knew, not the hell-touched warlock he returned to.
What a day. I could really use some shut-eye.
Most people don't find it so easy to conquer. It's a good thing for us that we aren't most people.
But I haven't sprouted any tentacles. Least not yet, thank Baldur. You should have told me sooner. We could have figured something out.
Mizora, Zariel's servant.
I met her twice.
Free. For now. Oribus tenio lupum.
This doesn't have to be the end. And what a gift you've been to me. To keep our flame burning, even when the winds of change threaten to blow it out. Damn right. I'll cut her to ribbons before she can so much as groan Zariel's name. It means that a reckoning's coming. And I'll be the one to pay up. Cruel words strengthen neither heads nor hearts, Shadowheart. It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. A reminder that sometimes blood must be shed and sacrifices must be made.
Loque si tibi placet.
What the hells have you done?
Ugh, another brain. Be ready. It's the perfect place for an ambush.
It's because you know the heart lurking under the horns. Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine child to my father.
Mizora's always worth hearing out. That's what makes her so dangerous.
Damn. These must be the people Father Lorgan was helping.
For now, though, let us leave Gale to his future and turn to our own. I appreciate where you're coming from. Truly, I do. I am a new man.
Keep your neck out of those claws. One snip and you're done for.
Surprising is just the word, isn't it? We can't let her die. Not like this. Not now.
This cowl is exquisite. Gale would love it. Voco Vineae! They won't see me coming. Damn, she got deep in my head.
Do you mind, you damn mephits? I'm a bit busy! You were truly out of your mind to even consider the notion. Shadowheart is our ally. Our friend. Gods.
Resurges!
My. Is it me, or do I see a bit of flush in those cheeks?
This darkness will take our very life force as long as we're in it.
I am the defender of the weak. I am the stalker of devils.
Yes, light. Something to cast off the cursed shadows.
Shit.
The gift from the Nautiloid. Why did I survive when he did not?
And you shouldn't be.
Mock me all you want, Astarion. We could use a little comic relief.
At least, take this. I'd be a fool if it didn't. I know the stories. Doomed to shed my skin, become a lithid, and there's no coming back. Let's think twice before getting grabby in the future, yeah?
Ah!
Pallid skin, stealthy tendencies, long canines, and a telltale tendency to bite your foes during battle. Courage in danger's shadow. I love to see it. Not a one. All that matters is that we free it. They do clack out a dreadful rhythm, but the one I'm thinking of is even more dire. Ah, the City of Splendors.
Spent a whole fleet's wake there with my father. What a delight.
It isn't what you think. It never was.
Inficio!
If such a violence is truly justice, then let it never again be called a virtue.
Sine metu.
Nothing interesting buried here.
And then take more still.
A blushing apple begging to be plucked?
Wouldn't take much to send that stone crashing downwards. Let me think. Why are you really here? Introductions are in order. The Blade of Frontiers, at your...
Tarnitras!
Damn it all. We've got to get Halsin back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Joy.
Yeah!
And that's that. A shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune. Done. Now to reap the rewards. If I'd let Karlak live, she'd have brought the blood war to the Sword Coast and set the whole of it ablaze.
Sharp as a pig's testicle.
Tekuro!
Let's take a look.
A lesser man might sever that well-coiffed head from your neck. For every pleasure you took, a damned soul suffered in the hells. You fed on the hopeless, the frightened. Souls so desperate they sold themselves to a devil. Not as if you can relate to the killing urge, can you? I can taste the hypocrisy from here. Ketheric Thorm is no more, and may he stay dead this time. I've faced countless perils and conquered them all. This will be no different. Until then, may my father keep safe, whatever coop he's been flown to. Thank the gods you've seen sense. Come, to Avernus we go. Our next adventure awaits. I know you're a vampire, and I think it's time you came clean.
Rope. Someone climbed up here. I'll wager a gnome got creative.
The thought crossed my mind. Come on, Chief! Get a hold of yourself!
I'm talking.
They will be avenged. I will face the brain alone if I have to. You're an impressive fighter, Gale. You should consider a new name.
Footprints, I wager. I should look closer.
You need to understand. Duke Ravengard is my father.
Voco Arvina.
Doesn't seem to do much. And why's it so low?
Damn it all to the hells. We left Joaquin's Rest to burn, and Grand Duke Ravengard to burn along with it.
Another message from Orin. Delightful.
Astarion will keep to the dark now, I wager. At least, he'll find plenty to feast on.
Injured but still dangerous. Be careful.
So much we don't know, lingering in the furthest reaches of existence. The blood that stains you betrays the awful truth.
They're going to call for help. Stop them.
Watch out. We'll be powerless against the brain without those stones.
And you think the Harpers are more dutiful?
Quite the collection. I wonder what all these contraptions even do.
Next time your mind sinks that low, keep things to yourself. Then, goodbye it is. May the path rise to meet you wherever it leads. I will make Gortash pay, and I will make that godforsaken Elder Brain pay.
I need help! Invisibilis.
If you want fun, take up juggling. If you want trouble, keep inviting undead bloodsuckers into our camp. Claws will pop the balloons, you see. And the sweet cakes don't taste half as good as raw eggs with this blasted forked tongue. I bet Shadowheart's still wondering if she did the right thing. As for me, I haven't a shadow of a doubt. She read the terms while two devils stood witness, and I said yes. One soul for one city.
2 steps at a time.
Our time is running out. We need to act. Well, look at you. You're positively glowing. Must have woke up on the good side of the bunk. But you are stronger than the hunger.
You can resist. You will resist. I'm sure of it. Not close to Duke Older Ravengard's own son, surely.
Enough, Mizora. My father is dead. Say your piece.
Oh, this isn't good.
Focus, children.
I'm beginning to question the artist's taste levels.
You caught me at a bad time. I was about to meet up with another of our band.
Clag-bottomed coward!
What in the hells?
Extende! Vita mortis cario! Feculent beast! Chained and locked, a banished evil, or a hidden truth?
It is in the wilds that I find my courage, not in the halls of upper city estates. Down in the pits.
Either Halsin's in a foul mood, or he awaits a gallant rescue. Likely both.
This statue bears Balduran's likeness. We found it. The great dragon's lair. Everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
Hells. I feel like a mouse caught in a trap. All that's missing is the cheese.
I don't know. Are these things ever that simple?
Not Zariel's victims. Not innocent tieflings. Her parents will be shattered. Some. And you? Seems a perfect hunting ground for, you know. Nothing can take the her from her. Not even a goddess.
Of course Mizora was Zariel's captured asset. How did I not see it coming?
She seeks a safe haven. What sort of ears gang would refuse it?
Thou pyrite-loving tit.
Careful. I've only got one good eye left.
Kudo!
Lies, lies, lies.
No brain. Just a husk, a puppet. Behold, the pilots of the Steel Watch.
Who better to warn you of the danger ahead? Nature might have provided for it. Too late now.
Then let us push forward, heads high, weapons in hand, and turn this tower to rubble. Aha. Heart of gold, eye of stone.
And I know the coast is in danger as long as you walk it. You already made the greatest sacrifice for us. I cannot believe you are ready to make another, but I thank you for it.
Full go!
So much for the miracle of childbirth.
Grimishkas. Magic's out of the question then. No telling how they'll react.
No, stop this. Come with me, Karlach. Come to Avernus. Live.
I wouldn't touch that door. I can feel the death magic from here. An elf, deep in mourning. He must have lost someone dear.
Ouch. You don't need to mock me when I'm feeling low.
I hope he'll come to see that.
Gale might want that idol. Too bad it's under guard.
Surely.
Give me one reason why they shouldn't slay you where you stand.
Dust everywhere. Been a while since the last prayer was said.
The Absolute's taken him then. No question about it.
Enough. You are no more than a monster. And the blade names you his prey. I will be his champion. I will be his pride. I will be the man he taught me to be.
The wizard's a veritable geezer of rage. Provoke him, and he'll erupt.
Damn it! Get out of my head! The fists aren't what they used to be. This doesn't sit right with me. We've traveled a dark path. Veritas credo oculus!
Killing Astarion was the right thing to do. I have to believe that. Tracks like these puncture the soil across the Sword Coast. Goblins, of course.
Harpers, out of the shadows.
There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard.
Balduran's beard, what a mess. Pink stains, blood everywhere. Poor Stelmane.
It's afraid. It knows we will fight it, and it knows we can win.
Do what you must then, and I'll do the same. You didn't think this through, did you? I'm surprised I never saw you lurking in the shadows at any Baldurian balls, Astarion. Kitius! Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, Marshal of the Flaming Fist, the city's truest defender. Were I to choose, I'd break the prince free. Better to entrust our fates to him before making an unneeded sacrifice, or entrusting Orpheus's power to the Illithid. Go on, my good man. Your goddess awaits. Let us pray that good wisdom prevails.
These words of power should be more than helpful. Time to get to the archive. The blade will not bend.
I was selfish to ask, and even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
All fired up and ready to go.
No Ginny inside. Guess I can save up my wishes.
Someone's laid out the unwelcome mat.
You're not in your right mind. There are healers in the city. Clerics who can help.
Let's hope he's in a friendly mood.
Ignore my past all you want, but my past is not about to ignore me. Ready when you are.
By Baldur's bones, no! Te video!
Or perhaps the tadpoles are merely on holiday.
Well, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
It's bound to happen. I just don't know when or how.
Hells, these are Bullet burrows.
Land sharks. A Shah worshipper. Not my usual quarry, nor my usual ally. Because our relation was no matter of pride. Not least for him. Still, I kind of liked him. Sharp in all the right ways.
Why can't you fetch, puppy? Death is no excuse.
I would have been compelled to offer a prayer to Shah here once, but no longer.
Ellie May. The name on the tombstone.
A dead drow. And the druids did this.
Hold it together!
Karlach! Karlach!
Where'd she run off to?
Missing. Zola, Rascal, and on the list goes. Why do those names? Oh, hells. Those bloody collars. I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear. So you're one of Shah's faithful. I've known only a few. Callous souls, every one of them. Sometimes, fate closes a door for good. The bolt is fastened, the key is destroyed, and a wish is forever locked away. I care. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. How generous. Do you charge by the bell or the spell? I do, and so does my father.
Clausus, faccio, voco, fere.
Their belief is grounded in loss. Hardly a laughing matter.
Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. Let's awaken the worm and take back the city. I will be hunting Mazora.
Blast away, Iron Hands.
Seems there's more than one searching for this forge. No word of its guardian this time, though.
That means a lot. But understand, I don't plan to wallow in self-pity. More than anything, I'm elated that there's hope yet for my father. I found him in the fields, flanked by goblins. His mother's corpse bled into the soil next to him.
Must be unlocked from elsewhere. Shadowheart's memories will be a heavy load for her to carry.
This is the place, if that letter was right. Now, where's that Harper's stash?
She's stubborn, yes. Bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den.
The Harpers have been infiltrated. That's bad news for Jaheira. Ethel, come out and play. Behold, a most noisy cuck.
I have battled great evils, been mocked by villains of all sorts. But Orin, she is beyond even Thorm. Her mind is twisted beyond recognition. Shit. I'm being insensitive. I'm sorry. They just take some getting used to.
I'm not sure what bothers me more, the smell or the humidity. Cupio vertus laicet.
I was close to my father once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate.
That feels good.
As you need.
Look there. I bet we could put curios like that to good use.
Tieflings, to arms!
Resisto accidum!
Too many reasons to count. I might share them someday.
Ah, the ox from the grove. How in the hells did it make it all the way here?
You could send an elf to sleep. No, Karlach blazed with the fire of Avernus. You saw it. You smelled it. Infernal essence, tip to toe.
Forget it. Even the blade can't slice through those. Nothing in there.
Better move it. That thing's going to blow.
Netherese. Ancient magic, that. Netheril is a memory so distant, I wager even the elves have forgotten. Raphael set his sights on Zariel's throne. She'll be too busy fighting him to pursue you. Have you seen Astarion? He's positively glowing. Must have woke up on the good side of the bunk. But if this is your choice, I won't stop you. I never would.
Whoa! A blushing apple begging to be plucked. He wants more than her loyalty. He wants her soul. Whatever crisis we face, whatever danger threatens, your Grand Duke will always fight beside you. My blade is yours.
Nocturnos, mundos volticipi. Can't something be just what it appears to be? Just once. I smell a trap. Ah, nice. A tressim. Better mouses than garden variety cats, or so I've heard.
I had but one road I could travel. For now, you have a dozen, 100, 1,000 to choose from. A road that leads to a devil is the very last one you should follow.
Lae'zel's suspicion and your guile made for a lethal combination. I fear for our fellowship, if trust is in such short supply.
When the shock of a true hero's spark flickers, the torch is alight. Not just a poem, a puzzle. I'll find the way to answer in Worm's rock prison.
Tight fit. I barely got through.
Now, well, I'd be lying if I said I'd never thought about my mother. What life would have been like if she'd lived. Horrifying. We should check on the girl.
Almost done. Just one piece left.
Don't act like we're friends, devil. I know what you are. I know who you serve.
I understand. All the more fool am I for pressing my fortunes.
Soldiers at rest. Although maybe their armor's still good.
By Balduran's bones.
There, a miserable pile of secretion. The map shows the tunnels under the Open Hand Temple. But why is the dead priest's name written there?
Yes, Myconids are more powerful than you realize.
Keep your fangs out of innocent flesh, and I won't drive a stake through your pasty white chest.
A shapeshifter? Not to state the obvious, but this circus is no place for children.
Check it out.
It sucks energy from the occupant of that cradle. Seems unpleasant. Thick brine for the wrigglers. Thankfully, they're gone.
And given the circumstance, I'd do it again. My soul was a necessary price to pay for...
Shit! To the hells with you, Orin!
Quadico fake.
A cat with wings. As if they weren't trouble enough. I've rid the coast of a fair few devils. But orthons are rare outside the Hells.
Raphael, Mizora, you know the ways of devils.
The adamantine forge. Our statuesque friend Dawn was keen to find it.
I could never be so disloyal to Baldur's Gate. He made me an exile. That said, I'm not about to let him suffer at the hands of his captors.
Could come in handy. Could be a help.
Sooner than later, if I've got a say in it. It could just be my imagination, but I always felt that it was more than a stroke that had changed her. Good call. Looks like that's going to bruise.
I knew we hadn't seen the last of this place. Come, let's hear what the Emperor has to say. I can't say we've much of a choice.
The glowing stopped. Whatever that means.
Wonderful. You hunt the deer, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Ravengard.
Well, I should do something, I reckon. Just not sure what. Esorio!
I had Mizora at my side, and the archdevil Zariel guided our hands that day. He reckoned I'd follow in his footsteps, first as a fist marshal, then as a duke. Vanquish evil, maintain order, save the world. Imagine that. I was just thinking of you. Of us, really.
Tempora mutantur!
A wizard's cowl. Gorgeous textiles. What do you think, Gale?
Resisto frigos!
Alfira wouldn't have harmed a housefly. A gentle young soul slain in her prime.
All trash, no treasure.
Amicus animalis!
It's funny. This chest is deeper than it. Of course. It's got a double bottom.
It won't turn on its own kind, of course.
That note mentioned a swamp tree. I reckon this is the one.
I can't use that when I'm in battle.
Please. The dark has nearly drained me. We need light.
Done, done, and done. I can count on you to vouch for me. I hope.
God damn it! My head!
Fiat voluntas Dei.
It was more than just dancing to me. It was a door to an uncharted world, ours alone to explore. More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these. Now. Take a breath. Count to 10. This battle's been long finished. No reason to fight it again. Of course we can, and I know just how to do it. I have slain monsters, faced illithids, guarded the helpless. To be a duke. Is this the destiny I've awaited? Is the nobility my calling? What was that?
Still stuck.
It's Mizora who grants me the power to conjure armor and cast eldritch blasts. Ah. Well, you're the author of your own story. You get to choose who plays which part.
Risum teniatis?
Lae'zel, are you sure of the greeting we'll find at this creche of yours?
Ah! Time.
The truth will out before you know it.
Rank malodorous pustule.
That's it then. Not even a single parting word. Then at least let me offer some to you. Or maybe he made an offer she couldn't refuse.
Invoco te!
Doesn't seem to have worked out so well for them.
Around each totem, 5 robed figures were chanting. First softly, then loud as a banshee's wail.
A doppelganger? Hells, I wasn't ready for that.
The Githyanki curing device seemed set on killing us instead. I really had hoped. It is. The one scar I ever bore of it.
Yeah! Damn it, Astarion! You bit me!
Well chosen. She's quite something, isn't she?
Malleus!
Isn't that something? The artifacts scattered the voice to the 4 winds. She'd become a mind flayer, but she'd lead us to a sure victory. It's what she does.
Here
Please!
Ah, Shadowheart, how blessed I am to be so near. Still in one piece. What did that thing do to me?
Well met. The Blade of Frontiers at your...
A military fortress, perhaps. An odd sight in these dim caverns.
Tekuro!
Eltan, I am my father's son. Will you really trust the word of a devil over mine?
Thick as a glob of unguent.
Orin, I'd never heard tell of, but Gortash I know. Or know of, more precisely. A self-styled strategic advisor to Baldur's Gate's peers.
Manos potenti sparo! Begone, putrid boil!
It's a powerful talent. Use it. But use it wisely.
Agreed. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
I'd rather not think about the horrors a device like this could inflict. An adamantine forge. The stuff of legends.
Abuno disque omnes! Torre! Githyanki warriors! Well, ex-Githyanki to be accurate.
Orin's playing games. What's she after?
Go on. I'll keep watch here.
To the rescue, of course.
I thought I saved you from Baal's clutches.
Seems I failed. Damn it all. Goodness, my palms are all sweaty. It's just that you were always my hero.
Well played. Who knows what curses we might have unleashed.
Not to mention the telltale tendency to bite your foes during battle.
The head of a death devil, straight from the fugue plane. More hideous than I imagined.
My father is somewhere in this tower. I won't leave him in Thorm's hands.
The shapeshifters flooded these tunnels by the looks of it. And is that Father Lorgan's name?
Victims of the curse. At least they were granted a proper burial.
In truth, I don't feel in a festive mood, and I didn't want to cast a grey cloud over the night.
Deplorable. The living are made undead, without even dying first.
Influence, yes, but a power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. I would urge you to exercise caution. Dissolve!
By the gone gods, I've made a mistake.
I reckon draw Ragslin's the gobbo in charge, the way this one's carrying on.
I lived at the mercy of fiends. A devil's plaything trying to right the coast's wrong.
Perhaps. But dipping a toe in the Illithid waters doesn't mean we have to dive in.
This could mean anything.
The faith that matters most is that which you hold in yourself, in the ones that most matter to you.
And out of every soul walking the plains, you chose her.
Enough discussion. We have a decision, don't we?
Minthara's still imprisoned in Moonrise. If I were inclined, I could save her. Not that I'm inclined.
Non fit injura. Ah!
That's an odd parasite. I feel my own tadpole tingling, reaching out to it.
Coming.
The doubt in our minds crying out for attention.
Did the hag do all this?
Poisonous necrotic appendage.
Thank you for giving me the chance to show you the best of me. I won't let you down.
They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat.
So our half-elf ally's heart belongs to the shadows after all.
Father always shooed me away from this place. More rats than a water-deep dungeon. Each door is named for a famed wizard. If I had to guess, Carsus's annals wait behind the one bearing his name.
Tekuro!
That's the spirit.
My shining star. Since I've known you, we've shed more blood than could ever fill the Chion Tha. The wounds we sustained were the testament to our might.
Ah, that pixie's a peculiar little thing.
Weapon blueprints. Looks like this Sousa bark might come in handy.
I'd have loved to have witnessed it, Gale. I wager you are as elegant on the dance floor as you are on the battlefield.
Sorry, there's only so much of me to go around.
Lanceboard? Was always more of a dice man myself. Nothing. There must be some way to light them.
I see the hunger in your eyes, and I see how it worries you. Better company, and a better buzz.
A quick dip.
Traitor! The blade now comes for you!
Damn it all. What have I done?
Quod dico face!
Time! A secret lair. I can't begin to imagine what mystic carrion was getting up to in here. Dead bird. The curse must have gotten to it.
Aye. Truce.
So many stars. So many mysteries yet to be discovered.
To see my father laying there, lifeless.
The psionic detector went off near the Githyanki, just like Voss said.
That's quite an egg.
Schio di dici pecto!
No, no, please!
So deranged. You can't even see what you've done. You are no more than a monster, and the blade names you his prey.
Beating thee would soil my hands.
What in the... Oh, that can't be good. Please, I know we must talk, but for now, I need you safe. Go to our camp. We'll catch up there. The Deathbringer Saravok. He was made into ash, and from ash, it seems, he rose again.
Not now! Not after all you've been through! Te absolvo! Balduran's beard. Is that our fate?
I wonder what that did. If she's smart, she'll know she'd be getting a bum deal.
I'm sure your dark goddess is proud. Didst your idiot mother beclothe you? Cries for help, and I'm not about to ignore them.
Excellent. Let's see if the elf song's still standing. Their Golden Sands brew goes down real easy. What a shame. He could have been our key to a cure. There will be no Grand Duke Wyll Ravengard, and there will be no Blade of Frontiers. The agony of knowing the end is near. I wish I could be so flippant, but the thought of him laying there, lifeless.
Brace yourself.
You are not just your fear and your doubts. You are your bravery and your valor, your skill and your strength. Let those voices drown out the others. Let's talk. You make me so proud. And when the Elder Brain falls, the people of the Sword Coast will see what I see.
You hunt the meat, I'll scrounge up the ale. Prepare your belly for a roast a la Ravengard.
Crescatskientia.
By Baldrin's helm, No! I will not be tricked!
Ketheric Thorm at the helm of the Sharon army. Volo himself couldn't have written a better twist.
Cordula Eltan? By the 9 hells, what are you on about?
Moray!
Halcyon, tell me about the man behind the hulking wall of muscle. Nautiloids, a whole bloody fleet of them. They must have shipped thousands of true souls through here. We're not done just yet. There's still more clown scraps out there. But to little harm. Shouldn't we all be allowed to stoke a few fires from time to time?
I'm hardly surprised. That thing looks powerful.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Maybe. Ouch. A midwinter bath in the Chion-Dar would have been less chilling.
The disc's on the move. Why walk when you can ride?
The inevitable consequence of inseparable events.
Progress. But I'm not out of the wilds just yet.
I know. And you're right.
Intelligente pauca!
You are not the before. You are the now. You are the later. If your past is so diseased, let it wither and plant something new. That's it? Well then. So, what's on your mind?
Resisto mortem!
So what next? Pretend this didn't happen and hope you don't go on another amnesic rampage.
Resurges! A grim fate. When devils give chase, you're living on borrowed time.
That is... How are you feeling, darling? You look... peaked.
Makeske!
Though, I can't say I've earned the honor.
Unthinkable. To see my own father named Gortash, the sole ruler of Baldur's Gate.
The right choice. She's quite something, isn't she?
6 months! Gods damn you!
Then, we'll both be carving our own paths. I wish you well in yours. I was 11 when the councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked father from the shadows. Not bad. Again,
Thou roach-mocked jester!
I've never heard something so beautiful.
Isabel. So, Ketheric has a daughter. Is she still alive, I wonder?
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us.
Oi! Ugly!
Careful. If we're to conquer the brain, we need every stone.
Non fit injura!
A guardian dragon living under Baldur's Gate. How have I never heard the tale? Lovely bottle. The sort containing a lively vintage.
When the light shone through, I hoped you'd follow it.
You dare show your face?
Couldn't say. Maybe because an entirely different curse has befallen the tomb.
Silentium!
Incredible. It feels like nowhere and everywhere, all at once.
They may never again feel the breath of life on them. What a shame.
Together we've shed blood, shared words, yet you've learned so little.
I wish I could be so flippant. But to see him laying there, lifeless.
I scout both the hells and the coast's havens, and I destroy every fiend that dares put its eye on Faerun.
What a picture you paint. Quite detailed, quite colourful, quite unnecessary.
I showed him my stone eye, but he only turned away. I don't remember much of the battle, but I remember drying the boy's tears after.
Gods, even a freshly opened grave doesn't smell this rotted. The air reeks of death. Not sure how long I can hold out.
Ah!
Nothing. Not sure what I was expecting.
Hostio manera!
Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son.
Let's hope we don't catch its eye.
You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
Go on. Make me proud.
Well now, seems I'm in the presence of a Gith legend in the making. It pains me to hear you say it. We shared a bond, or so I thought. Does it mean nothing to you?
Explosive blood. And all it took was one little potion.
A cruel fate, and for what? An unreliable ally in Viconia? Or just for the sheer cruelty of it?
I was 13 when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing on Rivington. Her keen scouting saved 100 lives that day.
No idea.
Behold! The fool of fools. Incommodum.
I am the Blade of Frontiers. I swore to protect the coast from the monsters that prey on it. And I know my first target. Killed by her own kid. A damn tragedy, that.
Huh? Weird.
Esorio.
Not a tragedy. A calculated cruelty. Think about it.
Inexpugnabilis.
A shame what the shadows did to him. His death gives me no pleasure.
I fear we have no choice. What I ask is unreasonable by every standard. It sickens me to think, let alone say, but...
Just as I suspected, the book about flumps has changed. Time for some light reading. Hunk of metal with shiny flecks. Hardly a collector's item. Hear that? The lights might fend them off.
but those mastiffs are still lurking about.
So much for the Lord of Murder. Pretty fishy, if you ask me.
Well, Father would have loved having a grandchild. I know we'll raise a family worthy of his name. A possibility that's kept me awake countless nights.
Signum Arcanum. That lock's made for picking.
You're tongue-tied and knotted by a dominating master. The sort of hell I can relate to.
Hells. We've run out of options. Agilios! Vocomoros!
You stayed my blade. Friendship. Don't push it. It's said that anyone who bathes in the river of blood emerges as one born anew. It's a lot like that, I imagine.
Gods, they didn't deserve this. I hope they've found peace. Something tells me our little passengers won't be so easy to evict. I can't see a thing.
And what about Karlak?
Well, to hold your hand, to dance with you, to smile coyly and have you smile back. Defile Vlakith's name, and even a Gith knight can't avoid the wrath of the mighty Lae'zel.
Feel that? Necromantic energy.
Veritas credo oculus, sphera mortis.
Flaming fist letting Zent run free. Never thought I'd see the day.
Scio didici pecto.
Ketheric's defeated, but my father is taken. On to the gate. We must tear him out of the Absolute's grasp.
Back to the anus that spat you out.
And in more ways than one.
Thank you. That means a lot. But I wonder.
Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
Trapped? I suppose I could help.
I can say it even more nicely.
The question is, where will it take us?
One monster slain then, and another after that, and then another. There will always be one more evil to fell.
Let us do what we can to avoid their fate, then.
Ugh, what is that smell? But I've always been a bit old-fashioned on these matters. I find more pleasure in a courtly dance than a loveless fling.
If friendship is what you're offering, it's an honor to accept.
Impero tibi!
Something shiny in this stuff. Bits of adamantine, most like. Hardest stuff in the world.
Tells the damn bird's screeching for its chums.
If someone must assimilate Orpheus, I'd sooner trust you with the power than the Illithid.
Lily-lunged limpet luster.
The moon lantern's broken. Just our luck.
Have you gone mad? The time we've spent avoiding this horrific fate, and now you'd succumb to it.
Dribble's arm, it must be. Unless there's been a rash of clown murders I'm not aware of.
Mors animae.
If only last night could have lasted forever. How are you feeling, my darling?
Risum tiniatis?
Don't be rash. We killed a hag, and she'll take the child with her.
Never. That you live, that you walk this path is a delight worth celebrating, not lamenting. What are you doing? No! Ask and receive. My lips are sealed.
What a strange mask. Is it bronze? Gold, even?
Voco glacius.
I understand. All the more fool am I for pressing my fortunes. Shah called Shadowheart nothing. But I know better than that. Seems like nature's provided a shortcut.
Lice-ridden cur.
How are you feeling? Talk to me.
That cow looks like your sort of thing, Gale.
That was incredible. Maybe I'd have been with him on the journey from Elturel. Maybe there'd be no absolute, no infections, no this. I'm all for it. You sure about that? Not every glowing light is an invitation to take what's inside it.
I don't know what drives a man to consider his own death, among countless others, to be an appropriate exchange for his goddess's forgiveness.
More doppelgangers. Seems the Absolute summoned another cabal to its cause.
Sikut gatos! Destroy them, and quickly! We need to find my father! But you've earned the right to be called a hero 1,000 times over. What a gift you've been to the Sword Coast. We danced, we made a connection, and you severed it for a single bite of the hells.
And a magnificent ball, I presume, for dancing the night away? You wear your finest, and I'll look for one of Father's dress uniforms.
Let's see what the cub can do.
What in the deepest hells is going on here?
Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine daughter to my father. That meddling ghoul! Thoric, Watch it. Trap ahead.
Someone's made a fake devil head. A gruesome hobby if you ask me.
I'd count my lucky stars for it, but I reckon luck is on holiday. I'm only alive because my patron still has use for me. Just look at me. I did what was right, and Mazora made me pay for it. Diore! Whoever the culprit, let it be known, I will not stand for more innocent blood being shed in our camp. Te execro! Time is so goddamned greedy. It races forward no matter how hard we rail against it.
Done and done. The shapeshifter's key worked like a charm.
Tormentum! I see no other options. Deceitful the illithid may be, but our best hopes lie with it. The traitor prince is close. We must split him open. We must fulfill Vlaakith's command. The same thought crossed my mind. I am only to hunt the infernal, the demonic, and the heartless. The Blade of Avernus. A new name for a changed man. Gain their trust now and prime their souls for the reaping. I know the tricks. I didn't. I don't. My sacrifice kept Baldur's Gate safe from Tiamat's rage. Imperote! Shit. What hope, then, for Baldur's Gate? Without the Great Worm's aid, is the city doomed to fall?
I can feel the brain. And not to be obvious, but it's hungry for power.
Hells. Ner'll die if we leave. What becomes of the slaves, then?
I always loved this park. Spent a lot of time here as a boy battling imaginary monsters.
My mind is clear. Its burden lifted. When the Netherbrain died, the tadpoles died with it. Then, I'll fight ever harder, be ever stronger, till my deeds eclipse my appearance. Gods, a mirror that steals memories. Horrific.
That's Harper and Druid gear. Old comrades, it seems. Seems we've got a vampire among us. The sort of monster I vowed to rid the coast of.
We can have all for it, but it won't so much as chip one of her nailed claws. She'll escape to the hells, and if we succeeded, my life would be taken in exchange. The drow with the hook horrors. He was searching for this adamantine forge too. Then this is goodbye. For now. Until we meet again, my love. I'll think of you every day. Now go. Live. You deserve that much.
You had the most precious thing. Someone who would do everything for you, and you damn well took everything. Degenerate doesn't half cut it. Morio!
The world spits on those partial to devils. I'm hardly a prime catch.
Fog.
So, what now? I don't know about you, but I could use a flagon, or 3 of ale. The city will cheer us, but it is the triumph itself, the very smiting of evil, that should lift our hearts.
We've got to push through. Unless a passing griffin offers a ride, it's the only way to Moonrise Towers.
Quite an explosive secret for Gale to keep to himself. The first time I saw you, I figured you a champion. A man of valor, integrity, protector, magma. Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Courage and confidence. You would have made a fine son to my father.
There is, though I'm not about to sing it for you.
At least it won't suffer anymore. Helm, forgive me. What have I done?
It's me, Father. It's all right. You're safe here.
Maybe. But I'm not so keen to perform solo. A duet's always been more my style. Which is to say...
There's something I need to ask you. Something terrible. Something greedy. Something unreasonable.
Let's hope not, because you won't like the consequences if you do. Meanlocks, damnable things. A bit of light or fire should scorch those tender eyes.
Damned goblins. Monsters, every last one. The kind I was culling from Sword Coast hamlets just a 10 day ago.
Akidum!
I wager you're right. Gale, what a pleasure to see a genius's mind at work. Wouldn't you like to know?
The one little question that put me out of house and home. Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash. You're free, Mazora. I held up my end, now hold up yours. Sever the pact.
We really showed that pottery who's boss around here.
Not in a mere prison cell, certainly. My guess, Thorm will have confined him in the bowels of the tower.
As many as there are stars in the sky.
I'll patch you right up.
Areske! Disera!
Trap! Be careful.
A hag's staff. Just what you needed, Gale. Dead. Every last one. I'm sure Father Lorgan did what he could.
Resisto frigos!
If I were to call myself Grand Duke, no patriarch would deny the claim.
If we continue this way, we may get too close for comfort. A key? But what's an unlock?
Maledictes!
Should the absolute cultists infect him, there's no telling the damage he might do when he's returned to the city. But we've got to tread carefully. I won't risk my father's life to take Gortash's. I could drown in that song.
An army camp, I reckon. The Absolute's army. I better keep clear.
Vincere est vivere! Accidum!
No, stop. I won't allow this. Karlak, you're coming with me. Back to Avernus.
Bastards! The blade comes for you!
Poxy pissed pervert!
What else is on your mind?
I can't read this. I'll be... The light wards off the shadows. Let's just keep going, all right?
Curious.
Though to hear her tell it, it was my choice to keep her a secret. She started a huge fire, and you're trying to save my life. The parasite links us. It showed me you with the fiend. Her death is my first priority, as it has always been.
I thought they were demons of some sort, not Githyanki.
No! Devils cannot be trusted!
Perhaps some of their work even graces Baldur's Gate.
Faccio, voco, fere! Don't worry, I've got this! Amo sanguinem.
Blood by the bed. A lot of it.
Ugh, gods, now I'm soaked in it. This dragon Onsor was Balduran's ally. We'd be fools to let him sleep while the Dead Three's chosen raised the city. I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash. Viam sapientiae. The second time, Stelmane was different. I wouldn't advise it. Play with fire, and you get burned. That's always the way of it.
A harperoon? A supply cache must be near, unlikely as it seems.
He died honoring the fallen. I grieve for him. He has my utmost respect.
That's impossible. Or is it?
Hail again, and may our strikes always find their marks.
Myconid. That explains the voices.
A light that bright cannot stay quenched.
Proof. Clear as summer sky. It's over, Karlak. It's time you feel the sting of the blade. Shut it out. Let it die. All that, and you'd give him a hand. You're a fickle one, Chief. I was close to him once, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate.
So, memorize the platform locations and bound across. It was in a book, so it must be true. I tangled with a dragon once. Never forgot it.
I hear weeping, and not the happy kind.
Expelote!
And you'll be the Duke's consort. That is, if your heart so desires.
Warlock. Hell's powers. Only a few head colds, and a tongue lashing from my worried father.
If that be so, then may my greatest wish come true tonight. Chestnut hair that flowed behind her like willow fronds as she floated from one room to the next as if carried by clouds. We are the warriors who'll slay the Absolute. We are the guardians who'll defend this fair city.
Schio, ti dici, pecto.
I'd sooner swig a flask of acid than anything a goblin cooks up. Selûnite graves. Shah's darkness snuffed out their lights. Worm's Rock Fortress. All travelers to Baldur's Gate flow through it. All tuckered out. Me too, Scratch. Me too. One of my eyes might be made of stone, but that doesn't mean I'm blind to the obvious.
That's where we'll end up if we're not careful. You might find some use for that thing if it's melted down for arrowheads, but that's all.
As you say, welcome to the lower city, where Baldur's Gate truly comes alive.
I need a hand! Quickly! Veritas credo oculus!
If that wizard wants Dame Aelin so bad, I say we give him exactly what he's asked for. What do you want, Mizora?
Maybe if I squint?
I hate to accuse one of our own. And yet, it makes sense.
Astarion, I was wrong about you. Truly wrong about you.
No, this isn't him. This is the tadpole talking. It's packed too tight. I'll need a shovel.
Crescite hondo!
And what about Lae'zel? As would I. And more. Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine and a talent for courtly dance.
Nice cow. The kind wizards wear. Should get that to Gale. Ugh, there's dust everywhere.
She is something. She is worthy. She is strong. She is Shadowheart. Bad luck, Chief. Let's call this a learning moment. But good luck can't last forever. Invitation accepted. About that. You only burn hottest when your emotions are aflare, right? Anger, excitement, fear. But a dance can be meditative, calming. Is this our final parting then? Please, reconsider. Alone you are a storm, but together we are a tempest.
And down goes the ward. Let's poke around.
By Baldrin's helm, only a fiend or fool would bargain with this damnable creature. First, we kill Ketheric Thorm. Then, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Say you'll come. My father told me all about how you struck down the mad cleric Basileus. How clever, manipulative, exploitative. The Emperor says he's a friend. I think we'd be fools to believe him. I've seen her myself, tearing through the hells on behalf of her mistress Zariel. A shame my first brush with the famed Elminster couldn't be a tad more optimistic.
What's this? For a ritual of some sort.
So much was lost when the darkness fell.
You were hoping for some peace and quiet out in the forest, and I have ruined your night entirely. Doomed to shed our skin and become a lithid, or so the stories go.
Macte virtute! Impero tibi!
Unfettered slaughter. No more and no less. I thought better of Shadowheart. That was my mistake.
I'd be hunting devils and demons, she said. Traitors and hypocrites, heartless evils of all sorts, but not.
We're in for a crash if I don't get out of here.
Balthazar. Ketheric Thorm's necromantic master lies just ahead. But to be destined for madness, I don't know if I could ever make peace with it.
The disc's on the move. Looks like I'm catching a ride to the next part of the gauntlet.
Quite the opposite. I'd be getting in yours. A harsh sentence for all but the most heinous crimes. An excellent suggestion, but your party's full up.
We're not getting anywhere. We need to make for the brain.
Incredible, wasn't it? Loud enough to wake the dead and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet.
You're worth more respect than every last rogue in this city. I hope you know that.
Nonsense. Stelmane was no less worthy of life or success because she was disabled.
Invocote!
She's still worked up. Not even a nice thank you grunt.
It's a damn travesty. I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine.
Yes, I suppose we should. Though I'm more than a bit wary.
I can't tell you more. The pact forbids it. My lips are quite literally sealed.
A magic mouth spell. Whoever spoke those words is long dead, I reckon.
Well then, you've got a party to get back to. After all, tonight is about you.
Not to mention, they keep gnomes as slaves.
Though not for much longer, if the blade has a say.
In my name.
9 fingers. A name that could make a city guard tremble. If they aren't already on her payroll, that is.
One small pixie. One big mouth.
Forever could be tomorrow. Better to promise to do your utmost, as long as you have the moments left to share.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Ex textura!
You were a marvel to behold. Even Baldur himself would bow to such formidable talent.
I can't die here! Not now!
Father taught me to come to terms with my mortality. Mizora forced me to come to terms with a hellish fate.
Baldur's Gate stands on the brink of the abyss. It is clear. We awaken the worm and take back the city.
That's right. You were there, weren't you?
Lucky for us, I found a way to stop time.
We slay Karlach, and we save these souls from eternal damnation. Justice will be served. A haven within a haven. The prayerful seek solitude, even Seluna's faithful.
Arcane flames. Handy.
Prayers, war cries, and the harper's symbol. They came to fight.
We must rescue Father from Moonrise. He is a powerful man, the most beloved duke in Baldur's Gate.
Now, you've got a party to get back to. Don't forget, tonight is about you.
Refuse him, no matter how tempting the offer, no matter how delicious the feast he lays out for you. The cost will be too great. Smart move. Let's go, before he offers a whiff of his behind.
Not quite. We'll need to get to higher ground if we want to climb up.
As long as Orpheus is bound, we're helpless. We'll have to do the unthinkable. A head of a clown. Just what sort of circus is this?
You were right, of course. The new eye is a sending stone, courtesy of Mizora. She uses it to track my location and call from a distance.
Well met. And call on me if you find a fix for this affliction of ours. Might even join you once that devil's met my blade.
Shit! Please, no! Please!
What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
Hollering hells! You're a Cambion.
Incertus pulcher imperio! Damn! The bruise acquired a spark!
What becomes of the Blade of Frontiers when he slays the man he vowed to save? What pride should this city have for a son who kills its brightest star?
Fine. One last chance. See that you don't waste it.
Refreshing. Mutatis mutandis.
Careful who you point your blade at next. We can afford no more unrest among us. Not if we're to survive long enough to rid ourselves of these worms.
Ugh. This bloody darkness is sapping the life right out of me. Ad lapidem.
And then, like roaches, the troubles all came crawling back.
Too bad the cursed locals are well beyond saving. I've glimpsed that doom during my travels, but never dared get close. They tormented the Githyanki for information about the prism. Gods.
Daddy just gave us the key to a living weapon that could melt that brain into goo.
I should have said sooner, I know. But it's a complicated matter.
Aqua pura.
If I don't get off the roof, I'm as good as ash.
Ugh, that took some doing. Mechanism must be corroded. In the Frontiers, there is no posturing, no diplomacy. I slay monsters, I don't consort with them. Nothing more. But to be friends with you is no compromise. It is an achievement unto itself.
That ox. It can't keep its eyes off me. What are these sigils for?
A little, perhaps.
Manos potentis paro! That old woman was certainly memorable. Here we are. Danthalon's dancing axe. Jahira said this is where the harpers congregate.
A power born of Illithids is not one to take lightly. It may prove sin or salvation.
Inocte concilium. Hold up. The Emperor warned us that death waited beyond the gate, and I see no reason to doubt him. Oh, hells. Lae'zel is still back there. Should I just leave her? But Gale, you are so much more tolerable now you found your second.
Githyanki hunters. They must be what Voss's device was alerting us to.
Hero on demand.
Punge, bene curator. Really? I figured you would have joined your fellow Gith in a colony raid. I just needed a moment of quiet to think, that's all.
Go on. Give me a best shot.
Time to make good, Mizora.
Gods, yes. I can feel its energy. Its essence filling me to near bursting. I don't think so. Why? Friend of yours?
More scarta!
Do what you can, little guy!
Interesting gadget. A key, maybe. Now to find a similarly shaped hole.
It'll have to wait. This is Shadowheart's business. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here?
Clausus!
Looks like we owe Raphael a house call.
Intactili sum!
She will destroy Baldur's Gate. Grant me your soul, and I will give you the power to save it.
Cupio vertus laicet! Unleash.
As long as Gortash is in charge, they'll be left shivering at the gates. All part of the plan, of course.
You're a vile blister. I shall prick thee.
Resisto venenum.
In a manner of speaking, Duke Ravengard is my father.
A clear necessity. Ketheric's wife was clearly fond of him. How far he's fallen. Fragile wall. Tempting to charge through it. But look out. Damn it, he flew off quick. As long as he goes loose, the killings won't stop.
Is that what you think?
The devil's fallen. Raphael will be pleased.
Non compos mentis!
You're different than I thought. At first, I thought it was the parasite. Now I don't know what to think.
Aleme!
Before I was infected, I could even call hell beasts and summon festering clouds. I won't let the Absolute keep him. This is my pledge.
I hope we don't end up regretting this.
A stroke victim? I asked Father later. No, he said. A stroke survivor.
Glacius!
A hidden door. Time to poke around a bit.
But enough reflection for today. I'm of a mind to celebrate. Stuck. Annoying.
Bene corator! Voco veneai!
In that case, I've got just one thing to say. Meow. I'm all chatted out, I'm afraid. Though I may have a word with the chief. Go on, get it done. You've got the blade at your side.
We should get a closer look at that amulet. What do you think?
Fiat lux!
Oh, hurts even more now.
Ah!
Mizora. If you remember, I'd heard a whisper in the night directing me to Duskwalk Hill. That's where I found the cultists, joined in ritual prayer. Killed a few giant bats in my day, Astarion, but never hunted a vampire. Nothing doing. I should take a look around. Find a way to open this thing. A decade ago, Baldur's Gate would have welcomed any and everyone seeking refuge.
Oh, I feel weaker than a kitten's whisker. The blade provides.
Damn it, Astarion! You tried to bite me! Are you a vampire? I see the Blade of Frontiers, a man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast.
Fancy. More Gale's expertise than mine, though.
The people of Baldur's Gate will accept a devil as a duke, but they'd never accept his mind flayer consort.
Mortalis! Flaming brew! This battle's taken a heated turn.
Shouldn't something have happened? Fireballs or poison spikes, maybe?
Don't be rash now. I may be tolerant, but I won't let myself be fed to the fishes.
I'm no expert, but this lava seems particularly lively.
I'm afraid I have little experience with lanceboard, let alone the command of soldiers. The menacing Githyanki machine and its jagged pincers held no cure at all. Who could have thought? Fight monsters. Protect the Sword Coast. Korga's sort of evil is more terrible than most. She worships sheer cruelty and dares to call it justice. Madness. Or a curse, perhaps. There must be some cure, some potion for you to take. Hear, hear. Though, truth be told, I'd sooner down a week-old hooch at a ramshackle inn.
One touch, and this will fall apart.
Signum arcanum!
You wanted to hurt me.
Kitius!
By Avernus. Floric.
To think how vibrant this place must have once been. Children playing, merchants hawking, real people living real lives.
I hope Astarion makes you happy. So that's what they were harassing. Cheeky little imps. The children, I mean. This crown seems too powerful and dangerous an object for mere mortals to possess, Gale. After, he said only one word. Go. So I did. There is no hell hot enough for a man like Gortash.
Where are we going with this, Gale? The ox rampaged, and the tiefling got the business end of it.
Either you're changing or I am. I'm not a betting man, but my coin's on the latter. Githyanki are impressive. Cold as ice when they're not blazing hot. I wager Lae'zel's no exception.
The mysteries of the monastery. The secret of the crags.
Sounds powerful no matter the name. If we find it,
we can turn it against him.
An unbearable tragedy. Apart we can roar, but together we'll thunder. Have you no heart? They deserved freedom, and you denied it. Such a rift isn't so easily mended. But it's not so wide that I'd let my own father suffer at his captor's hands. By the living gods! Get that damned brain under control!
I think he meant to comfort me. But I shivered for weeks, thinking I was being hounded by wide-eyed spirits.
Et alibi.
Hells! What's happening? What have you...
Well, then. You've got a party to get back to. After all, tonight is about you.
A religion devoted to conjuring the most evil of goddesses, the dragon Tiamat.
The skull's been smashed. A brutal death by any account.
Mundus volti cipi.
Canvases on the walls. Beautifully painted, but to what end?
Twit, twat, twap.
Could be most anything. Their willingness to torment their travel partners with wisecracks, for example.
But there's another option to consider. Orpheus.
I reckon diplomacy may be in order. The blade could use a breather.
Copio vertus licet, caveat incantator.
Well, that was invigorating. I say we put an end to your dry spell. Once Ketheric falls, the first round's on me.
You've seen what happens when a bound soul reaches for freedom.
Poor thing. We could have. We should have. Done more. That name, Gortash. I know of him. A so-called military advisor to the Baldur's Gate elite. A weapons dealer, in cruder terms.
By all the nine hells, what's become of you?
I haven't even managed to kill one measly devil. I'm hardly a prime catch. Certainly not for the great Gith warrior from Kresh Kalir.
The Netherbrain shakes us, quakes us, claws at our minds, and all for naught.
Climbing gear. This must be how the gnome escapee climbed up.
Justice. No pardon without repentance, and no penalty without mercy. I'd be a fool to let you turn your back. Pledge me your talents, and I'll pledge you mine.
What a dismal forest. Monsters could be lurking behind any and every tree.
Follow my lead. Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now.
Nothing? Well, that was anticlimactic.
Whatever it was, I stand ready. Speak up! You can't just let the clan keep them. Could just be good luck. But sooner or later, it's bound to run out. In Baal's name. Incredible stonework. Nothing like it topside. That I've seen anyway.
Forget it. The milk's already spilled.
Configo!
These boots are quite something. Powerful magic.
Go right ahead.
That doll. It must be the source of Mayrina's curse. There must be some way to reverse it.
Downwards it is. And a stylish ride, no less. By the nine hells. She's not going to like that.
This text is about a proving ritual. They really put the young Selûnites through their paces, eh? I can feel the brain. Limitless rage, limitless hunger.
Such soothing light here. As if Selûna herself was caressing my skin.
He delivered himself to the jaws of oblivion. A fitting end. I mean, it's as plain as the nose on an ogre's face.
Gods, you caused so much sorrow, all for a damnable fling.
Ah, my thanks. Perhaps we might even marry, if fate wills it.
The Absolute's forces have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers. So this was the war devil who slaughtered Shah's faithful. At Raphael's urging, no less. They're right, and we both know it.
No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
Cupio vertus laicet.
I thought of the possibility more than once, if you must know. Slay your doubt, and nothing can stop you. Not a demon, not a dragon, and certainly not an illithid worm.
Goblins got her. Hope she got a few of them before she went down.
I bet you're still wondering if you did the right thing. As for me, I haven't a shadow of a doubt. Gods, how many lives have these shadows taken?
The trap gnomes won't last forever. We've got to help.
It's a bit muggy down here. The kind of place a hag would call home.
Lovely. The webs are everywhere.
Well, yes, but also trouble.
You make me so proud. And when the Elder Brain falls, the people of Baldur's Gate will see what I see.
I've been pacted for 7 years on, Gale. I should be able to read between Mazora's lines by now, no matter how narrow the gap.
Yaha!
That was revolting.
Or so I thought. Until Karlach.
The kind of gems a diabolist would collect, I reckon.
There's blood on Korga's hands. Enough to dye the Keonthar red.
You showed restraint where most others wouldn't. This might not mean much, but I'm proud of you.
Welcome to the League of the Lone Eye, my friend.
A wooden mask. The sort worn by Rasherman's witches.
Hells. They deserved better. They deserved a chance.
Karlach, is there really no other way? Now that you've reached the end of the line, do you still refuse to return to Avernus? To live?
We can never let it do to us what it did to Stelmane. But what of the others? The children never saved. The cries never heard.
Note this trunk of lies.
Baldur's Gate burns, and its people tremble. I can't yet turn my back. Not while the city's wounds still bleed.
Nocturnos, Plue.
Damn it, Karlach! Your vengeance was not worth my father's life.
I'd expect that door to be dingier. Might take a look.
I am the Blade of Frontiers.
Aresque.
When the Absolute falls, I wager our alliance falls with it.
A flaming fist, face bludgeoned. Someone must have had it out for her.
Have a heart. Gale is one of us, and we should stand by his side.
Oh my. Someone went drowning their troubles. Quite literally.
I gave up my soul for the city, not for some diabolical fling.
That doll. Why does it look so creepy?
A mold, I'm thinking. Used to cast weapons or armor. Now to find the forge it belongs to. A story best left for calmer days. Now breathe deeply. Are you in pain?
Hey!
Is that what matters to you? Sex without union? Heat without heart? Did you not take joy in the dance?
Secretium brarum!
Again, the grand design must not come to pass. Full go!
I really hope you're being careful with our friend, Minthara. I wouldn't want you to break each other.
Her mind will be wiped, and Viconia will remake her in whatever image she desires.
Damn, that burns!
Now, hold the left arm across your face and jab with the right.
This does not belong to me.
Zorel, fancy name. Let's put our best foot forward. Or is it best feet?
Either way, I mourn for the image of you I once held dear.
Umbrai!
Let the Emperor have his tantrum. If Orpheus stands with us, we can rid ourselves of the illithid.
And suffer its sting. Mysterious book. Magical, no doubt. The sort of thing Gale likes.
I was selfish to ask you to live a half-life as a plaything for the Blade of Avernus. And even more selfish to be disappointed by your answer.
Zariel could do more than conscript me into her legions as a lemur. I can't say I'm not curious, but once you've taken a lithid by the talon, there's no telling how deep into the abyss it might drag you. The Blade of Frontiers is no more. I will be Wyll Ravengard, son of Ulder, proud Duke of Baldur's Gate. Ah! I wish I'd had a piece of your drive eons ago, before I got years deep into blindly obeying Mazora.
Vita excolator! Voco araniai!
The man I call father is Ulder Ravengard, a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate. Really? Damn right I did. My father is safe and my chains are broken.
Lux in tenebra!
There will be another time for us. Floric, what are you on about? What is this? Gortash carried the last one, didn't he?
Intelligente pauca!
With this spell, one can become legion. So the book claims, at least. The ring's engraved. And wouldn't you know, the marks match the ones on that strange door.
Resisto!
Never have I known a prince more noble. I hope he can find peace. But there's still a glimmer of him in there, calling for release. I feel it. I know it.
Fresh blood and no sign of the smith. We've got a problem.
Really? I can't tell if you're being silly or serious, but I'll accept the flattery either way. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. I fought to right the wrongs of the coast, to slay the men and monsters that hunt the helpless.
Doomed to suffer. A tragedy, many times over.
Standard goblin raiding party. Question is, was it plunder they wanted, or did they seek something more? I could flee to the spine of the world, or the depths of the lower dark, and still never shake her. You would have died in the attempt, but there have been enough threats today. I'd like to stay, if it's all the same.
Amo sanguinem!
There's a place for a mold here. I'll need one if I want to forge something.
All that goes on. I don't need to imagine. I've got the souvenir in my skull to prove it.
Exactly.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, they say. But I'm not so sure they're right.
I'm no stranger to the infernal. Better to slay a devil before her fires burn common folk to ash.
An infernal circle, used for the casting of the hell's most diabolical magic.
Voco veneai!
As if I could ever refuse you.
Deep grooves in the mud around that rock. Inside, and hurry. I want that gate closed when the goblins get here.
A magical ward. Let's see what we can do about bringing it down.
There was a crack of thunder and a gust of wind. A storm descended. I know a few people who might beg to differ, but the only one that matters is here with me now. Daddy held the key to a living weapon that could melt that brain into goo.
Those things are trouble. The less magic, the better.
Nice gem. Should fit into that altar perfectly.
We obtain Orin's Netherstone and take back our minds, and the city, from the brain. An imposter? But who in the hells?
Sharan corpses, remnants of battle. This is the stronghold Halsin mentioned.
It's the chair. Honestly, I'd get up off it if I were you.
Merkel symbol. The Lord of the Dead.
Timask.
The spores confuse the senses.
And a treasured one. Under his command, the Flaming Fist Mercenary Company has thwarted countless threats against Baldur's Gate. I'll need a shovel to dig this up. Trust me, I won't be far behind. A beautiful fantasy. If only I could wish it into being.
A dismembered foot. Dribbles most certainly. Get confused by one, blown up by the other.
But I think you've got the right idea. Better I live fully and meaningfully than to pine for an always and forever I could never achieve.
Intactilisum!
Saving the people of the grove was all the satisfaction I could ask.
Aqua pura!
I've seen buildings like this in flaming fist outposts. Strange to see them down here.
The choice is made. No room for regrets.
Incende!
Love the new look. Softer, less severe. It suits you. Fair enough. Perhaps a less energetic style would suit you better.
Hells, we're on shaky ground. I can sense its fury, its greed. We're close. He must have returned to the grove. Waterdeep. I've fond memories of visits with Father, but I'd never made a home there.
I'm here for you. Always. Gone. Just like that. That relic works in mysterious ways. It gave me a tadpole gift too. Just like it did the first time it appeared. I suppose it hoped this would help. Let's move before we meet the same fate.
It was a sacrifice you should have avoided.
I'm spent. I should unwind in camp.
Sine me tu. Well, that's enough self-pity for one day. If anything, I should be elated that there's hope yet for my father.
All right, but I count you as a friend. My closest in all honesty. Please, dance with me. If we must burn with the hell's fires, let us burn together.
Magis amica veritas! Damn it, Astarion! You tried to bite me!
Shit, no! Father!
So deep, in fact, that I'd probably need more than one shovel.
Just empty shells. Best to just keep the unhatched one.
How about we slip out of here before the next bone party starts?
Cute. Till it grows up and gnaws your arm off, at least.
Virtus et scientia!
How old are these weapons? They're as rusty as wet nails. Why commit? Dipping a toe in illithid waters doesn't mean we have to dive in. Netherese. Ancient magic, that. Netheril is a memory so distant, I wager even you elves have forgotten.
Grooves on the floor. I should give these statues a good push.
So, what do you say? Die here now, or live on with people who love you. Azariel won't touch you. I swear it, Karlak.
My magic is infinite.
Well, I mourned him the day I ended my pact. There's no sense in mourning again.
Just so you know, my first duty is Karlak. I'm oath-bound to go after her.
The Blade of Frontiers. An old name for a new man.
It feels good to hear it. Almost as good as the touch of your hand and the glow of your smile.
Video veritatum!
We felled a potential ally, but it's Mazora's hands that are stained with the blood.
By Baldur's bones, this is a lot to take in. Let's see if I've got this right.
I remember this shape. Hells, my skin's gone colder than the beasts of the dale. Seems intruders aren't welcome.
I hoped you'd say yes.
Dance. And when you do, think of me.
Eretio in Sphira, Evanesco.
A full-on vamp, you mean? Lure it into the sun, drive a stake through its heart.
We shall...
You've got blood on you. Me too.
Something seems off. If only I knew what. The treasure map pointed to this spot. I should keep my good eye peeled. I wonder who or what those chains are for.
One horn? Then you mean Karlak, Archdevil's bootlicker.
They are the shields that protect us from the Netherbrain's attacks, and the blades with which we will strike it.
Corruptus in veniam viam.
It will be done. I will seek the worm. Together, we will strike down the Absolute.
Selûnite graves.
Whoever buried the corpses was in a rush.
Whatever commanded the Meragons, I hope it's long gone.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
I swear I did everything I could to save him. I swear it by all I hold dear. Don't throw your life away, Karlak. Not like this.
Trust me, Gith. I know the stories. Doomed to shed our skin and become illithid. And they say there's no coming back.
Impero Mortus!
As luck would have it, they just arrived.
Indeed. I shiver just thinking about it. That day can't come soon enough.
Ulma, call in your hunters. We found their prey.
I've always relied on the kindness of the healers and menders of the coast. Better a cleric's healing touch than a chirurgeon's scalpel.
Let's hope whoever killed them has long since marched on. I'd just better not wake with any holes in my neck. Ugh! Neither, brave boo. How about we share a cheap brown ale and a hunk of fresh venison instead? You dare show your face here, Karlak? Inside, if you're so keen to talk.
Surge!
Pigeon feathers. I'd wager the postmaster's lost a member of his flock. An idol fit for the Hall of Wonders. Any interest, Gale?
Hells, something just woke up down here.
By the gods, that looked torturous.
The first time I was a boy of 7 or 8, at a banquet in the Flaming Fist's honor. One look and I was smitten.
Damn, wonder what this is for.
Tell me you hear that voice.
Perry! A good hit, but not good enough. Forget it. The ogres are done with me.
It's hopeless, it says. Stop resisting. Give up and give in.
Who's in charge of the mind flayers, Lae'zel? Is there a squid king or something?
Perhaps it's a blessing that none of them survived to see it fall to the shadows. Father Lorgan's secret tunnels. His name's written right on the map.
Step 1. Create an army and order it to march on the city. Step 2. Shut the gates in the name of security. Step 3. Bask in the applause.
By the gone gods. What great light have you gone and quenched? Ugh, bet he broke that fellow's nose. Friendly place. Nothing. I reckon it needs a different power source.
It'll be worth the wait.
More! Vivictis!
Stay clear of those Gith. Even the Blade of Frontiers has his limits.
Do I need to keep my good eye on you?
Amos sanguinem!
Ready yourself. Raphael won't give up his treasure without a fight.
How many of these are there?
Your heart made of stone. They deserved freedom, and you denied it. First, we mourn. We bow our heads for the fallen, and honor them by pledging peace. Hardly. Astonishing that you'd even utter her name.
Looks like that's going to bruise.
Must be what that kid was talking about.
Venustior!
You're incredibly kind, but you earned the right to hear this long ago.
Tormentum!
But I've only got 6 months before I'm made a free man, thanks be to the Triad. They do have a way of popping up when least expected. Not so long ago, I was dreaming of our own personal forever, endless nights in each other's arms.
The curse made her a creature of sheer greed. May her soul finally be at rest.
Agilius!
Not too worse for the wear. That's oil, and it's leading right inside.
No, we acted justly. That Karlak still lives is a delight worth celebrating, not lamenting. We tear the Elder Brain's hooks out of this city.
Ah!
Not without its mother by its side. What now?
Ah, hells! Minsk has fallen. Flagra!
My father's here, Karlak. Cool your fires. He must not come to harm.
Githyanki armor. Githyanki bones too, I'd wager. Can't see a thing.
A shame. A warrior of your merits could cleanse the coast of its monsters.
and still have time to hunt supper.
Wear your scars proudly.
What are you doing?
These murders aren't random acts. Someone powerful is guiding the killer's hand, and the city is made weaker for it. No, my fellow. You've got it all wrong.
That's no mere disc. It's a lift. I found the way forward. I wager that devil I meant to rescue somewhere near.
Astarion, how is the rat diet going? Karlak, the creature from hell, will still threaten them, as will 1,000 other perils. Insert the artifact into the planecaster. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see who or what is inside it. But I'd only tell you that if you were wrong. This is the hand I was dealt. I need to make the most of it.
Nulla salus.
The sketching's rough. A work in progress, I reckon.
Swamplands. Why couldn't it have been in an inn or a winery? A bit of bone poking out there. Do I even want to know?
Keep pushing forward. There's no other way. It's not about me. It's about every desperate soul Mizora will recruit to the Blood War. Every life she snuffs out on Zariel's whims.
Shouldn't take too much to crack this contraption.
To my father, I was only ever a boy. Incredible that he can see the man I became. Thank you for seeing the best in me, and showing me the best in you. Hells, is this really what you've become? The kind of monster I once vowed to slay?
Kaido!
Magical boots. Good for Gale, perhaps.
The devil with the silver tongue. Still, when the time comes, call for the blade. I won't be long to answer. I appreciate the honesty, at least. With Shah's dagger so near, I'll know to guard my back. I hope Karlak makes you happy. There's something I need to say. Something important. Can you spare a moment? She was a danger to the people. My people. What kind of man would I be if I didn't keep them safe? Well met. You've more than proven just how wrong I was about you. I'd make the same decision 1,000 times, even knowing the consequences. What in the hells was that?
Better stay on guard. That thing's on edge.
There she goes again.
That's what they call me.
Venustior. Fudge fondling Fustelarian.
Very well. I will avail myself of the astral tadpole's powers. I can't feel the tadpole. By the Triad, we're cleansed. We will never be mind flayers. Karlak, the very best of us. You were always the hero. My hero. Wherever you go, you take my heart with you. So strong is my love that not even a devil could break it. I never was scared of the shadows.
These cultists seem oblivious to their infection. They think they've been talking to a god. Rather not see the insides of one of these things again.
I'd welcome the company, but your leader should make the decision. The astral plane. Beautiful, otherworldly, and ever so slightly unnerving. I don't recognize these plants. Wonder what planes they were snatched from.
Ignis! Cum mortuis in lingua mortua.
Marks on the ground. I should look closer.
A good wizard is hard to find. Let's make Gale feel welcome, as best we can. Daughter of Selûne, show me what you can do. Words of evil masked as justice. Sickening.
Lae'zel, did you ever fight illithid creatures in your training days?
Today, a sacrifice must be made. I trust in you to lead us down the right path. Kind words in unkind times, my friend. You shared your body with the fiend who held my soul. I can forgive it. I can't forget it. The right path often lies between the extremes. Quite the lake, but I'm not up for a swim. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but part of me will miss you.
Not her first death or her last. Is there no end to her suffering? Well, I'll be. He wanted Ellie Mae's ring. That's one tadpole we can't go losing. Nulla salus! Gods, she was an absolute wonder. And you destroyed her.
I don't understand.
I wonder what these levers do. Voco flagella!
These myconids are the hospitable sort. Refreshing, after our run-in with Quagga.
Creepy. I swear the eyes follow me around.
Frangie!
This is it then. Let's uncover that tomb and reunite the spirit with his kin.
What in the... Are we stuck with the damn thing?
Must be a diabolist's prize. I wonder how many warriors it took to fell the beast. Manos potenti sparo!
I'm soberly pondering my state of affairs and not wishing to drag a single happy soul into a state of melancholy. Well, it just so happens I'm fond of you too.
Silly wizards. Can't they ever use a simple lock?
Ah yes, the wayward prince, locked away by the queen who would wield his power. More than you know.
Gale slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope he got what he needed from it. Isabel, Seluna's light made real. And you slaughtered her like cattle and left last light for the shadows to feed on. Shit, shit, shit!
I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity.
Moonrise. We're closing in on the towers. And the curse.
I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach might be taking. The damage she might be doing.
Pay attention! I'm not messing with that. Thing's filled with poison.
Confusio!
But I still feel his spirit. The helm there. The helm holds his essence.
Take a single step towards him, and he'll dog you the whole journey.
You know, I think I am. It certainly didn't put off my, dance partner. It builds mountains and deserts only to tear them asunder. It fells armies. It conquers kings, queens, even gods. I am now the Blade of Avernus.
Dress thy face! The hags are hiring!
This might sound presumptuous, but I hope we stay allies once we're cured.
Secco!
This place again. Can't wait to leave it behind for good.
No, what are you doing?
Ethel mentioned Netherese magic. What in blazes does that mean?
By Baldur's blade, I need to get out!
Ah! Dialino!
He'll require of you only what you're least ready to part with.
Oculos tempestatis.
But we don't need luck, for we have something far greater. Courage, nerve, and a reason to win.
The city I love, admired by two improbable mates, dragon and elf.
You'll need to make room if you want to partner up, though.
That dream. I can't get it out of my head.
Tell me more.
Ah, an illusory wall. Wonder what's hiding back there.
Karlach is an archdevil's soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. Goodbye, Father. May your soul be at rest. That has been its tragedy. I've saved so many with the talents of the blade. Ours is such a beautiful story, and this isn't the ending I wanted to write. Astarion showed restraint where most others wouldn't. He might not appreciate the sentiment, but I'm proud of him. Indeed. My heart is joy to hear it, but why?
Courage, insight, strategy, justice. These were the lessons my father taught me.
Dolor. Ah. 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 Toy bears. I had one a little like it when I was a boy. Poor Prince. Something skittered through here. Pretty recently, too.
Laeral Silverhand is one of the great wizards of any land, and her face is fair and smooth as you'd ever see. Pull me too close, and I'm destined to hurt you.
A friend indeed. Hells. What wretch? What did it say? Doesn't ring a bell. Why?
We blink, and we're gone. And our hopes, our memories, our heart bonds are gone with us.
Flagra! I'm proud of you, kids.
This is the absolute symbol. Someone's been marking their territory.
A bloody display of murderous power. Baal means to stoke fear, make us cower.
Lae'zel's suspicion and Shadowheart's guile made for a lethal combination. I fear for our fellowship, if trust is in such short supply.
That stone looks mighty odd. Someone's been messing with it.
But Karlach is dead, and gods know how many other of my victims were people like her. Karlach's all fire and fury. I pray to the Triad it doesn't consume her. The reference to a hot hammer is rather puzzling, though. Whoever wrote these papers must have been rather delirious.
These words of power should open that blasted dome. Time to get to the archive. You can toss that poison. We won't be needing it.
An unlikely place for such a fortunate find.
Cuckold courting curmudgeon.
The city fell under Gortash's charms without him casting nary a spell.
Magical relics galore. Seems like Gale's type of place.
Phew. Too close for comfort.
Shit. What in the 9 hells of Beator has come over you? An owlbear's pissed in your porridge from the sounds of it. Just remember, I'm not your enemy here.
I'm not sure that I am. But it means something that you think so. Maybe I can staunch it. Just for a moment.
Over here!
They've gone hostile. Did the machine do that?
To start, lure it into the sun, drive a stake through its heart. Why?
Interesting book. Just the kind you're looking for, Gale.
West, Baldur's Gate. East, Elturel. That nothing sure looks like something to me. If you need a rest, just say the word. What's wrong? Is the plant getting to you? You look sicker than a drunk Duero. Let's make the most of this.
Oh. The moment I agreed, I burned with the fires of Avernus and oozed the rot of Dis.
You infect mine eyes and nostrils.
This was good fun. You know me fairly well, it turns out.
The monsters of my play fights were strong, vicious. Trolls with hulking muscles, werewolves with sharpened fangs.
It's where the flaming fist chased me after I'd stolen a peach from a cart in the Wide. I got a good chewing out over it, too. There will be no more dancing, no more us. Someday I might forgive this, but I won't forget. Maledicte es! What now? Damned monster! I'll make you pay! Having a worm wriggling in my skull didn't instill much confidence in the days ahead. Please, we should search this illithid colony further. My soul hangs in the balance. Please, we should search. My soul hangs in the balance.
Behold, the fool of fools.
Ancient history is overhead and underfoot. You just need to know where to look.
Not an ideal banquet location. I suppose the feast hall was already booked.
Come, let me show you.
She's right, and we both know it. No manner of duke should be tied to a devil's leash.
Whichever is true, I will not stand for more innocent blood being shed in our camp.
Because there's nothing to tell. She died when I was born.
The blackmailer's remains must have made for a flavorful toast.
Come on, Zentarim. Make yourselves useful.
Hells! What is that thing?
Now try ducking after the first swing.
But a duke makes bedfellows with more monsters than he slays. Father called it diplomacy. I called it hypocrisy.
Oh. Well, that was interesting.
Must be the book the dead drow groaned about. Concealing spells still holding strong.
Voscuro!
Let's not forget the devil Karlak. The coast is in danger for as long as she's loosed on it. We need to find her and kill her. True. You wouldn't have the grit.
Viam sapientiae! Voscuro!
Gods. Stelmane is really gone then.
Success.
Damn it all. Time to get off this roof.
Damn it all. We've got to get Gale back. If that means killing Gortash, nothing would give me greater pleasure. What was that thing inside her?
I knew you'd say yes. Father trained me in the sword and the bow. They'll have to sustain me. The hell's with that. Nothing is over. Not while I still draw breath.
Well, now for option number 2.
Ugh, that reeks.
Isabel? Isn't that the cleric of Saluna at last light?
Finally, I know a genie who needs a stern talking to. Ha ha!
We are done, Astarion. Even the blade has his limits.
Ouch! This drow must have taken quite a fall.
Seko! Curse that rotten devil and her forked tongue, setting Floric against me.
No, I was thinking of a far more loathsome sound.
Let's hope Gale doesn't take offense if I assume cooking duties, just the once. A priestess. One of the leaders, no doubt about it. Let's make her squeal.
Done. Time to move.
You've got something to say?
Such rapturous music. I can hardly resist.
A magic mouth spell. Might be worth a listen.
Forgive me. I was caught up in the moment. But look, not a cinder on me. Damn these stones! We did not come this far, spilled so much blood just for them to fail us.
You won't be alone.
I need to set Baldur's Gate to rights after this disaster, but once she's stable, I could join you. Hunt out devils, real devils, together. Your actions in the Grove were indefensible, but Karlak seeks only to drive a deeper wedge between us than already exists. By the Sundering, the parasite allows us to influence others.
Schio di dici pecto!
Not again.
Same here. I feel cold.
It's broken, but not too badly.
Where there's a will, there's a why.
I speak out of curiosity, not wishful thinking. At least I'll know to skip supper if you're doing the cooking.
Ketheric plays a cruel game, and you had no choice but to play. Now, let's talk to Zrel.
The inn has long burned to the ground. We'd more easily pull a rainbow from the sky.
Holy hells! Is every watcher piloted by a headless zombie?
You ally with an archdevil's chosen, and... Our happily ever after wasn't to be. But I still treasure our alliance. Now come, we've plenty of work still ahead of us. Have you thought about my offer? We would make potent allies.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere.
From what I've seen, your talents extend well beyond magic. Trust me, you'll be fine.
The book said to pass the maze without triggering a trap or getting caught. Sounds easy enough.
And boom! Take that, you hunk of junk!
If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Enough. You are no more than a monster, and the blade names you his prey. Maya Fortio!
Ah, yes. Gith's only son. Locked away in his astral prison for defying Vlakith.
Nice staff. Properly wizardly.
Do not trust Raphael. Is that plain enough?
What good is a champion who puts himself above the people? What good am I as a politician just out of reach? Gods damn her straight back to the hells.
I can't imagine how. The pact binds her as tightly as it binds me. But if not, the city's guardian will be its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
It is. I swear I've lived 1,000 lives since I've known you. Watch your step.
Oof. Watch yourself.
You heard the warnings. Are you sure you want to stick your hand where it wasn't invited?
For real! The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow. Keep moving, keep fighting, no holding back!
There we are. Only the news that's fit to print. Magnificent bow. Not of Dwergar, make I wager.
We obtain Gortash's netherstone and take back our minds, and the city, from the brain. Ha! There they are, the great champion of Baldur's Gate. I'll gather the snares, you can fletch the arrows. I don't see a problem, as long as Mr. Fang there keeps his appetite in check.
Dead stringolinguam! Dead. Praise the blade. A monster like her deserves no better.
You don't know the half of it. With a bit of luck, we'll meet a beholder. Tory! Farewell. Then you know loyalty, and you know what I did had to be done.
Ha! Tormentum.
I hope he can count you in that number. I will make Orin pay, and I will make that godforsaken elder brain pay. I was certain you'd stick with Lae'zel. I can't match her intensity, though I think you've already guessed.
What a way to go. The mad bastard laughed all the way to the end. Oh no. Arabella's mother. Split and sliced. A terrible fate.
I thought you were an archdevil's servant come to bathe the frontiers in flame. Truly spoken. All he'd done for Baldur's Gate, for its people, he earned a better fate than the one Gortash gave him. You're closer than you'd think. I signed his life away before the Hell's Witnesses. It would be easier to drink the sticks down to the last drop than to alter his fate. And then there's the Orphic Hammer. We could refuse the Emperor entirely and break Orpheus free.
Nothing there.
Annihilate.
Thou inglorious hog.
A duke I'm soon to be. But the blade's heart is never far from the frontiers. I was 17. Father, older Ravengard, had just been named a Grand Duke and was called away to Elturel to help settle a dispute. I'm so sorry to give you another reason to sleep restlessly, but it's my burden to bear.
Diminue.
Does it now? Then let's see how you fare with a less energetic style. Councillor Floric, are you all right?
Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here?
That blasted thing. You better hope I don't catch it. I'll slice it in two, fancy hat and all. Wow. You really showed that small, defenseless child who's in charge.
In that case, someone needs to survive to tell the story.
There's no lie a devil won't tell. No soul it won't reap. But do me a favor. Make sure it's one worth telling. For the sake of these people, I'll stay my blade. Go. Enjoy your breaths while you can still take them.
Blade down!
Gods, you're so wonderful. My heart's near to bursting. Veniet Juvame! Now is the chance. Eliminate the Netherbrain, and let the Sword Coast be free.
There we have it. Let Operation Free Near commence.
I am her pathway to power. If I were to become Duke, she thinks she'd be calling the shots.
It needs power. Living power. Figures.
Is that Volo? Sacrifice. Hells. Have we not witnessed enough?
An illusion. Wonder what's hiding back there.
Damn it. New powers or not, the kid's going to get herself killed.
But I'll leave you with some food for thought. Not every bloody mess can be tidied up with a cocksure grin and a cheeky quip.
Te absolvo.
Thank you, magic. A Raven Guard survives. Cool it. You think you'd be any less mouthy if slavers took you hostage?
I can guess what this opens.
Then again, he wasn't the worst. Handy in a fight, if nothing else. As long as you didn't turn your back on him.
What matters now is that Eltan saw sense, and we know our path forward.
I wish I knew a good Githyanki cheer to celebrate the occasion, but the only gift phrases I've picked up are the sweary sort.
How has this hay not gone up in flames?
Inaccessus.
I hope Shadowheart makes you happy. No, I'm disappointed in me for believing you were any different than what you always showed yourself to be.
A prayer. And with the same symbol as that chest. Seems I found myself a key.
But it was nice thinking about what might have been if fate had chosen differently. So you'd think, but the right answer is much simpler than that. I want you to join me. I want you to live, Karlak. We can have a life together even in Avernus. A real life.
That's flaming fist armor. And something burst right out of it.
Era!
Gortash. The man should be burning in hellfire, not painted and framed.
What's going on here? The necromancer's dead. I pray he stays that way.
The sort of monster I vowed to rid the coast of.
You and Gale seemed a match made in the heavens. I'm not half so clever as him. Or is it clever as he?
Not much use anymore.
Gustas Dalkis.
Figured it was time to brush up on my skills. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner. Lapis root, sapphire. Rare to see these so far north.
A big man does not fit in a small hole.
Hells. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Invocote.
An excellent suggestion, but your party's full up.
Morio.
Seems right. But I think there's another step.
A broken mirror. A sign of bad luck, they say. Just who they are, I've never figured out.
If you think I need a reminder she's holding my chains, think again. But that won't keep me from enjoying one festal meal, devil-free. Hunting with vampires. Never thought I'd see the day. It's a tantalizing prospect. How better to protect the frontiers than as a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate? What evils could I vanquish with the flaming fist at my command?
As true as Mithril, kid.
Enough, Mizora. Where is my father? How do I save him?
Wait, it's Amaragons and infernal soldiers, and they don't fight without a commander.
It's a first.
A list. And Father Lorgan's on it, crossed out. These aren't just names. They're targets.
Caveat incantator.
Not so much a story as a pantomime. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Mazora. You're Zariel's asset.
Graven idols, cindered air. Baal's bloodied hands molded this place.
As if you needed to ask.